Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Global Supernatural. I possess all elements right here on GMT Recap. At the Yunyang City base of the Southern Union. Brother, wake up. The constant calling in his ears slowly brought Qin Feng back to consciousness, and the first thing he saw was Sua Sua. Brother, you're finally awake. Aren't you going to report to Captain Chen today? It's already late. Qin Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. After he gathered himself, he immediately sat up and rushed to embrace her tightly, his voice filled with unrestrained joy. Sua Sua, why did you only show up in my dream now? Ha? A dream. Sua Sua froze for 5 seconds, not understanding what Qin Feng meant. He continued rambling. You've been dead for 3 years already, brother misses you so much. What are you talking about, brother? Who's been dead for 3 years? Sua Sua shouted, then slapped him so hard that Qin Feng almost experienced a change of life. To briefly explain the background, Qin Feng had crossed over into a parallel world where magical beasts and vicious beasts roamed, a world where elementalists were worshipped as gods. Because only those with the powerful abilities of an elementalist could deal with the vicious and magical beasts, and people with innate elementalist talent were extremely rare. Therefore, as long as someone was tested to have this rare talent, the government would provide resources and nurture them from a young age. Now, the opportunity for Qin Feng to become an elementalist had arrived. Because in his hands, he held an ultra-rare elementalist training system. Qin Feng secretly made his way to an empty alley in the refugee district of Yunyang City to study the system, starting to perform tasks and accept missions. The system immediately initiated an automatic scan of the host's cultivation level. Just a few seconds later, the results were displayed. Host Qin Feng, wind sensitivity 0.7, thunder sensitivity 0.7, ice system sensitivity 0.5. The results indicate that the host lacks the talent to become an elementalist. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was furious. What's the point of this? If I had talent, I wouldn't be a refugee. Whether due to a guilty conscience or simply following the proper procedure, the system then issued a beginner's reward, specifically a wind elemental talent enhancement. After the enhancement succeeded, Qin Feng made an immediate leap to an exceptional wind elemental talent. This caused him to feel a surge of excitement. An ultimate wind talent. This enhancement is incredibly powerful. I remember the Lord of Yunyang Refugee Zone only has a genius-level talent. Moreover, most people in this world were merely ordinary elementalists with some talent. There were only 7 people with ultimate talent in the world. They were the 7 elementalists at the star level, the highest beings, and the true rulers of the world. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing. Reward, Cultivation Technique, Elemental Cultivation Technique. Rewarded with the host's innate skill, Devouring Talent. This skill allows the host to forcibly absorb demon cores and beast cores. A surge of power entered Qin Feng's body. As a result, he immediately realized that he had mastered the elemental cultivation technique. However, just as he was still trying to understand what the devouring talent skill was and how it could absorb demon and beast cores, the system rewarded him with a level 4 wind beast core. Is this the beast core? The so-called beast core. The beast core is the source of power for ferocious beasts and demon beasts. Although he hadn't studied it deeply yet, he knew it was impossible to consume it directly. Could his innate skill really allow him to absorb this? 3 days later, it would be the day Sua Sua had to go out on patrol. Right now, he only had an innate talent, but no actual strength, so he definitely wouldn't be able to protect her. Thinking of this, Qin Feng decided to take a risk for Sua Sua and directly swallowed the beast core. The system immediately notified him. Successfully devoured a level 4 wind element beast core. The host has entered the strength late stage. Practitioner, Qin Feng. Wind element cultivation level, strength late stage. Wind affinity, 84%. Innate skill, devouring talent. Qin Feng laughed joyfully. With this special skill, as long as I get a beast core or demon core, I can quickly raise my cultivation level. Once my wind affinity reaches 100% and I condense the wind god seal, I'll become a 1-star wind elementalist. At this rate, it won't be long before I break through to become a 9-star wind elementalist. At this moment, the system continued to announce, but it wasn't a reward, it was a mission. Unlocked the divine level cultivation mission. Mission objective: reach 100% wind affinity in your body. This mission is divided into 3 levels with varying difficulty. The host must choose one. After making a choice, it cannot be changed. Failure will result in no rewards. First is the normal difficulty, to be completed in 3 days, with the reward being a divine artifact storage ring. Next is the medium difficulty, to be completed in 1 day. The reward is a divine artifact storage ring and a level 4 Thunder Beast core. Finally, there is the high difficulty. It must be completed in 2 hours, and the reward is a divine artifact storage ring, a level 4 Thunder Beast core, and an enhancement of Thunder Elemental talent. This required Qin Feng to do some serious thinking. The reward for the high difficulty task was indeed quite generous. A level 4 beast core could increase elemental quality by up to 84%. Based on this transformation rate, at least one additional level 2 beast core was needed to reach 100%. Buying a beast core was the fastest way. A level 2 beast core would definitely sell for at least 100,000 yuan in the city. However, Aunt Xiaoli's compensation was only 50,000 yuan. Therefore, you can't afford to buy it. Does that mean you have no choice but to forfeit the high difficulty task? While Qin Feng was struggling with these thoughts, the system's voice kept urging him. Countdown for task selection: time's up will be considered a forfeit. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In the final moments, a thought suddenly popped into Qin Feng's mind. He decided to choose the highest difficulty level, then rushed to the city square. The bustling, magnificent scene around him made Qin Feng feel delighted. Having been in the refugee area for so long, this was his first time at City Hall, but if he wanted to level up, he had to come here. Once he became a citizen, he could receive a subsidy. Rumor had it in the martial world, the subsidies for citizens are quite generous. As long as Qin Feng gets the money, he can directly buy a beast core and complete the system's task. Just as Qin Feng arrived at the building's entrance, a beautiful young woman stepped forward to greet him, wearing a friendly smile. "Good day, sir. I am the receptionist here. Zhao Lu, may I ask what kind of work you wish to do? I would like to level up, but I am not sure which area to go to." Zhao Lu kindly directed him. "Sir, to level up to the commoner status, you will go to box 1 or box 2. To level up to the urban citizen status, you will go to box 3. Impatient, Qin Feng interrupted. "What about the rights of a citizen?" "Citizen rights?" Zhao Lu and the others in the town hall were shocked, turning to look at Qin Feng in awe. To reach citizen rights at such a young age. That is a special class, much like the old knight class, which was considered noble. It's said that even if a citizen with such rights kills someone intentionally, they won't be punished or executed. Zhao Lu immediately changed her tone, bowing respectfully as she answered. "Lord, citizen rights are granted in the business room. Please follow me." She then led Qin Feng inside to meet the department head, Wang Zhang. "Head Wang, this young master Qin Feng wants to level up to citizen rights? At such a young age. To have reached citizen status already, sir, please have a seat." "Ah, thank you." Qin Feng responded, then walked straight over to the tea table and sat down, curious as he looked around. The business room was indeed quite nice. Wang Zhang walked over, giving Qin Feng a once-over, silently evaluating him. The young man was dressed simply, perhaps not from a noble family. Could he be a master of the body-strengthening realm? Most people who level up to citizen rights are either wealthy or masters of the body-strengthening realm. For those with money, becoming a citizen is the pinnacle, but for a powerful master, they are likely to be an elementalist in the future. Wang Zhang cautiously asked, "Sir, may I ask what rank of the citizen rights you wish to be promoted to?" Qin Feng replied, surprised. "There's a rank within citizen rights?" Xiao Lu calmly explained. "Yes, indeed. A practitioner at the early stage of body tempering realm can be promoted to citizen rights level 1, with a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan. A practitioner at the middle stage of body tempering realm can be promoted to citizen rights level 2, with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. At the late stage, one can be promoted to citizen rights level 3, with a monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan. The most prestigious rank is Citizen Rights Level 4, the highest level, with a monthly allowance of 40,000 yuan. Does a successful promotion guarantee the allowance right away? Wang Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir. Please present your promotion certificate. Alright, please have a look. With those words, Qin Feng began to demonstrate his abilities. First, he created a small whirlwind in the palm of his hand, manipulating the wind element. He was at the early stage of body tempering realm with a wind element affinity. Xiao Lu exclaimed in admiration. Wang Zhang nodded in approval. This young man has indeed relied on his strength to achieve his promotion. Sir, I will now proceed to complete the formalities for your promotion to Citizen Rights Level 1 and distribute your 10,000 yuan. Just as Wang Zhang was about to return to his desk to process the paperwork, Qin Feng called out to him. Hold on, if I promote to Citizen Rights Level 2, will I receive an additional 20,000 yuan? Yes, that's correct. But to qualify for Citizen Rights Level 2, you need to cultivate to the middle stage of body strengthening realm. Ah, then please take another look. Qin Feng smiled smugly and then began to display his strength again. Body strengthening realm, mid-level wind system, please wait here, I will proceed with upgrading your second-class citizen rights right away. Director Wang hurriedly ran off to complete the formalities, while Xiao Lu stood by, gazing blankly. The young man was not only handsome but also a master of the body strengthening realm. Simply put, he was the epitome of perfection. Hold on, Director Wang, could you also help me upgrade to third-class citizen rights? Qin Feng said, and then his body hovered in midair as a swirling gust of wind spread throughout the room, causing quite a bit of disruption to the furniture. Good heavens, the elemental fluctuation is that of a late-stage wind system. How could this be? Can someone so young really possess such power? Contrary to Director Wang's shock, Xiao Lu appeared extremely excited. He's so handsome. His talent must be one in 1,000 years. In the future, he will definitely become a major figure with great influence. Back to the matter at hand, Wang Zhang quickly completed the procedures, then handed Qin Feng his citizen ID and a bank card, which contained 60,000 yuan as his promotion subsidy. Qin Feng held the card in his hand, appearing calm on the outside, but inside, he was elated, almost wanting to throw a party at Vina House. Finally, the money to purchase the beast core to complete his mission was enough. Master, this phone was a gift from the government, there are no restrictions on calls, and it is linked to your ID card, Wang Zhang said respectfully, handing the phone to Qin Feng. Sorry for the trouble, Qin Feng replied politely. It's not bad at all. You must remember that in this day and age, phones have become a luxury item, and ordinary people usually can't afford them. After finishing the task, Qin Feng immediately left. Wang Zhang and Xiao Lu thoughtfully escorted him to the door of the city hall. Xiao Lu, this Qin Feng is not an ordinary person. If he comes again next time, no matter the purpose, bring him directly to the VIP room. I will personally attend to him. Xiao Lu, who had just joined Qin Feng's fan club, naturally agreed without hesitation. Of course, Director. By the way, could you tell me Qin Feng's phone number? Wang Zhang understood very well the thoughts of a young girl like Xiao Lu and bluntly replied, Little girl, stop wasting your thoughts. You and he are destined to be people from different worlds. Why? Based on Qin Feng's talents, the small Yinyang city won't be able to hold him. His stage in the future will definitely be the whole world. An hour later, after spending 100,000 yuan to buy a level 3 wind beast core, Qin Feng hid in a corner near the city square in Yunyang City. As soon as he swallowed the beast core, his devouring talent, a unique ability, was activated. Immediately, the system's notification of task completion rang out. Successfully assimilated the second-level wind element beast, and the wind quality transformation is now 100% complete. Congratulations on completing the high-level difficult task. The system will now proceed to grant the rewards. First is a top-tier storage ring. The internal space is so vast that it can hold an entire building. Storage rings on the market can't compare to this one. The second reward is the lightning affinity enhancement, and the last is a 4th-level lightning beast core. Since I have an innate affinity for lightning, I can also assimilate the lightning beast core. Assimilation of a divine-level beast has been activated again. Successfully assimilated the 4th-level lightning beast core. The lightning quality of the body increases by 85%. Qin Feng, a wind elementalist with a qualified elementalist proficiency of 100% and a lightning elementalist with a mid-stage lightning affinity of 85%, has the innate skill of divine-level assimilation, and his combat power is 243 points. This is amazing, I'm a qualified elementalist now. Qin Feng exclaimed happily. Then he realized something. Normally, the combat power of a qualified elementalist is around 100 points, but his combat power is now 243 points. It seems that cultivating multiple elemental affinities provides extra benefits. Then, will the range of this increase even more with 3 additional affinities? If I unlock one more affinity, would I be able to match the power of an elementalist at star level? While Qin Feng was pondering, the system unlocked a normal training task. Mission objective: raise the lightning affinity to the qualified elementalist level. The reward is a water affinity enhancement. No time limit for the task. Qin Feng laughed heartily. That's great, now I have the water system too. I'll have 3 innate abilities. Other elementalists only have one system, but I'm a triple system elementalist. In the future, I'll definitely surpass all other elementalist star levels. I should call little girl now, let's celebrate tonight. True to his word, Qin Feng immediately picked up the phone and called Sua Sua, telling her not to bother cooking. They were going out for dinner instead. Then, he quickly returned home, took her to the bustling commercial street in the heart of Yunyang City. Wow, this restaurant is super expensive. Spending so much money on one meal, it's such a waste. Sua Sua complained with a sigh, but her hands didn't stop picking up food, chewing away eagerly. Qin Feng patted his chest and replied, "Little girl, what's wrong with being down to earth? Soon enough, brother will make you an elite citizen." Sua Sua sighed after hearing that. "Brother, you're joking again. Many rich people can't even level up to elite citizen, let alone us." Qin Feng gently ruffled her head. "I'm not joking, you won't have to work anymore. I'll support the family." Sua Sua looked at Qin Feng with a suspicious gaze. "Brother, are you telling me you've struck it rich?" Just as he was about to respond, the local news station broadcasted. Yesterday, Yunyang City's #1 young genius, Lin Tianyang, successfully advanced to become a star ice elementalist, making him the youngest elementalist in our city. Qin Feng fell into a brief thought. That name sounded a little familiar. Sua Sua, sitting beside, listened to the news on the radio and couldn't help but express admiration. Lin Tianyang is really amazing. He became an elementalist at just 24 years old. Is it really that impressive to become an elementalist at 24? Yes, it is. Many elementalists only get promoted at 45. Uncle Chen Ming is already 47 and still just a qualified elementalist. A 24-year-old elementalist is extremely outstanding, even in the entire Southern Union. Captain Chen Ming is 47? I always thought he was only around 30, Qin Feng said in surprise. He immediately pictured the captain, with his flowing hair and seductive full lips. The lifespan of both body strengthening experts and elementalists is much longer than ordinary people, which is why they look so young. I heard that an elementalist can live up to 300 years, how enviable. Right, brother, keep talking about how you've struck it rich. It's nothing that great, Shin Feng replied mysteriously, then pulled a card from his pocket. I'm an elite citizen now. Sua Sua's eyes sparkled as she looked at the card in his hand. Is this an elite citizen card? Brother, how did you manage to get this? That's something you don't need to ask. Just know that your brother is really impressive now. Sua Sua, moved, threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and cried out loud. Brother, you're amazing. Qin Feng laughed. Little girl, why are you crying? Tomorrow, take a day off from work. From now on, I'll support the family. Sua Sua wiped away her tears and smiled in return. Then I'll stay at home and cook for you every day. Brother, do you think I'd look like your wife if I acted like this? Little girl, you talk too much. Eat quickly. Do you still want to eat something else? Brother will order it for you. By the time the two of them finished eating, it was already late. Shin Feng carried Sua Sua home on his back, and at some point she had dozed off without realizing it, mumbling non-stop. Brother is amazing, even stronger than that Lin Tian Yang. Shin Feng smiled happily upon hearing that. This little girl is asleep and still flattering her brother. Suddenly, he remembered who Lin Tian Yang was. No wonder the name had sounded so familiar. He was the older brother of Lin Su Yang, and Lin Su Yan was the one from the other world, the one who had driven the car and intentionally killed Sua Sua, the murderer. Sua Sua's accident was not unintentional. There were witnesses who saw Lin Su Yang deliberately drive into someone. The roadside cameras had also clearly recorded everything. Later, when Qin Feng tried to obtain the footage to seek justice, the relevant department claimed the data had suddenly been corrupted and quickly kicked him out. The witness, too, was frightened and refused to testify, refusing to accuse Lin Su Yang of intentional harm. All of this was because the Lin family was powerful and influential, so the case ended up being handled perfunctorily. Lin Su Yang was declared innocent and released. Qin Feng couldn't accept it and went everywhere collecting evidence. It was during that time he discovered that Lin Su Yang had an older brother studying abroad, Lin Tian Yang. But in the end, he still couldn't figure out what connection Sua Sua had to Lin Su Yang. There was only a vague, elusive feeling. The Lin family seems to have some dark secret, and the reason Lin Su Yang killed Sua Sua was to silence her. These details aren't important. What matters is that someone like Lin Tian Yang has appeared in this world, which means Lin Su Yang will inevitably show up as well. 2 days later was the day Sua Sua met her tragic fate in the previous life. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sat up to cultivate. He had to quickly break through to Elementalist before Lin Su Yang took action against Sua Sua. He must kill him. The next day, Qin Feng went to meet Director Wang again to confirm his promotion. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's strength, Director Wang exclaimed in shock. A wind system practitioner at great perfection, and he's really reached this level after just 1 day? This is too exaggerated. Xiao Lu, who was standing beside him, was equally stunned and thought to himself. Unbelievable. A great perfection practitioner at 17, I heard that even Lord City reached great perfection at the same age. Qin Feng might even surpass Lord City in the future. Qin Feng retracted his aura, feeling quite pleased with himself. No wonder he was a peerless genius. After only 1 night of cultivation, he had reached the great perfection level in the thunder element of body strengthening. Normally, someone with average talent would take 2 to 3 years to reach such a stage. Director, could you please help me advance to level 4 of the civilian rank? Qin Feng smiled and asked. Director Wang immediately sent Xiao Lu to handle the promotion paperwork for him. While waiting for Xiao Lu, Qin Feng brought up another matter with Director Wang. Director Wang, I have another request. I wonder if you could help me with. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Director Wang quickly responded. Your Excellency, whatever it is, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely get it done for you. Xin Feng was very pleased with his attitude and went straight to the point. The thing is, I have a younger brother named Qin Mu. Today, he wants to come here from another base city to stay with me. I want to arrange an identity card for him in advance, or should he come here himself to get it done? After hearing this, Director Wang responded generously. That's a small matter, no need for Qin Mu to come in person, we can take care of it right now. Just a short while later, the allowance was sent to Qin Feng's bank account. Qin Mu's promotion and certificate were also completed quickly. Director Wang, I apologize for troubling you this time. No trouble at all, not at all, Wang Zhang replied humbly. After everything was settled, Xin Feng began to think about another issue. Lin Tianyang was now at the forefront of the storm, and if Qin Feng showed his abilities at this time, it might increase the danger for Sua Sua. So he decided to send a warning to Wang Zhang first. Director Wang, I prefer to keep a low profile. Please don't publicize my strength. Rest assured, Your Excellency Qin Feng, we will definitely keep it confidential. Satisfied with the response, Qin Feng bid farewell and left. A little while later, he disguised himself as Qin Mu and entered the office, pretending to ask. Excuse me, is Director Wang here? Your Excellency Qin Feng, why have you returned? Wang Zhang asked in surprise. Wow, this appearance style of Lord Qin Feng is really handsome. Xiao Lu stared at Qin Feng without blinking. Qin Feng introduced himself. I am Qin Feng's younger brother, Qin Mu. But your appearance is exactly the same as Lord Qin Feng's. Qin Feng had already anticipated this situation, so he lied without batting an eye. My brother and I are twins, so it's not strange that we look alike. No, it's not strange. Wang Zhang and Xiao Lu answered in unison, but deep down, they thought otherwise. It's too strange, isn't it? Could they have just changed clothes and come to prank us? Why did Lord Qin Mu come here? Well, I wanted to join Yunyang City with my brother, so he came here to help me get a settler's card. At this point, Qin Feng pretended to be angry and threw the card onto the table. What kind of joke is this? Settler? Don't I have any dignity? Right now, make me a level 4 citizen. With that, Qin Feng began to demonstrate his strength, causing Xiao Lu and Wang Zhang to stare wide-eyed in astonishment. This is the lightning system. A perfected lightning system. After finishing his display, Qin Feng smiled and asked. So? Do you completely believe now that my brother and I are truly siblings? Believe? Of course, I believe. Wang Zhang immediately responded, no longer having any doubts. It's universally acknowledged that one cannot have multi-elemental talent and constitution. Lord Qin Feng belongs to the wind system, while Lord Qin Mu belongs to the lightning system. They definitely can't be the same person. So why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get to work. Qin Feng threatened. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it right away, Wang Zhang replied fearfully, his mind becoming more certain. With such a slippery and smooth demeanor, this person definitely wasn't the great Qin Feng. Qin Mu's paperwork was quickly processed. Xiao Lu handed him his ID card, personal phone, and the subsidy money had already been transferred to his bank account. Very good. If you're busy, just continue. I'm leaving now. After Qin Mu left, Director Wang and Xiao Lu both let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Lord Tan would have such a capable younger brother. Indeed, you don't know what kind of blessings their parents must have accumulated to raise two such outstanding children. What they didn't know was that Qin Feng was somewhere in a corner, smiling smugly. Having multi-system talent is really convenient. By just changing into a new outfit, I can get 100,000. I can buy more beast cores to speed up leveling up, and also get a new phone number for Sua Sua. Holding the beast core in his hand, Qin Feng sighed in frustration. Money really does flow like water. After putting in so much effort to get the 100,000 subsidy, it's already spent before it even warmed up in my hands. Right now, my lightning attribute is 93%. If I swallow this new beast core, I'll be able to complete the system's task. With that, Shin Feng swallowed the beast core. The system's notifications rang continuously. Talent skill activated. God tier talent skill activated. Lightning system level 1 beast core absorption successful. Lightning attribute complete at 100%. Congratulations, player has completed basic training mission. Reward, Ice System Attribute Enhancement. Congratulations to the player for successfully enhancing the Ice System talent. The Cultivator Shin Feng, Wind System rank, Qualified Elementalist. Lightning System rank, Qualified Elementalist. Ice System talent level, Genius, not yet cultivated. Talent skill, Divine level Devour. Combat Power Index, 324 points. This result greatly satisfied Shin Feng. Very good, the Lightning System has reached Qualified Elementalist as well. But how can this Ice System talent only be at the Genius level? The initial sensitivity to the Ice System of the host was only 0.5, which significantly increased the difficulty for both the Lightning System and Wind System. Shin Feng clicked his tongue and let it slide. That's fine, a Genius level talent is still rare. The host has used the Genius level Ice System, the reward is a level 4 Ice Beast core. Immediately, a level 4 Ice Beast core appeared in front of Shin Feng. He quickly swallowed it, successfully reaching the peak stage of the Ice System cultivation. Ice transformation, 67%, and his combat power index increased to 417. The combat power of a 1-star elementalist is around 500. Thus, it's clear that no one below the elementalist rank could be a match for him. Even if he were to encounter a beast during a patrol 2 days later, he was confident that he could help Sua Sua escape. Now, the only person left for him to worry about was that Lin Suyang. At that moment, the system activated the God-level challenge quest. Quest content: enter the challenge space and undertake a high-difficulty challenge. First activation condition: all 3 elemental systems have been cultivated to the late stage of the strengthened realm. Low-level activation condition: all 3 elemental systems have been cultivated to the late stage of the first star level. Hint for the host: if the challenge is successful, the reward will be generous. Death means mission failure. Hearing the word death, Shin Feng's face immediately changed, and then he angrily condemned the system. What kind of system lets its host die? What kind of system is this? A reminder for the host: death during the mission can be revived. Shin Feng let out a sigh of relief. You scared me for a moment. If I can be revived, then it's not too bad. I suppose you still have a conscience. Each challenge gives 3 opportunities, and if any of the host's systems break through to the elementalist stage, the qualification to challenge will be revoked. May I ask if the host accepts the challenge? Shin Feng felt a little awkward. Even though revival was possible, wasn't this a bit too frightening? But if he didn't challenge now, he was afraid there might not be another chance later. Humph, he couldn't be bothered to think too much. System: I want to challenge. Selection successful. Host's reward: God-level combat skill, data importation, and after 5 seconds, entry into the Infernal Realm challenge map. As the countdown ended, Shin Feng was teleported to the Infernal Realm. Suddenly, he noticed a fireball flying past. The system immediately provided detailed information. Monster category: common grade, name, fire spirit, level 1, body tempering realm early stage. It turned out these flames were called fire spirits. He wasn't sure how much threat they posed, but he decided to fight first. With a simple snap of his fingers, Shin Feng sent the fire spirit to the Pure Land. Immediately after, the system announced. Item name: Beast Core Level 1, note, cannot be devoured, system will reclaim 50,000. Can this thing be exchanged for money? That's great, isn't it? Whatever is missing will come along. Right now, the one thing I'm most lacking is money. Qin Feng flashed a sly grin, then began his rampage on the fire spirits. Fighting while earning money, this god-tier combat skill the system gave him was truly impressive. Before long, a pile of fire spirits had been refined by Qin Feng into beast cores, and it felt like he had gained decades worth of battle experience in an instant. Qin Feng waved his hands excitedly, but before long, disaster struck. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and a stream of lava shot up. So hot, so painful. The damage from this fire pillar was incredibly high. If he hadn't managed to dodge in time, he'd be dead by now. But it didn't stop there. The ground beneath Qin Feng suddenly caved in, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his back. Damn it, why is the terrain so deadly everywhere? In a place like this, you can't afford to slack off. Luckily, I didn't fall into the lava. That's at least something. Just then, Qin Feng spotted an enormous wild boar strolling past right in front of him. After gobbling up a fire spirit, the boar noticed Qin Feng. It immediately let out a loud roar. The system displayed its information: species, wild boar, enraged, common grade, 6th stage early level. A danger warning flashed, showing a less than 40% chance of victory. Qin Feng was thrown into a panic after hearing that. The fighting strength of this wild boar was equal to that of a 1-star elementalist. The challenge was to defeat it within 10 minutes. Looking at the mission board and the information about the monster, Qin Feng couldn't help but yell loudly, "Damn it! The combat power of this wild boar is on par with a 1-star elementalist, and it wants me to kill it?" The system didn't give Qin Feng much time to think. A new notification appeared, and 3 seconds later, the challenge began automatically. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, the enraged wild boar immediately charged toward Qin Feng. In panic, Qin Feng turned and ran. As he ran, he shouted, "Who the hell is supposed to be killing whom here? And whether or not I can survive these 10 minutes is a big question." When Qin Feng looked back, he saw that the wild boar had already caught up. "Damn it, I can't fight it, but can I still escape?" With that, he quickly jumped to the side and hid behind a large rock. The wild boar missed its charge and, by inertia, slammed into a massive rock, causing it to explode. Qin Feng, witnessing this, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn it, it's that strong?" The wild boar was unharmed, turned around, and charged straight toward Qin Feng again. Qin Feng immediately continued to flee. "Damn it, it's even faster. Am I really supposed to fight this thing now?" From there on, Qin Feng could only keep running and dodging the enraged wild boar. Gradually, you start avoiding the easy charges more and more. Fortunately, its reaction is relatively slow, otherwise, I wouldn't last 3 minutes. I'd definitely be dead. Although surviving for 10 minutes seems possible, the mission would likely fail. It's a bit disappointing not to get the mission reward. While Qin Feng was still lamenting, suddenly a pillar of fire shot out from the ground beneath him. Qin Feng quickly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding it. He patted his chest and spoke. "Damn, that hurt. Almost forgot about the fire pillar. Gotta be more careful. The power of these fire pillars could definitely kill even a 1-star elementalist." Luckily, they erupt in a predictable pattern. Wait a minute. While still complaining, Qin Feng suddenly fell silent as a bold idea popped into his head. He happily clapped his hands in excitement. "I've got it." At that moment, the enraged wild boar charged at him again. Qin Feng immediately jumped high to dodge, then grabbed onto a rock wall before turning back to assess the ground in front of him, quickly calculating. Based on his observations, the next fire pillar was about to erupt. "Got it." Qin Feng landed and shouted provocatively. Hey, stupid pig, I'm over here. Come and catch me." The wild boar angrily roared and chased after Qin Feng. Qin Feng ran ahead, leading the wild boar to the designated spot. The next fire pillar erupted, just as Qin Feng had predicted. As the wild boar reached the spot, a pillar of fire burst from the ground. The fire pillar pierced through the enraged wild boar's belly, sending it soaring high into the sky. Qin Feng, still running, turned back and smugly said, "You fell for it, didn't you? Stupid pig." The enraged wild boar, after being flung high into the air, exploded, leaving only a red stone falling right at Qin Feng's feet. Item identified, Beast Core Level 6. Warning, cannot be devoured, system will retrieve 5 million yuan. Qin Feng reached out and caught the stone, laughing loudly in joy, 5 million, 5 million. Ha, I'm going to be rich this time. His joy was doubled, but the system interface continued to appear. Congratulations, host, for completing the first God-level challenge, rewards are being distributed. Rewards, 1 Ice Beast Core Level 4, 1 Perfect Grade Gene Potion, 1 Fragment of the Ice God Seal. Unable to wait any longer, Qin Feng took out the Ice Beast Core, held it in his hand for a moment to observe, then tossed it into his mouth. As soon as the Ice Beast Core entered his mouth, Qin Feng activated his innate skill, Devouring Talent. Soon after, the system displayed, Devouring of Level 4 Ice Element Beast Core completed, 100% completion achieved, Ice God Seal enhanced by 30%. Feeling the power surging within his body, Qin Feng joyfully exclaimed, "Done! The ice system has reached Elementalist rank." Next, Qin Feng took out the Gene Potion. Looking at the vial, he recalled that Gene Potion was a type of elixir refined from beast cores. Many people lack the Elementalist talent, and in order to gain powerful strength and elevate their status, they would choose to use Gene Potions to become Gene Warriors. Gene Warriors are divided into 4 levels corresponding to 4 stages of strength and power. The early stage corresponds to Level 1 Gene Warrior, the middle stage to Level 2, the late stage to Level 3, and the peak stage to Level 4. However, the Gene Potions available on the market have significant side effects, and failure to use them properly can result in death. The higher the level of the Gene Potion, the greater the risk of mortality. In short, for an ordinary person who wants to survive and become a Gene Warrior, the success rate is only 16.8%. Noticing Qin Feng's concern, the system displayed a reminder. Reminder to the host, Level 1 Gene, Perfect Level, no side effects, Enhancement Effect 100%. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he said, "No side effects? That's great." Activating the system's center, another system panel appeared, which caught Qin Feng's attention. He curiously clicked on it and saw that Gene Potions from Level 1 to Level 4 were available for sale. Qin Feng was astonished and exclaimed, "The prices are the same as the common Gene Potions on the market, but they have no side effects. This is definitely worth the money." He happily thought to himself that with a perfect level Gene Potion, both he and Sua Sua could undergo Level 4 Gene Enhancement without any danger. Once Sua Sua reached the peak strength of the body enhancement stage, it would further increase his protection, making everything even more secure. Afterward, Qin Feng eagerly searched for other items in the system center, but after a while, he complained, "Why are there so few products?" Immediately, the system provided an answer. The system will unlock more rare items step by step based on the increase in the host's cultivation level. So that's how it is, he continued to fall into deep thought. I remember when Sua Sua underwent the talent test before, it also revealed 2 elemental systems. Its ice system sensitivity was 0.5, and there was another mysterious system. The sensitivity reached as high as 0.9. A little more and it could awaken its talent. It was said that this mysterious system had no known name, with only 3 cases worldwide. Unfortunately, if the talent was not awakened, the specific attribute would forever remain unknown. Thinking this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If that's the case, maybe in the future Sua Sua will have a chance to complete the Elementalist. Qin Feng set aside his thoughts about Sua Sua. The important thing for him now was to increase his own strength. Helping Sua Sua complete Elementalist would be a matter for later. Initially, he hadn't thought that far ahead, simply wanting to get some of those rare medicines for Sua Sua to try. With that said, Qin Feng opened his mouth to issue an order to the system, retrieve the beast core. A vortex immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng, drawing all the beast cores from his storage ring. The system then notified, retrieved. A total of 5.75 million coins have been credited to the host. Is it really that fast to earn from hunting monsters? Xin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, then opened the shop menu, continuing to command the system. I want to buy level 1 and level 2 gene potions. 2 vials of medicine appeared immediately in front of Xin Feng, and at the same time, the system displayed 4.5 million coins have been deducted. Xin Feng did not hesitate to grab 2 gene potions and use them simultaneously. Soon after, a notification appeared from the system. The perfect level gene potion has been successfully modified, and the combat power index has increased by 570 points. There are no side effects at all. Based on this speed, after I complete the level 4 gene enhancement, my combat power could reach 700 points, which would be comparable to a mid-level first star elementalist. Xin Feng was overjoyed and then took out the final reward in his hand for inspection. The item's designation read, Ice God Seal Fragment, with a note saying it can be devoured to rapidly accelerate the condensation speed of the Ice God Seal. This is truly a great item. Xin Feng smiled and threw the Ice God Seal Fragment into his mouth to devour it. Immediately, the ice system power within his body surged. The system notified him. Devouring Ice God Seal Fragment successful, condensation of the Divine Seal completed 30%. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. 30%. That's powerful. Xin Feng opened his personal profile. Practitioner, Xin Feng. Wind System, Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 11%. Lightning System, Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 0%. Ice System, Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion 30%. Innate Skill, Devouring Talent. Combat Power Index, 570 points. While checking his personal profile, Xin Feng thought to himself that the process of condensing the Divine Seal was an arduous and lengthy one. Even with a genius-level innate talent, it would still take about a year to condense the Divine Seal. Stealing a good salary, with a gifted average talent, it would take 10 years to condense a Divine Seal. This is truly something to thank the heavens for. Moreover, this fragment of the Divine Seal, within just a few minutes, has completed 30% faster than before. System notification, the pause time has expired. The host will exit the infernal realm in 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. When time was up, Xin Feng's body immediately vanished. Soon after, Xin Feng appeared at the exact location where he had entered the infernal realm. He let out a sigh of relief. He had finally survived and returned. System notification, activating the second challenge at the God level. The reward will be higher than the first time. Would the host like to participate in the challenge immediately? The new notification startled Xin Feng. He didn't immediately choose to enter but instead raised his chin and thought. A higher reward. More money this time. This God-level challenge is really rare. If I don't make good use of it, once I become an elementalist, it would be like giving up on myself, right? But to secure the best advantage, I need to ensure 3 consecutive victories. I should prepare a bit more this time. Thinking this, Xin Feng hastily ran to the weapon shop. As he entered, he immediately spoke to the owner. Get me a set of high-level warrior equipment. All right, the shopkeeper responded. He began to take items out one by one and place them on the table: a mithril alloy battle sword, a high-powered copper rocket launcher, 3 custom-made piercing shells, and 100 high-powered automated mines. Take the 200,000, thank you. Xin Feng took out his phone to transfer the money, then stored all the equipment into the storage ring. After leaving the weapon shop, he decided to find a secluded spot to accept the challenge. Leaping across the rooftops, Xin Feng thought to himself, the damage from these hot items is very low to the demon beasts, which is why they're being sold at such a cheap price. With this preparation, I should definitely be able to complete the challenge. While happily hopping around, Xin Feng suddenly lost his footing and fell. He screamed in panic, "Damn it, that scared the hell out of me." After landing, luckily, his body had been significantly enhanced, so he wasn't injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would either have died from the fall or been crippled. Before Qin Feng could even sit up, a girl with purple hair was about to sit right on top of his head. Qin Feng, confused, opened his mouth. "What's going on here?" The sound of his voice startled the girl, who turned her head around. When she saw Qin Feng lying right under her feet, her face flushed bright red, and she screamed, "Pervert!" Her scream made the female bodyguard outside the alley rush over in worry. "Miss!" The purple-haired girl pointed towards Qin Feng as the female bodyguard noticed a man in the alley. Angrily, she yelled, "Bastard! A pervert dares to peek at the young lady while she's relieving herself. Go die!" The female bodyguard drew out 2 machine guns and continuously sprayed bullets at Qin Feng. While dodging, Qin Feng tried to explain, "Who the hell would be peeking? How was I supposed to know she was here?" "Shut up, you rogue." The female bodyguard ignored her and continued firing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no other choice but to sharply command the system, immediately activating the challenge of the God Thief. The system notification immediately entered the Undead Realm challenge map. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's body vanished into the alley. The female bodyguard was puzzled and cursed. "Damn it, where did this kid go? Did he run away that quickly?" At that moment, a girl with purple hair approached, patted the female bodyguard on the shoulder, and questioned, "Didn't I tell you to keep watch for me?" The female bodyguard replied anxiously, "Young lady, I was watching. I was keeping an eye on the alley entrance. Who could have known he fell from the sky?" The purple-haired girl started crying loudly. "Ah! I'm so embarrassed I could die. I don't want to live anymore, miss." The female bodyguard didn't know how to comfort the purple-haired girl. She thought to herself that it really was a bit embarrassing. Miss CG, the daughter of the city lord, always so noble and graceful. This was the first time she had done something so shameful, and to be caught by someone else too. ZG continued to wail. "It's all my father's fault. He made me drink that spirit water to help improve my water element cultivation level, but the side effects are just too much. I couldn't handle it. And now, after everything, I hic. My reputation is ruined." The female bodyguard muttered softly. Lord City had warned. After drinking the spirit water, you're not supposed to leave the house for a day, but you. ZG suddenly grabbed the shoulder of the female bodyguard, her gaze dangerous, and said, "This matter must not be spoken of to anyone." The female bodyguard quickly responded, "Young lady, I understand." In the undead realm, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Qin Feng stepped out from the pillar of light, looking around. Is this the undead realm? He had escaped from those girls all the way to the undead realm. What kind of situation is this? Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed 2 horse-like creatures, flames of green fire rising from their bodies. He used the system to check, classifying the spirit beast, wild spirit cult, common level, level 6, early stage of first star. Qin Feng's eyes shone with a golden light, his expression full of greed. He thought to himself, the wild spirit cult is a level 6 spirit beast? There's no danger warning, it seems the system believes I can kill it. The beast core of a level 6 spirit beast could be exchanged for 5 million yuan. Just as Qin Feng was about to take action, a shadow streaked past him, severing the head of one of the wild spirit cults with a single strike. At the same time the shadow appeared, the system displayed a notification activating the God-level challenge. Challenge details: kill the undead skeleton king within 10 minutes. Qin Feng was stunned and cursed, damn, with one strike, you can kill a level 6 spirit beast? Isn't this like slaying a first star early stage elemental beast in the blink of an eye? Qin Feng quickly checked the information on the undead skeleton king. Name: Undead Skeleton King. Class: Elite, Level 7, mid-stage of first star. Equipment: Bloodbone Blade, lower tier elemental weapon. Warning: extremely dangerous, win rate below 20%. Qin Feng took out a titanium alloy battle sword from the storage ring. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, level 7 is equivalent to a mid-stage first star elementalist. 10 minutes, with a win rate of less than 20%, and there's no terrain advantage to use. The difficulty this time is much greater than the last. However, what he held in his hands was a primal grade weapon. Primal grade weapons were made from extremely rare materials, combined with secret techniques. They could amplify elemental attack power through a wide range of force, significantly enhancing the strength of powerful physical experts or elementalists, and were incredibly expensive. The value of a low-grade primal weapon was around 100 to 500 million. If he could get his hands on this sword, he'd strike it rich. The system notification signaled the start of the battle. The timer began counting down from 10 hours. Qin Feng shook his head, clearing his chaotic thoughts, and gripped the sword with both hands, assuming a ready combat stance. All right, come at me, Qin Feng shouted, challenging the enemy. However, the next move of the Undead Skeleton King made him fall silent. The Undead Skeleton King seemed to ignore him completely, continuing its pursuit of the wild spirit cult. Ha! Am I being ignored? Fine, this is the opportunity you're giving me. I'll just have to carefully set up the battlefield. With that, Qin Feng began searching for a suitable place to set his trap. After a short search, he found an ideal spot, conveniently out of the Undead Skeleton King's line of sight. Qin Feng took out a large number of automated mines from his storage ring, activated the delayed detonation mode, and tossed them ahead. Min automatically rotated and plunged into the hidden ground. He nodded in satisfaction and said, very good, the layout of the town is complete, the resting spots are also fine, next we just need to deal with the main target. Qin Feng took out a rocket launcher, aimed at the Undead Skeleton King, preparing to fire. This one's speed was too fast, and the armor-piercing shells would definitely not be fast enough, so he could only aim at the target's location. After calculating the trajectory, Qin Feng decisively launched the armor-piercing shell, which flew toward the Undead Skeleton King, instantly creating a large explosion. Not stopping there, Qin Feng followed up with 2 more armor-piercing shells, causing the entire area in front to be engulfed in flames and smoke. Qin Feng sat and waited for the result. When the smoke cleared, he saw that the Undead Skeleton King was unharmed, standing there, staring directly at him. Ha! The specially enhanced armor-piercing shells couldn't even hurt him. No wonder he's a 7th-tier elite monster, equivalent to a 1-star mid-stage elementalist. Well, however, I had already anticipated this. Despite the surprise, Qin Feng was not worried. He had prepared for this situation in advance. Qin Feng stood up, waved his hand in a provocative gesture, and said, come here. Provoked repeatedly by Qin Feng, the Undead Skeleton King roared angrily and charged toward him. Seeing this, Qin Feng secretly smiled, took the bait. Only 5 more minutes before the time runs out, I need to kill him quickly. He'll have to rely on the hundreds of my explosive mines. Qin Feng quickly led the Undead Skeleton King toward the location where he had set up the automated mines. You ran through the minefield area and swiftly ducked behind a large rock, covering your ears. At the same moment, the Undead Skeleton King approached the minefield. It stepped on a mine, which immediately detonated, causing a chain reaction that made the other mines explode simultaneously. Qin Feng emerged from behind the large rock, carrying his sword, and said with a smile, finally, it's over. My ears are almost ringing. Qin Feng walked over and saw the Undead Skeleton King, now severely injured, kneeling in a large pit, propping itself up with its sword. Qin Feng jumped into the pit, laughing triumphantly, just as I predicted, although your defense is strong, continuous damage will eventually accumulate. Seeing Qin Feng jump down, the Undead Skeleton King lunged to strike, but due to its severe injuries, its movements had become much slower. Such petty skills, and you dare try to fool me, Qin Feng said disdainfully. You can easily jump and avoid this, he added. He then unleashed a series of relentless attacks on the Undead Skeleton King, utilizing the Great Chu Heavenly Dragon Sovereign and Earth Treasure Demon Overlord skills. Before long, Qin Feng successfully defeated the Undead Skeleton King. 2 items appeared next to its corpse, and Qin Feng quickly picked them up to examine. Item name, Beast Core Level 7, note, cannot be devoured, the system can retrieve for 10 million gold. Sheen Phone laughed joyfully, 10 million, I've struck it rich. Item name, Blood Bone Digging Tool, type, original, inferior quality, effect, increases elemental attack strength by 100%. Seeing the introduction of the Bloodbone blade, Sheen Phone was overjoyed. He loved holding the blade in his hand and shouted loudly, 100%. A low-level Yuan Wu item with a 100% fluctuation rate was extremely rare and was worth at least 500 million. His voice echoed loudly, but Sheen Feng suddenly turned his head toward the wild spirit cults. A dangerous smile appeared on his face as he took the Bloodbone blade and charged toward one of the wild spirit cults. Sorry, I need to borrow you to test this blade. With that, Sheen Feng slashed at the wild spirit cult. Thanks to the sharpness of the Bloodbone blade, the horse was instantly slain. Sheen Feng eagerly continued to search for more prey to test his blade. Not long after, his hands were filled with several level 6 beast cores. Sheen Feng lovingly stroked the Bloodbone blade and silently decided that he could never sell this blade. With it, he could increase his combat strength. For the remaining time in the Undead realm, Sheen Feng had only one goal: to find wild spirit cults to kill and collect beast cores. A level 6 beast core from a wild spirit cult was worth 5 million. For someone like Sheen Feng, who was in dire need of money, this was an irresistible and lucrative opportunity. He kept slashing and killing, and over time, more and more level 6 beast cores appeared in his storage ring. Unable to contain his excitement, Sheen Feng laughed out loud, this time I'm going to get rich. At that moment, the time to leave the spirit realm had arrived. The system announced that the time for the challenge was over. Knowing that the challenge period had ended, Sheen Feng was enveloped by a beam of light and teleported out. When Sheen Feng regained consciousness, he immediately became alert and looked around. Only after confirming that ZG and the female bodyguard had left did he finally relax and let out a sigh of relief. It seems like they've all gone. Being a lone warrior really isn't easy. I can't just casually wander into deserted alleys like this anymore. The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, for completing the second god-level challenge. The rewards are now being distributed. Rewards: 1 shard of the Wind Seal God, 1 shard of the Ice God Seal, 1 shard of the Thunder Seal God, 1 skill stone." The rewards were fairly abundant. Sheen Feng was already aware of the uses of the shards, but the last item was something he hadn't yet understood. He took out the skill stone and checked the item description: Berserk Strike skill stone, an extremely rare item of the highest grade. Note: can be devoured again. It can be devoured again, so just swallow it whole. With that, Sheen Feng tossed all the shards and the skill stone into his devouring mouth. In an instant, a series of notifications appeared. Successfully devoured the Thunder Seal God Shard. Completion level for the God Seal mark increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the Ice God Seal Shard. Completion level for the God Seal mark increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the Wind Seal God Shard. Completion level for the God Seal mark increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the Skill Stone. You have acquired the Berserk Strike skill. Then, Sheen Feng checked his personal board. Sheen Feng, the cultivator, is a wind system qualified elementalist with a 41% completion of the Divine Seal. He is also a lightning system qualified elementalist with a 30% completion of the Divine Seal, and an ice system qualified elementalist with a 60% completion of the Divine Seal. His innate skill, devouring talent, and combat skill, Berserk Strike, double his fighting power in an instant. After reading this, Sheen Feng nodded and spoke. Not bad. The completion of the wind system has reached 40%, and there's still a lot more room for a skill upgrade. Below 3-star elementalists, very few can comprehend this kind of skill upgrade. However, he had some doubts. However, the feeling of devouring the Divine Seal fragments with the skill stone. Compared to when I devoured the beast core before, it feels like all the cells in my body are being regenerated. It's very different. Maybe it's nothing. I'll know for sure if I get another chance to try it. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Xin Feng gave the system an order. Now, retrieve all the beast cores. The system notified. Beast cores retrieved. 25 million yuan has been credited to the host. Xin Feng gave another command. Buy level 3 gene potion and level 4 gene potion. The system notified. Purchase successful. 13 million yuan has been deducted. Xin Feng took the 2 bottles of gene potion and tilted his head, pouring both into his mouth. The system notified. Congratulations, host. The consumption of the level 3 gene potion has successfully transformed you to the perfect level, increasing your combat power by 75 points. System notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully used the gene potion level 4, achieving a perfect transformation and an increase of 75 battle points. The challenger Xin Feng is a qualified elementalist with the divine level skill devouring talent, and a battle score of 700 points. Xin Feng beamed with pride. 700 points now. My battle power has reached the threshold of mid-first star. This gene potion is truly powerful. After that, Xin Feng spent 8 million from the system's central hub to purchase the level 2 and level 3 gene potions. Holding the 2 vials, he muttered, I can't be with Sua Sua all the time. If this little girl becomes a gene warrior, she'll at least have some self-defense abilities in this chaotic world. Xin Feng placed the 2 gene potions into his storage ring and was about to leave when a reminder appeared. Host, you still have one last chance to challenge the divine seal. The reward will be extremely generous. Would you like to initiate the challenge? Wait, not yet, Xin Feng pouted, rejecting the prompt outright. In his heart, he thought, based on this ridiculous system, the difficulty of the 3rd challenge is likely to be double the previous ones. If I'm not confident in overcoming it yet, I'll wait. It would be a shame to miss out on the final reward. Additionally, I've noticed that the system's evaluation of the challenger's strength doesn't take weapons or equipment into account. This is likely a software glitch in the divine level challenge system, and I have to make good use of this flaw. Once the decision was made, Xin Feng shook his head and said, let's go home. If we don't head back to the bureau now, Sua Sua will surely start to worry. As Xin Feng arrived at the refugee area, he saw Captain Chen standing next to a vehicle on display. Do you see it? The F-47 combat vehicle, with an outer shell made of titanium alloy, nuclear reaction engines 557. Its market value is at least 60 million. Truly a luxurious vehicle worth every penny. The crowd around them began to murmur. Wow, this warship is amazing. That's right, anyone who can afford this vehicle must either be a wealthy tycoon or a lord elementalist. Are there any such big shots in our refugee area? Captain Chen struck a pose and instructed someone holding a phone, Xiao Zhou, take a picture of me with this vehicle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. But when Captain Chen saw Xin Feng approaching, he immediately brightened up and spoke with joy. Oh, Xin Feng is back. The people around heard him and turned to look. When they saw Xin Feng, they greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Xin Feng, you're back from work already? Mr. Feng, why are you off early today? Xin Feng waved in greeting, then walked up to ask one of the people in the crowd. Whose car is this? Why is it parked here? The person honestly replied that they didn't know. We just got here, so we have no idea either. Xin Feng fell into thought. For some reason, seeing the car gave him an uneasy feeling. Since Xin Feng's arrival, Captain Chen had been observing him closely. He was astonished and thought to himself, did I misjudge something? Why does it feel like Xin Feng's aura is clearly different from before? On the surface, he appeared ordinary, but there was a dominant, king-like presence emanating from him. Could it be that men become more handsome when they turn 18? Xin Feng seemed to sense this. When he turned around, he noticed Captain Chen staring at him with a strange look, which sent a chill down his spine. He murmured to himself, why do I suddenly feel so cold? Look, they're coming out, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The first to step out were two soldiers, each equipped with a titanium alloy weapon. As soon as Titan appeared at the door, the two immediately stood at attention, waiting. Then, a white-haired man wearing glasses slowly stepped forward. Upon seeing this white-haired man, Shinfeng furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity crossing his mind. This person seems a little familiar. At that moment, the white-haired man noticed the crowd around him pointing and whispering, which annoyed him. He spat out a harsh insult, "What a bunch of dogs in a filthy gutter. Get lost." With that command, the white-haired man released his own imposing aura. Most of the surrounding crowd, who were ordinary people, could not withstand his pressure and instinctively stepped back, creating a large open space. Shinfeng was also affected but managed to withstand it. He thought to himself, "Wow, his power is impressive." The people at the outer edge, who were less affected, whispered in low voices, "Oh my god, who is this person? He's even more terrifying than those fully equipped Gene Warrior potions." A boy fell to the ground, his face filled with fear as he pointed towards the chest of the silver-haired man, trembling and saying, look over there, that's the 5-star medal." Captain Chen quickly grabbed the boy's hand and scolded him in a low voice, "You damn brat, stop pointing around like that, he might be the Lord Elementalist." Shinfeng, upon hearing this, grew curious about the Elementalist. Captain Chen nodded, confirming, "That's right. Just by the imposing aura, even a qualified elementalist like me can be suppressed by him, so he can only be an elementalist. Moreover, only elementalists are qualified to receive the 5-star medal. Other people, no matter how rich, can at most be a noble, but they don't have the right to receive such an honor." The silver-haired man no longer paid attention to the people around him. He led two soldiers onto a vehicle and left. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started to murmur among themselves. Was that really the Lord Elementalist just now? Yes, this is the first time I've seen a Lord Elementalist. He truly has an aura. One person couldn't help but ask Captain Chen, "Captain Chen, how many stars does that Lord Elementalist have?" Captain Chen raised his chin, thinking for a moment before answering, "His title is Baron, so that means he's a 1-star. Shinfeng stared thoughtfully at the departing vehicle, feeling like he had met this silver-haired man somewhere before but couldn't recall where. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Wait a minute, let me think. He was from my previous world. Finally, Shinfeng remembered something from his past life. After Sua Sua died, he ran to the gates of the Lin family, shouting, "Lin Suyang, come out here, you killed Sua Sua, I will never forgive you." Hearing the commotion, the silver-haired man with glasses led a group of subordinates out. He sneered, saying, "Humph, you're just a mad dog barking nonsensically. You're not worthy to meet our young master. Beat him up." Upon hearing the order from the silver-haired man, the subordinates immediately rushed forward to beat Qin Feng Ti and then threw him outside. Back in the present, Qin Feng's eyes widened. He thought to himself, he was the butler back then. He's from the Lin family, what's going on? Why would someone from the Lin family suddenly appear near me? Could it be that Sua Sua has? The image of Sua Sua being brutally murdered in his past life suddenly surged back, and a wave of panic overwhelmed Shinfeng, almost suffocating him. Shinfeng ran home as fast as he could. His mind was constantly screaming, "Sua Sua, could it be that Sua Sua has? No, I can't let Sua Sua." When he arrived, Shinfeng immediately flung open the door. He shouted, "Sua Sua, are you all right?" At that moment, Sua Sua was sitting at the dining table. She had a piece of meat in her hand, about to put it in her mouth, when Qin Feng's shout startled her. Sua Sua forced a smile and tried to explain, "Huh? You're back? I wasn't sneaking a bite. I just wanted to try the taste of it." Seeing that Sua Sua was fine, Shinfeng let out a sigh of relief. You were both amused and frustrated by Sua Sua's words. Later, during dinner, Shinfeng asked Sua Sua, "Did someone come to our house earlier?" Sua Sua, surprised, replied, "Oh, how did you know?" It's true, the Lin family came all the way to our door. Though worried, Xin Feng remained calm and continued to inquire. Who were they? What did they want here? Sua Sua answered while eating. They came to get the phone back. Xin Feng, confused, asked. Get the phone back? Sua Sua explained. Yeah, here's the story. Today, when I was on my way to work, I found a phone. I waited for half a day, but no one came looking for it. So, I just took it home. Then the owner called and asked for our address so they could come get it. They sent someone over to pick it up. Before leaving, the person offered me 10,000 yuan as a thank you gift, but I refused it. Now, I kinda regret it. 10,000 yuan. Xin Feng laughed loudly, then patted Sua Sua's head, comforting her. Not taking it was the right choice. I have money, we don't need theirs. Inside, Xin Feng felt a sense of guilt. He had failed Sua Sua before, leaving her hungry on many occasions. He silently vowed to make sure that, from now on, Sua Sua would live a good life. Sitting back down, Xin Feng fell into deep thought. It seemed certain that the phone had belonged to Lin Suyang, and the elementalist must have been sent by him to retrieve it. But the problem was, Sua Sua had already returned the phone. So, did Lin Suyang still intend to make a move against Sua Sua? Perhaps thinking about the problem with the phone, Xin Feng asked Sua Sua, have you looked at that phone? Is there anything unusual inside? Something different, Sua Sua tried to recall. Xin Feng waited quietly. After a moment, Sua Sua remembered something. Before they arrived, the phone received a strange message. The content seemed to suggest a transaction 3 days later at midnight. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng frowned and thought. Luo Huashan was a gathering place for demon beasts and evil creatures. What kind of transaction could not take place in the city and had to be held in such a dangerous place, especially at midnight? It was indeed strange. He had a feeling that what caused Lin Suyang to harm Sua Sua was probably related to this message. It was likely hiding some kind of secret, something they didn't want others to know. That was probably why Lin Suyang wanted to kill to keep it quiet. Xin Feng continued to ask, did you see who sent the message? Sua Sua hesitated a little and answered, I don't quite remember, but I think it was someone named Zhou. Seeing Xin Feng continuously asking about the phone, Sua Sua grew suspicious. She worriedly said, brother, why are you asking so many questions? It doesn't concern us anyway. Is something wrong? Xin Feng awkwardly smiled and said, nothing, I was just asking casually. After a pause, Xin Feng suggested to Sua Sua, let's move to a new neighborhood in a few days. Xin Feng's decision was also made for Sua Sua's safety. Right now, Sua Sua's location had been exposed, and this resettlement area was chaotic. Leaving Sua Sua in such a place made him uneasy. Sua Sua, a little worried, said, brother, staying in a residential area costs a lot of money. Xin Feng smiled and replied, money is not an issue. Come here, I have a surprise for you. Upon hearing this, Sua Sua eagerly asked, what surprise? Xin Feng took out a new phone and handed it to Sua Sua. This phone is for you. Taking the phone from Xin Feng's hands, Sua Sua excitedly examined it. She exclaimed, oh my god, I have my own phone now? This is amazing. This is nothing. There are even more things, Xin Feng said with a mysterious smile as he took out 3 bottles of medicine. Sua Sua, curious, asked, what are these? Xin Feng didn't answer immediately, but instead coaxed, just drink them, and you'll know. With absolute trust in Xin Feng, Sua Sua didn't hesitate and drank all 3 bottles of medicine. Watching Sua Sua, Xin Feng silently thought, the day after tomorrow will be when Sua Sua encounters trouble. He had to make sure she had the ability to protect herself now. At this moment, after finishing the 3 bottles of medicine, Sua Sua immediately felt a change happening in her body. She sensed it briefly and then joyfully said, brother, I feel like my whole body is filled with energy. Seeing this, Xin Feng was satisfied. He took out a metal rod and handed it to Sua Sua. Sua Sua tried to bend it. Sua Sua took the iron bar. Wow, I feel like my whole body is full of unused energy. What did you give me to drink, brother? While speaking, Sua Sua effortlessly shaped the iron bar into the form of an animal and proudly showed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up in praise, then smiled and replied. The gene potion can turn you into a gene warrior, and it has no side effects at all. Sua Sua gasped in surprise. The gene warrior potion? Does that mean I'm a gene warrior now? Qin Feng raised 3 fingers to clarify. You're a level 3 gene warrior, and you're even stronger than a regular gene warrior. He thought to himself that next time, he would give Sua Sua a level 4 gene potion, and her combat power might reach 200 points. If that happened, no one, except for an elementalist, would be able to harm Sua Sua. This is amazing. You're the best, brother. Hearing that she was now a level 3 gene warrior, Sua Sua excitedly cheered and rushed into Qin Feng's arms. Unable to control the surge of newfound strength, she almost made Qin Feng spit out the food from his recent meal. Qin Feng silently screamed in his mind, this strength was far greater than he had imagined. At the same time, in the center of Yunyang City, at Lin Suyang's home, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianhao, was angrily scolding Lin Suyang. How stupid and useless you are. You can't even handle a small matter. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Your older brother is focusing on cultivation and doesn't have time to manage family affairs, so I asked you to handle something simple. But with just the first task I gave you, you already made a mistake. You're completely useless. Lin Suyang hesitated, opening his mouth. Father, I. Bai Tu, standing beside him, silently sneered, TCH, the mistake the second young master made this time is truly pathetic, even losing the phone used to contact Zhu Changtong. After scolding Lin Suyang, Lin Jianhao turned to Bai Tu and asked, aside from that girl, who else could have seen the message? Bai Tu immediately replied, no one. Although the girl lives with her brother, when my subordinates arrived, she was the only one at home. Lin Suyang quickly interrupted, the phone has already been retrieved. That girl is just a refugee, even if she saw the message, she wouldn't understand it. Lin Jianhao's voice turned disappointed, that's a real explanation. 2 days from now, our major event will unfold. If that girl links the message content, she will definitely figure out the truth. Lin Suyang still tried to justify, what could she figure out? Her identity is just that of a refugee, even if she spoke out, who would believe her? Lin Suyang continued to argue, prompting Lin Jianhao to slam the table angrily, useless. Are you still making excuses here? We're both your sons, why are you so different from Tianyang? In his heart, Lin Suyang thought, here we go again, comparing me to Big Brother. It's true that I don't have the elementalist talent, and my strength has never matched Big Brother's. But we're both sons of the same man. Does he look down on me this much? Bai Tu saw that Lin Suyang's expression was off and feared he might blurt out something foolish, so he quickly reached out to pat him on the shoulder and said, Sir, the second young master truly risked his life, he even dared to drink a love potion that could be deadly. I just regret that the iron can't be forged into steel. Then, with a face full of killing intent, Lin Jianhao patted Lin Suyang's shoulder and said, Suyang, in order for your brother to one day become the city lord, and for you to have a chance to become an elementalist, we took the risk to carry out this plan. If any information leaks, it won't end well. Even though that girl likely couldn't reveal anything, such risks simply cannot exist. Lin Suyang was startled, and then his face turned fierce. Father, I understand. I'll go make arrangements right now and make sure everything is handled properly. With that, he turned and left. After Lin Suyang departed, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Lin Jianhao finally instructed Bai Tu. Follow the second young master in secret, protect him well, and make sure this matter is resolved cleanly, leaving no future trouble. If necessary, even his brother must not be spared. Bai Tu grinned and replied. Understood, sir. The next day, Qin Feng took Sua Sua shopping at the commercial district in Yunyang City base. On the way back, many people whispered and gossiped as they passed by. Look, that little girl is so cute. Her brother is handsome too. Brother, tell me, don't I look pretty in this outfit? Sua Sua donned a new, glamorous outfit and cheerfully said to Chin Fong, it's really beautiful, of course it is beautiful. Not just beautiful, this outfit is made from the hide of a one-star monster beast. Its defense capabilities are incredibly high, even capable of withstanding attacks from level 4 ferocious beasts. That's the reason why I bought one for both myself and Sua Sua. Sua Sua was a little surprised when she heard Chin Feng's words. Initially, she only thought the outfit was beautiful, never expecting it to be so formidable. Wow, clearly, when I touch it, it's so soft, but the defense is that high? That's right. Chin Feng smiled wryly, his heart silently shedding tears. That's why it's so expensive. These two alone cost me 2.3 million. Not to mention the Titan steel encased cleansing sword. My little treasury is almost running dry. Brother, you're an authority figure, why do you need to carry out patrol missions? Why would you buy a set of Monster Hunter armor too? Chin Feng gently patted her head and replied, of course, it's to protect you. Brother, didn't you say that I am already a warrior now, even stronger than a qualified elementalist? Sua Sua, being super strong, even spread her arms to show off her muscles. This action made Chin Feng laugh. Silly little girl, right now you have no combat power, let alone any battle experience. How could I feel at ease? Sua Sua was speechless, playfully sticking out her tongue to brush the matter off. Chin Feng stopped bothering with the brat and quietly began to think. Now that he had obtained the armor and weapons, even a level 4 fierce beast would have a hard time harming Sua Sua. As for himself, after practicing through the night, his completion level for the divine seals in the wind and lightning systems had increased by 11%, while his ice system aptitude was a little lower, only increasing by 0.5%. However, with this rate of progress, it would still take 4 more years to break through to become a 1-star wind elementalist. To speed up the process, he could only challenge the divine level in this third round. It would be better to acquire another set of original level equipment before completing the challenge. That would be more secure. But the price of these original level weapons was in the hundreds of millions, which he could realistically not afford. While Chin Feng was lost in thought, he heard arguing from the pharmacy ahead. A large crowd had gathered, eager to see what was going on. A young man was standing in front of the shop, shouting loudly, "Why won't you sell to me, huh? The market price for a level 1 Jenner is already over 1.5 million, and now I'm offering 5 million, yet you still won't sell? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on me, huh?" The shopkeeper, terrified, immediately waved his hands in denial. I wouldn't dare. How could that be? Is it because my price isn't high enough? Would 15 million be enough for you? The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. 15 million, oh my god, is he really offering 10 times the price? The shopkeeper awkwardly said, Young Master Wang, it's not that we don't want to sell, it's just that Lord City has issued an order prohibiting us from selling the gene potion to you. If we do, we will be severely punished. The young man became even more enraged upon hearing this. Lord City, always Lord City. What does my purchasing the gene potion have to do with him? The shopkeeper could only stand there, smiling awkwardly, constantly apologizing to him. Who is that person? Why did Lord City issue an order prohibiting him from selling the gene potion to him? Chin Feng couldn't help but ask, curious. Sua Sua, standing beside him, looked a bit surprised. Brother, you don't know? That person is Wang Xiao, young Master Wang, the grandson of the old Lord City of Yunyang City. He has no talent for cultivation, but he's unwilling to live an ordinary life, so he wants to rely on the gene potion to become a gene warrior. However, taking the gene potion can be dangerous and life-threatening. The old Lord City has ordered that, no matter what, he cannot use the gene potion. The current Lord City is the disciple of the old Lord City, so naturally, he has to follow the old Lord City's instructions. As soon as Sua Sua finished speaking, Qin Feng came up with a plan. It seemed that this young Master Wang was a man with plenty of money. At a time when he was in need, fate had led him to meet this person. Of course, he would have to seize this opportunity. If something were really to happen to you, could we escape unscathed? Don't you remember that there are still people from the old Lord City watching you closely? Damn it, you're so foolish. Please, spare me. While the shop owner and Wang Xiao were still arguing, Qin Feng stepped forward with a disreputable expression, enticing Wang Xiao to buy the love potion. The old man in white, who had been following closely behind, stood in front of him, glaring at Qin Feng with a threatening look. Do you even know what you're doing? The lord of the city has clearly stated that no one is allowed to sell love potions to our young master. Are you unaware of this rule, or do you simply want to die? With that, he unleashed his power, revealing himself to be a one-star wind elementalist. But Qin Feng wasn't the slightest bit afraid, because if he combined all of his strength, he was sure to be stronger than the old man. Lu Ba, no matter what happens, I will take full responsibility. There is no need for you to worry about the young master. His constitution is unlike that of ordinary people, his resistance to love potions is extraordinarily strong. The success rate of a level 1 love potion for ordinary people is about 80%, but for him, it's only about 50%. If it weren't for this, the lord of the city wouldn't have strictly forbidden him from using love potions. However, young master, in order to ensure your safety, I must follow the lord's command. Lu Ba cut Wang Xiao off, then turned to Qin Feng and said, Kid, you can't make money by gambling with other people's lives, and you certainly shouldn't gamble with your own. Leave now. Holding the love potion in his hand, Qin Feng confidently replied, Old master, rest assured, I'm not here to gamble with my life. My love potion has no side effects, and its success rate is 100%. Wang Xiao and Lu Ba, after hearing this, exclaimed in unison, What? Is there really such a thing? The crowd was equally shocked. No side effects, 100% success rate? How is that possible? Even the best gene potion on the market right now only has an 82% success rate. Qin Feng continued, not only that, but its effect on combat strength can also double the enhancement. Is that really true? Wang Zhao's eyes lit up after hearing this. To make the story more convincing, Qin Feng pretended to shed tears as he recounted a deeply moving tale. However, this gene potion was developed by my master after countless years of research and utilizing vast resources. It can be said that he poured all his heart and soul into it, so the price. Wang Xiao shoved Lu Ba aside and quickly responded. Money is not an issue. Just tell me, how much is it? Qin Feng happily raised 2 fingers. Wang Xiao, with a bright smile, replied. Only 2 million? Ah. Qin Feng corrected himself, it's 20 million. What? 20 million? Lu Ba couldn't help but shout angrily. Ridiculous price. Young master, you've seen it yourself. This guy is just a scammer, he's trying to rip you off. The crowd chimed in. Young master, he's just playing with you. For 20 million, you could buy all 4 levels of the gene potion. Look at that, there's definitely something wrong with it. This guy is absolutely a fraud. Sua Sua, seeing Qin Feng being attacked by public opinion, stepped forward to defend him. My brother is not a fraud. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to spend 15 million to buy the common gene potion earlier? This one is not ordinary. At the price of 20 million, it's actually not expensive at all. Wang Xiao was speechless, unable to argue. Earlier, he had only been talking big. Lu Ba snorted. 100% success rate, 100% effectiveness increase. Is there such a magical medicine in the world? This is nothing short of an elixir. I've lived this long and never seen anything like it. Old master, you're right, this is indeed divine medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be selling it for such a high price, Wang Xiao said firmly. If what you're saying is true, then I agree to pay 20 million and make a deal with you. But how can you prove that this is divine medicine? It's very simple. Before young Master Wang uses the gene potion, a body rejection test can be done to immediately determine whether it's real or fake. As soon as body rejection testing was mentioned, the crowd turned their attention to the owner of the gene potion shop. Our shop can perform a body rejection test. Please, young Master Wang, step over to our shop, and the result will be available quickly. Everyone then entered the shop. After the test was done, the result indeed showed a 0% rejection rate, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Lu Ba, however, remained adamant, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with the result, test it again." The shop owner, now sweating, gently explained, "We've used various machines, and the staff has conducted the test a total of 10 times. The result is still 0%. Lu Ba, do you believe it now?" Qin Feng said lazily. Wang Xiao, sitting next to him, added in a dazed manner, "They've already drawn 10 tubes of blood, if they draw more, they'll drain me dry." At this moment, Lu Ba looked at Qin Feng, who was happily chatting and laughing with Sua Sua, feeling somewhat confused. Could it be that the potion he took was really divine medicine? Qin Feng, tearing open the chocolate bar in his hand, said, "Hey, still want to test it? What a waste of time. My divine medicine, no matter how many times you test it, the result will always be the same." Lu Ba, still not believing it, insisted on having Wang Xiao undergo another test. The result was still a 0% rejection rate. "Lu Ba, we've tested it more than 10 times already and there's no issue. Can I finally take the medicine?" Wang Xiao, looking exhausted from the blood tests, couldn't help but approach Lu Ba. He was still uneasy and continued to make excuses. But even if this medicine was 100% safe, it didn't necessarily mean it would be effective. Safety was guaranteed, but whether it would work was another matter. 20 million for one shot, this young master can still handle it. With those words, Wang Xiao immediately transferred the money to Qin Feng, much to Lu Ba's helplessness. Upon receiving the money, Qin Feng casually tossed the medicine to Wang Xiao. "My beloved elixir has finally arrived in my hands." Wang Xiao immediately took the medicine, leaving Lu Ba with no time to react. The moment the medicine was absorbed, Wang Xiao immediately felt a change in his body. Seeing Wang Xiao's strange reaction, Lu Ba couldn't help but feel anxious. "Young master, are you okay?" Wang Xiao didn't say a word, silently passing by Lu Ba and heading straight for the strength testing machine, preparing to throw a punch with full seriousness. The result of the battle power, 30, immediately appeared on the screen. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. 30. Oh my god, battle power 30. The battle power of a normal level 1 genetic warrior is only about 15 points, this is a 100% increase in effectiveness. Divine medicine truly lives up to its name. 30. Battle power 30. So this is the taste of power? Lu Ba, I've finally become a genetic warrior, I've finally succeeded. Wang Xiao was so happy that tears streamed down his face as he rushed to hug Lu Ba tightly. Lu Ba was also deeply moved, with tears in his eyes, and said, "This. Young master, you really did it." Qin Feng, lounging in his chair, smiled and asked, "Well, is my gene potion truly a miracle drug?" Wang Xiao answered joyfully, "Absolutely." At this moment, Lu Ba no longer held any ill will toward Qin Feng. On the contrary, he showed great respect and responded earnestly, "Please forgive me for my previous rudeness. You truly did not lie, this medicine is indeed divine medicine." Wang Xiao gave a thumbs up and praised. "From now on, you will be my brother. Your medicine is indeed divine medicine. You are truly Yao Shun." The owner of the gene potion shop seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, rushing over to Qin Feng, hugging his legs, and pleading, "Divine medicine master, please sell me 100 bottles of this divine medicine." "No, 10 bottles will do. Price doesn't matter, you just name it." I won't haggle. The crowd immediately went into a frenzy. Yao Shun. Yao Shun master. Please sell it to me. Sell it to me too. I'll pay double, triple. Qin Feng fiddled with the vials of jealousy potion in his hand, smugly saying, Line up, line up, line up, there's limited stock, first come, first served. But stop shouting, this potion was invented by my master, it has nothing to do with me, I'm not Yaoshen. The crowd still didn't believe him, continuously kneeling, calling out Yaoshen, Yaoshen, pleading with Qin Feng to sell them the potion. Qin Feng's phone kept ringing. Before long, over 200 million had been deposited into his bank account. Sua Sua and Qin Feng happily left. On the way, Qin Feng began to think about the current situation. In fact, using the jealousy potion in the shopping mall system to make extra money was possible, but to be cautious, it would be better for him to proceed carefully. Moreover, this amount of money should be enough for him to buy a lower-tier prime martial equipment. So, Qin Feng and Sua Sua continued on their way to Yuanqigu, a large store nearby that sold prime martial gear. The magnificent scenery and the bustling crowds made Sua Sua feel a bit overwhelmed. There were many elementalists present here. While Qin Feng and Sua Sua were still taken aback, a beautiful girl, smiling brightly like a flower, approached and asked, Welcome, esteemed guests. Young master, how may I assist you? Seeing this, Sua Sua immediately became wary, clutching her brother's arm tightly, her face showing a clear expression of, Don't you dare come any closer. Qin Feng politely asked, Why is it so lively here? What are they doing? Seeing Sua Sua's attitude, the girl tactfully kept her distance from Qin Feng and gently replied, Young master, today is the opening day of our Yuanqi Pavilion's Prime Martial betting event. Prime Martial can be bet on? How does the betting work? The girl pointed toward the metal boxes where a crowd was gathered in the distance and explained, Young master, look over there. Those metal boxes are special prime martial boxes crafted by our Yuanqi Pavilion. They can block any form of probing. Even a 7-star elementalist wouldn't be able to see what's inside. Each box, regardless of size, costs 130 million. All low-grade prime martials are placed inside, with values ranging from 100 to 500 million, and some premium ones can reach up to 600 million. Qin Feng nodded and said, I see. These elementalists are choosing prime martial boxes, and the quality of the prime martial they get depends on luck. Young master is truly clever, that's exactly how it works, the girl said with a praising smile. Sua Sua, acting childish, gripped Qin Feng's hand even tighter, thinking to herself, This is my brother, don't even think about taking him. A chubby young man stepped forward, placing a prime martial box on the table and declaring loudly, Lord Sua Sua, I want to buy this one. The crowd grew excited, buzzing with anticipation. Look, someone's made their choice. Let's see how lucky he is. Come on, let's check it out. Lord Sua Sua glanced at the chubby man and said coldly, 130 million, payment up front, then the box is opened. Once opened, no returns or exchanges. The overweight man quietly assessed Sua Sua. It seemed that this old man was a 2-star elementalist. A true noble. 130 million, this is my entire fortune. But if I can get a prime martial with a 70% amplitude, I'll make a lot of money. Thinking of this, the overweight man immediately transferred the money into Yuan Chi-Ge's account, then eagerly urged Sua Sua to open the box for him. After Sua Sua verified the fingerprint, the box opened. Inside was the Flame Blade, a fire-type prime martial, an attack type, with a 50% attack amplitude. The crowd watching started to sneer. 50% amplitude, that's the lowest prime martial, its market value is only 100 million. Ha, this blade is worth at most 100 million. Fat guy, you've lost 30 million this time. Ah, fat guy, you're so unlucky. The overweight man, broke and turned into a shadow, sat huddled in a corner, contemplating life. It looked pitiful, but oh well, whatever. Qin Feng, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shiver slightly. The risk seemed quite high. Another person stepped forward to buy a prime martial box. But in contrast to the overweight man, he was very lucky and got the Earth Guardian's shield. With a 76% defense amplitude, its market value was at least 300 million. I only have 200 million, so I can't buy a good prime martial. But if I can bet on a good prime martial, I'll have a bigger chance to pass the third level of the God level challenge. Should I try my luck? While Qin Feng was still hesitating, the system suddenly displayed the detailed information of a metal box right in front of him, causing him to be amazed and look around in surprise. As Qin Feng scanned the metal boxes, detailed information about each one item name, type, grade, and power effects appeared clearly in his mind. Qin Feng grinned, practically ready to dance to Vina House. Lady Luck was on his side. His system could directly reveal the contents hidden inside the prime martial boxes, a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Seeing Qin Feng eyeing a prime martial box, Sua Sua guessed he wanted to place a bet and quickly tried to stop him. Brother, are you going to bet on a prime martial? Each bet costs 130 million. If you pick a low-quality box, won't you lose at least 30 million? Qin Feng smiled and patted her head. Kid, don't worry, your brother's got a plan. With only 200 million coins, Qin Feng's purchasing power was limited, so he had to choose the best option. He scanned the boxes carefully. Some had weak effects, others were decent, potentially sellable for 300 million, but they still didn't meet his standards. From a distance, the frustrated groans of unlucky players who picked dud boxes echoed. What kind of rotten luck is this? Another trash prime martial box. And it's wood type, to top it off. I'm a water elemental master. Gods, mine's garbage too. Nothing but tears, folks, pure tears. This martial Origins market price is 100 million, but now I'd sell it for 90 million. I'm practically bankrupt. Sua Sua grew even more nervous and turned to Qin Feng. Brother, let's just leave. There aren't any good prime martials in these boxes. Qin Feng chuckled. Kid, there's definitely something good here. Qin Feng hefted a metal box and said, come with me to the counter, let me show you my luck. Fine, it's your money, brother. Spend as much as you want, Sua Sua replied. Though she didn't agree, she reluctantly followed Qin Feng's lead. Seeing Qin Feng approach to place a bet on a prime martial box, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Must be some rich noble's kid. So young and already splashing Ji Yuan Wu like that? Siaizwa glanced at Qin Feng. First time here, young man? Never seen you before. Though he felt a hint of suspicion, Siaizwa's expression remained neutral. He said coldly, same old rules, payment first. After Qin Feng transferred the funds, Siaizwa opened the metal box. The crowd erupted. It's a win system. Win system martial origins are super rare and pricier. Even at the lowest range of 50, it could sell for about 120 million. Quick, check the range. Qin Feng, feigning innocence, picked up the item description paper and said, it's my first time buying, so I don't quite get it. Can you guys help me read it? A curious onlooker read aloud, Shadow of the Wind, Wind System Support Type. Speed growth range, 100%. Good heavens, a 100 range. It's really 100. That's insane luck. Young man, you've struck it rich. This is worth at least 500 million. 500 million? This is a rare wind system support type. Even 600 million wouldn't be enough to let it go. This is the best low-grade primal weapon I've ever seen. Sua Sua was overjoyed upon hearing that. Brother, you're amazing. Siaizwa also smiled and congratulated him. Kid, you're just a bit lucky. It's your first time at Ji Yuan Wu, and you ended up with such a high-quality item. Old master is too kind, it's just a stroke of luck. Qin Feng, though modest on the outside, was overjoyed on the inside. Spending 130 million to get a top-tier item worth 600 million felt amazing. With these wind shadow shoes, his speed would double, and his strength would increase significantly. Seeing someone get such a premium item, many others felt dissatisfied and decided to try their luck again. I don't believe my luck is worse than that kid's. I'll try buying again. Let's take the risk. I'll buy again too. Even if it's just his mouth, I'll buy it as well. Seeing the crowd rushing to buy the Prime Marshal boxes, Shinfeng felt a bit anxious. In fact, he had already noticed that out of the 200 boxes, one still contained a Prime Marshal with a 100% probability. He had to think of a way to make some more money and come back to buy it. He couldn't let someone else snatch it up first. Sua Sua, let's go. Yes, brother. Where are we going now? Right now, we need to head to the Warrior of the Great Tower. What is the Warrior of the Great Tower? The Warrior of the Great Tower is a public area for genetic warriors and those at the Strength Realm. They gather there to exchange information, form teams to hunt down ferocious beasts and magical creatures. Additionally, the Warrior of the Great Tower is a place for secret cultivation, where one can use it as a training ground or testing field. Shinfeng led Sua Sua directly to the second floor of the Warrior of the Great Tower and introduced, "This is the testing hall area." After speaking, he handed the level 4 gene potion to Sua Sua. After taking the gene potion, Sua Sua felt much stronger. Shinfeng then told her to test her combat power. Sure enough, her combat power increased to 199. Sua Sua joyfully hugged her brother and said, "Our Sua Sua is so amazing." Shinfeng, speaking in a tone meant to comfort a child, replied to Sua Sua, feeling somewhat reassured. With a combat power of 199, she could easily defeat most qualified elementalists. Her self-defense capabilities had greatly improved. "Brother, tomorrow's patrol mission will definitely surprise a lot of people with our strength," Sua Sua said proudly. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng immediately advised her, "Kid, be a little more modest. For now, we can't let anyone know our true strength." "Why not?" "Don't ask so many questions, you'll understand when the time comes." Sua Sua, understanding the hint, didn't ask any more questions and obediently agreed. By the way, Sua Sua, the third floor training hall has a virtual combat room. Go there and have some fun while also training your combat skills. In case we run into any wild beasts tomorrow, you won't be caught off guard. I want to go check out the cultivation room, but I'll find you later. Yes, brother, I'll go play first. Shinfeng and Sua Sua temporarily parted ways, each going their separate path. After surveying the secret cultivation chamber, Shinfeng felt that this place was actually quite good, perfectly suited for carrying out the system's challenge missions. He took out from his storage ring the items he had spent a lot of money on and equipped himself. Shinfeng suddenly recalled the previous accident and felt a bit fortunate. With this pile of gear, he no longer needed to venture into those kinds of alleys to complete advancement missions. Moreover, he had previously made some speculations about his innate ability, and just now he had bought a few level 1 beast cores perfect for running some tests here. Shinfeng equipped the items onto his body. At present, he was a tri-element elementalist, and his current defense level was far superior to that of a 1-star elementalist. The beasts in combat missions would have a hard time taking him down. As expected of original great weapons, they cut through flesh like slicing through mud. Shinfeng swallowed a beast core. Just as he had guessed, Devour God level could use the energy from the beast core to regenerate the body's cells. Although it couldn't speed up cultivation, it could still help him heal injuries. With such a self-healing ability, his overall power significantly increased. With everything prepared, Shinfeng confidently stepped into the third God level challenge. System notification. Entering challenge map Arctic Ice Prison. 10. 9. 8. 7. As the countdown ended, Shinfeng was teleported to Arctic Ice Prison. Shinfeng's first impression was one of coldness. All around him were ice-covered mountains, even the ground was the same. Unable to hold back, Shinfeng cursed aloud. "It's freezing here, at least minus 70 to 80 degrees. Shinfeng began to move, searching for the target of his challenge mission. Luckily, I'm a tri-elemental decay body, and my physique is strong enough. Otherwise, I would probably freeze to death before even starting the challenge. The damage caused by the environment itself was already exaggerated, giving a glimpse of the difficulty of this challenge. However, with my devouring talent and berserk strike, these two skills, along with the bloodbone blade and wind shadow boots, my combined strength is on par with an elementalist at the 1-star great perfection stage. So, it's no problem. Thinking this, Shin Feng felt a bit more confident and quickened his pace in search of the target. Suddenly, he sensed a danger. Someone was attempting a sneak attack. Shin Feng swiftly used the bloodbone blade to slash behind him, but only cut through empty space. He turned around but saw no creatures, yet the footprints on the ground caught his attention. Footprints? These clearly show someone has been following me. Could it be that there's someone else here besides me? Shin Feng was startled by his own deduction, momentarily panicked and distracted, losing focus on his surroundings. This created an opportunity for the mysterious creature to launch another surprise attack. The mysterious creature did not miss this opportunity. It delivered a full-force blow to Shin Feng's back. Shin Feng let out a painful scream as he was sent flying, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Struggling, Shin Feng used the bloodbone blade to brace himself as he sat up, gazing towards the creature in the distance. Luckily I'm wearing the beast war armor, or that blow would have killed me for sure. This guy is. Through the system, Shin Feng finally learned who had ambushed him. Name, Ice Demon. Common rank, level, 10, 2nd star swordsman. Skills, Ice Concealment Technique. Warning, extremely dangerous, chance of victory less than 5%. System notification, God level challenge initiated. Challenge content, kill the ice demon within 20 minutes. Shin Feng forced a smile. A cunning level 10 ice demon, equivalent to a 2nd star elementalist at the early stage, with less than 5% chance of winning. And in just 5 minutes. I had a feeling the 3rd God level challenge would be insane, but this is already over the top. Reminder to the host, the reward for this challenge is exceptionally generous, and the assassin ice demon may drop the ice concealment technique skill. Seeing this, Shin Feng was surprised. Well, skill stones are indeed precious, they're practically non-existent in the outside world. Moreover, as far as I know, only elementalists at the 3rd star rank can reliably master the skill. Therefore, every time I master a skill, I become stronger by 1 level. The system provides a winning percentage, and it doesn't even factor in my equipment and beast core. With this system glitch, I now have a chance. Thinking this, Shin Feng regained his composure, stood up, and focused his mind, preparing for battle. The system announced, after 3 seconds, combat will automatically activate. The 3rd challenge begins, and the countdown is set for 20 minutes. Immediately, on the opposite side, Ice Demon let out a strange laugh before disappearing. Shin Feng was taken aback by this scene, thinking to himself, this guy not only disappeared physically, but even his energy is gone. Could it be the ice concealment technique? What a powerful skill. I'm in the open, while the enemy is hidden. This is extremely disadvantageous for me, I must be extra cautious. Suddenly, Shin Feng sensed movement behind him. Ice Demon was charging quickly toward his back to attack. Shin Feng hadn't made a move yet. He remained calm and waited until Ice Demon's claws were almost upon his back before jumping high to dodge. Due to momentum, Ice Demon continued to charge forward, unable to control its body. Taking advantage of this, Shin Feng immediately twisted in the air. With both hands firmly gripping the bloodbone blade, he used the berserk strike skill and swung it violently toward Ice Demon. Ice Demon was not slow to react. It immediately crossed its arms to shield itself. Shin Feng's attack caused it to stagger backward. Although there were only a few small scratches on its arms, it still enraged Ice Demon. It let out a roar and charged toward Shin Feng again. Shin Feng struck again, but this time his attack landed on empty air. He muttered under his breath. Vanished again. An idea came to Shin Feng. He quickly scattered a series of automated mines on the ground and focused his mind, waiting. After a while, the sound of explosions rang out. Qin Feng turned toward the source and smiled. Here? The opportunity has come. With a shout, Qin Feng hurled a bomb toward the ice demon and closed his eyes. As the bomb flew toward the ice demon, it did not explode but emitted a blinding light that temporarily blinded it. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng drew his bloodbone blade and used the berserk strike skill to stab toward the ice demon. However, the ice demon, being of a higher level and better quality, quickly regained its vision. Seeing Qin Feng's strike heading straight for its chest, with no time to dodge, a flash of malice appeared in the ice demon's eyes. It abandoned its defense and, with its sharp claws, lunged toward Qin Feng's chest. In the next moment, both sides pierced each other's chests with their respective attacks, fully risking everything in a desperate exchange, and both suffered damage. Then, both sides simultaneously withdrew their weapons from each other's chests and staggered back a few steps. Qin Feng grinned viciously. Ha ha, that was too much. From his storage ring, he pulled out a level 1 beast core and threw it into his mouth, then used his devouring talent god-level skill to channel the energy from the beast core into the wound on his chest. In just a few seconds, the severe injury caused by the ice demon's claws was completely healed. Well then, let's keep going. Let this bloody battle continue until the end. Qin Feng confidently spoke up, continuing to wield his sword and charge forward to attack the ice demon. Since the ice demon had been injured, its combat strength had decreased, and it was continuously forced back by Qin Feng. In one accidental moment, the ice demon stepped on a mine that Qin Feng had previously set. Immediately, a chain explosion engulfed both him and the ice demon. Come on, die together. Qin Feng shouted loudly. He was not afraid at all, charging through the rain of bombs and relentlessly attacking the ice demon. Gradually, both sides sustained more and more injuries. But Qin Feng relied on his devouring talent god level skill, so he was not afraid of getting hurt. He focused solely on attacking, without defending, taking damage in exchange for dealing damage and killing. In the end, the ice demon had suffered too many injuries and was exhausted. Qin Feng immediately raised the bloodbone blade with a 100% amplitude, delivering a devastating, explosive final blow, splitting the ice demon's body in two. After the ice demon died, its body vanished, leaving behind two items. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed them, excitedly exclaiming, Level 10 Core Beast! This can be exchanged for 80 million, and I also got the Ice Concealment Technique Skill Stone. I've struck it rich this time. Unable to wait, Qin Feng immediately devoured the skill stone. The system announced the successful completion of the devour. You have acquired the Ice Concealment Technique skill. This Ice Concealment Technique was extremely suitable for stealth attacks or gathering intelligence. If used correctly, it could definitely be a powerful tool. At this moment, the challenge reward was also announced. The system notified. Congratulations, the host has completed the third god level challenge. Rewards are now being granted. Reward, a shard of the Wind Seal God. Reward, a shard of the Ice God Seal. Reward, a shard of the Thunder Seal God. Reward, a shard of the Fire Seal God. Reward, 10 level 4 Fire-type Beast Cores. Hey, why are there so many Fire-type items in the rewards? Clearly, I don't have any affinity for the fire element, do I? He immediately checked the information on the Huoyuan Zhu. Item name, Huoyuan Zhu. Category, extremely rare item. Note, can be devoured. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Huoyuan Zhu. Could it be? Suddenly, Qin Feng had an idea. Filled with anticipation, he threw the Huoyuan Zhu into his mouth. System notification. Devour of Huoyuan Zhu successful, gained fire element affinity. System notification, host has gained fire element cultivation affinity, cultivation talent reached basic level. Qin Feng excitedly said. Just as I thought. I really do have a talent for fire element cultivation. With so many cultivation talents, it's clear my strength can rise rapidly. Even if it's just a basic fire affinity, it's still a great prize. The next thing Qin Feng did was to devour the remaining rewards one by one. System notification. Devour of level 4 beast core successful, fire affinity of the body increased by 10%. Devour of level 4 beast core successful, fire affinity of the body increased by 10%. Devour of level 4 beast core successful, fire affinity of the body increased by 10%. Successfully devoured the fragment of the Thunder Seal God, the completion level of the Divine Seal condensation increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the fragment of the Ice God Seal, the completion level of the Divine Seal condensation increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the fragment of the Wind Seal God, the completion level of the Divine Seal condensation increased by 30%. Successfully devoured the fragment of the Fire Seal God, the completion level of the Divine Seal condensation increased by 30%. Personal information table. Cultivator, Qin Feng. Qualified Elementalist, level, King level Challenger. Wind System Realm, Peerless Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal condensation completion level 8. Lightning System Realm, Peerless Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal condensation completion level 7. Ice System Realm, Genius Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal condensation completion level 9. Fire System Realm, Ordinary Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal condensation completion level 3. Innate Skill, Devour. God level combat skill, Berserk Strike. Support skill, Ice Concealment Technique. Combat Power Index, 900 points. Seeing that his combat power had reached 900 points, Qin Feng was overjoyed. One must know, even the combat power of a 1-star elementalist at full mastery only amounted to 1,000 points. Based on his own judgment, Qin Feng speculated that, including his skills, his overall strength might already be on par with a 2-star elementalist at the early stage, and perhaps even stronger. Qin Feng continued to look at his personal information, feeling a bit curious, and said aloud, "Well, my level has reached king level now. I wonder if there are any more levels beyond king level?" Suddenly, a notification appeared to answer his question. Reminder to the host: beyond king level there are the spirit level, emperor level, god level, and so on. The host must strive without rest. Seems like it's true. Looks like I really need to keep pushing myself non-stop. However, this new god level challenge surely wouldn't be available until he reached the second elementalist star level, at which point he would be able to activate it. While speaking, Qin Feng glanced at the remaining time. Upon seeing that it was almost up, he immediately stored the Crimson Blood Blade in his storage ring. System notification. Time is up. After 10 seconds, the host will be leaving the Arctic Ice Prison. After returning, the first thing Qin Feng did was issue a command to the system to retrieve the Essence Core. System notification. Essence Core retrieved. The host's account has been credited with 80 million yuan. Qin Feng immediately took out his phone to check. With this, I'll soon have 140 million. Looking at the heavily damaged armor he was wearing, he muttered to himself. Next, I'll need to head to Yuan Wugu. They still have a high-quality prime martial item with a 100% range, and it's also a battle armor. The beast armor was destroyed by the ice demon, so right now I'm short on a defensive prime martial. I need to quickly grab that battle armor before someone else beats me to it. If I wait too long, I'll lose this opportunity. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng immediately ran to Yuan Wugu. As soon as he entered, he heard lively discussions all around. Hey, have you heard? Someone drew the martial wind with a 100% amplitude this morning. Is that true? Is there really such a good item? Then I'll go buy one too, maybe my luck will be as good. Qin Feng ignored the surrounding chatter and started searching for the box containing the armor. Not far away, a red-haired girl, upon seeing Qin Feng, couldn't help but drool a little. Oh, which young master from a prestigious family is this? His looks and charisma are both top-notch. At that moment, after some searching, Qin Feng found the box containing the armor. Fortunately, no one else had picked it yet. He sighed in relief, went over, picked up the box, and was about to head to the counter to make the transaction when a voice called out behind him. "Little handsome, is this your first time at Ji Yuan Wu? Listen to your sister, don't choose this big box, because not everything that's bigger is better." "Ha?" Xin Feng turned around in confusion and looked at the curvy girl in front of him, wondering if she meant to imply that he wasn't good enough. The red-haired girl stepped forward and repeated her words. "Little handsome, listen to your sister, don't choose this big box. Not everything that's bigger is better, you know." As she approached, Xin Feng sized up the woman before him. She was not an ordinary person, she was a one-star Great Perfection Water Elemental Master. At such a young age, she had already achieved this level of power, and her background and talent were certainly not ordinary. At this moment, the red-haired girl had walked up to Xin Feng. While tapping the box in his hands with her fingers, she spoke. "Little handsome, I can tell at a glance that this is your first time here at Ji Yuan Wu, which is why I'm telling you this. Usually, large boxes like these contain bulky items, like battle armor, for example." Hearing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. As expected, she had guessed correctly, he was indeed looking for battle armor. Seeing that Xin Feng didn't respond, the red-haired girl circled the box, leaned close to him, and whispered. "Prime martial items are always valuable. Yuan Wu Gu surely won't be so generous, so you won't find anything good. What's inside those large boxes is basically just worthless prime martial stuff. You should trust me, I'm sure about this." If it were anyone else, they might have believed the red-haired girl's words. However, Xin Feng knew exactly what was inside the box through the system, so he simply smiled and asked the girl. "It seems like you've bet here quite a few times, haven't you?" The red-haired girl was startled by his words, and her face turned slightly red. She quickly turned her back and sighed. "Oh, don't remind me. If I hadn't spent all my money here, and had used it to buy cultivation resources instead, I would have broken through to second star by now. Unfortunately, my luck hasn't been that great, I've never drawn anything good." Xin Feng shook his head and smiled. "So, this is all about luck, and my luck isn't too bad." After saying that, Xin Feng turned and walked towards the counter. The red-haired girl twitched her lips. She hadn't expected Xin Feng to be so decisive, completely ignoring her advice. Unwilling to give up, she spoke up. "Little handsome, if you don't listen to sister here, be careful, you might suffer right in front of you." At this point, Xin Feng had reached the counter. "Sua Sua Lord, I want to buy this," Xin Feng said as he placed the box on the counter. Sua Sua Lord greeted him. "Kid, back again?" The red-haired girl, following behind, asked in surprise. "Do you know him?" Zheng Ba recognized the red-haired girl and pointed at Xin Feng as he explained. "This kid, at noon today, won the Wind Shadow shoes, it's him." The red-haired girl was taken aback upon hearing this. She asked Xin Feng in disbelief. "Little handsome, you've already won a big prize, and you want to bet again?" Xin Feng calmly nodded and replied. "Yeah, while I'm still a bit lucky, I want to make some more." The red-haired girl reminded him. "Just be careful, luck can be fickle." Under normal circumstances, the odds of winning twice in a row were extremely low. Xin Feng nodded in agreement with the red-haired girl's viewpoint, but that didn't stop him. Knowing the rules here, Xin Feng took out his phone and transferred money to Zhang Ba. A few seconds later, Zhang Ba purposely raised his voice to confirm. "I've received the 130 million. Hearing this, everyone around knew there was something exciting to watch, so they immediately gathered in front of the counter. "Oh, someone bought that box again, truly naive youth. I heard that the wind shadow from this morning was also drawn by a young person. Let's go over and see how lucky he is. Why is this box so big? 80% of it must be battle armor." Amid the noise, Zheng Ba opened the box, and everyone immediately shrank back to look inside. When they saw the contents of the box, they were astonished and shouted. "It really is battle armor, fire-type battle armor. Quick, check its attributes, let me see." The red-haired girl couldn't wait any longer, and before anyone could stop her, she grabbed the item information card to read. After finishing, she couldn't believe her eyes and screamed. Heavens, 100% defense range. Upon hearing this, exclamations of envy and jealousy immediately echoed around. This kind of battle armor from Prime Marshal was indeed a huge prize. Little brother, you've struck it rich. You make others envy you. This battle armor is worth at least 550 million credits. Why can't I have such a weapon? Shinfeng paid no attention to the commotion around him, enjoying the sight of the armor in his hands. This flame fire battle armor was hundreds of times stronger than the beast battle armor. With it, his overall strength was significantly boosted. After all these years, this was the first time Zhang Ba had seen someone draw the Prime Marshal's premium item twice in a row. He felt uneasy all over, and reluctantly spoke. Kid, your luck really is something else. The red-haired girl also praised him. Little handsome, you must be Newton's long-lost younger brother. You're as strong as an ox. Shinfeng responded modestly to these words. It's just based on luck, there's no need to exaggerate. Having achieved his goal here, Shinfeng wanted to leave. After all, it wasn't late, and he needed to find Sua Sua and take her home to rest. He still had to go out for patrol tomorrow. Simply bidding farewell to everyone, Shinfeng quickly walked out of Yuan Wugu. Sua Sua was still playing combat simulations in the Warrior of the Great Tower, not sure how far along she was. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from ahead. Little handsome. Shinfeng was a little startled. He looked over and saw the red-haired girl smiling and waving at him. Shinfeng immediately became alert and asked, why are you here? What do you want? The red-haired girl smiled brightly and replied. Don't worry, sister just wants to ask you for a little favor. Shinfeng asked suspiciously. Huh? What little favor? The red-haired girl rushed over and wrapped her arm around Shinfeng's, acting coquettish. Could you help sister pick a box? I want to borrow a little of your luck. Shinfeng remained calm and spoke. If you want me to pick a Prime Marshal box for you, what's in it for me? The red-haired girl answered. Little handsome, you're really someone who doesn't suffer losses. Alright then, if you help me pick a box, I'll owe you a favor. My name is Lu Yen. I'm an elementalist 1-star great perfection, and I do have some abilities in Yunyang City. Shinfeng lifted his chin and evaluated Lu Yen for a moment before speaking with a tone of gentle affection. Hey, this seems a bit unrealistic. Is there anything more practical? Lu Yen was taken aback. You want something more practical? Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She grabbed Shinfeng's hand with one hand, placed the other on his chest, and leaned her lips close to his ear, whispering softly. How about this? If you help me with this, sister will go on a date with you tonight. I've never dated anyone before, you'll be the first. Shinfeng blushed slightly and thought to himself, are all the women in this world this generous? Seeing that Shinfeng didn't respond, the girl asked. What's wrong? Don't like it? She then gathered her hair into a high ponytail, changed her style and demeanor. How about this look? Young man, do you like this style of sisters? Shinfeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The art of transformation is truly impressive. Lu Yen was surprised and said. What's wrong? You don't like this one either? I guess you must prefer the innocent schoolgirl style, right? Or maybe the obedient maid look? Just tell me, is there any type that this transforming enchantress can't do? In the end, Lu Yen leaned closer to Shinfeng. She pouted seductively and asked. From your expression, you must like the innocent schoolgirl look, right? Shinfeng was starting to get a bit fed up with Lu Yen's teasing, so he reluctantly spoke up. Yes, whatever you say is fine, you win, I give up. Go through the door, third shelf, Prime Marshal box number 7. If you want to buy it, go ahead and do it. Hearing that, Lu Yan smiled with joy. She thanked Qin Feng and then ran toward Yuan Wugu. Qin Feng shouted. If you end up buying something of poor quality, don't blame me. Lu Yan casually replied. Whatever I get, sister will accept it. Wait here for me, I'll come back to thank you if I get something good. Lu Yan blew Qin Feng a kiss and then entered Yuan Wugu. Qin Feng, a bit flustered, said slowly. No need. A while later, inside Yuan Wugu. What the hell is this? Prime Martial, Water Element, 86% amplitude. I've hit the jackpot. This Prime Martial is worth at least 300 million. Has the quality of Prime Martial improved so much today? Everyone looked at the pure origin Martial in Lu Yan's hands, repeatedly exclaiming in surprise. Zheng Ba, too, was doubting his life, thinking to himself. What kind of day is this? I must be seeing things. Lu Yan stared in amazement at the pure origin Martial in her hands. Her excitement was palpable as she muttered slowly to herself. Little Handsome really didn't lie to me. I've actually pulled out something good. Sister will definitely repay this favor. Meanwhile, Qin Feng rushed to the warrior of the Great Tower and stopped there, letting out a sigh of relief, brushing off. Who wants to wait there? I need to hurry and find Sua Sua and head home. I don't have time to waste with that woman. Qin Feng made his way straight to the third-floor training hall. Wow, damn, she's really strong. Where did this little girl come from? She's amazing. Little girl, go for it. You're awesome. While Qin Feng was searching for Sua Sua, he was distracted by the cheers of the crowd. As he approached, he saw a group of people gathered around a large screen. Qin Feng, curious, also looked up to observe. That's. When Qin Feng clearly saw the figure on the screen, he was startled and exclaimed. Sua Sua. Seeing Sua Sua on the screen relentlessly pressuring her opponent, who could only defend and dared not attack, Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. This kid is too strong. She's never been exposed to this kind of combat style before. I never expected her to have such natural combat talent, making everyone here admire her. Virtual combat simulation is a system that uses computers to read the height, body shape, and other physical parameters of the challenger to create a virtual avatar. A simulated battle is then created, where the challenger controls the avatar within the combat zone. In this pure combat form, the attacker's attack power, combat speed, and defense are all identical. The outcome of the battle depends entirely on combat skills and experience. This method is the true way to train combat techniques. Using sheer force won't work in this model. Who is this girl? She's able to fight Tao Shen for such a long time, that's impressive. In terms of combat skills, Tao Shen is ranked in the top 10 in Yunyang City. And this girl can fight Tao Shen to such an extent. She's so young but so powerful. This girl is truly a born fighter. Hearing the crowd constantly praise Sua Sua, Qin Feng, as her older brother, couldn't help but feel proud. He focused intently on the evaluation screen. This kid isn't bad at all, huh? This man's combat experience is relatively rich, while Sua Sua, on the other hand, is relying purely on her talent and intuition for combat, having never fought before. Although her combat skills are still quite primitive, with many shortcomings, for a first attempt, this is already extremely good. She definitely needs further training. After being pressured by Sua Sua for a while, Tao Shen finally launched a counterattack. However, not only did he fail to defeat Sua Sua, but he also exposed an opening, which Sua Sua seized and landed a decisive blow that finished him off. With Sua Sua's victory, the crowd, watching through the screen, cheered excitedly. Well done. You even beat Tao Shen? I'm her fan now. Awesome, little girl. From now on, you're my favorite. Sua Sua exited the virtual reality combat simulation amidst the cheers of the crowd. Even her opponent, Tao Shen, couldn't help but be impressed. A few newly minted fanboys ran up to Sua Sua, trying to flatter her. Hey, can we be friends? Little Sua Sua, Dong Xiang really needs talents like you. Come join us. Sua Sua, we also need talented people like you. Join us. What are you two eunuch organizations doing? Sua Sua, even if you want to join, you will join our Fire Phoenix. Sua Sua immediately refused, saying, No, I don't have any intention of joining any mercenary organization. Thank you all. Qin Feng, hearing her words from a distance, was very pleased. These mercenary organizations are usually just groups that assemble to hunt and kill ferocious beasts and monsters, and occasionally carry out some tasks for clients. Their main members are all warriors with limited genetic development and a high level of danger, so they really aren't suitable for kids. He walked over and called out to Sua Sua, and then the two siblings headed back together. Sua Sua, excited, chattered nonstop in Qin Feng's ear. Brother, did you see me fight just now? I was really good. Brother, I heard there's a virtual combat chamber that, once connected, allows you to participate in global battles. I want to buy it, is that okay? Of course. But we'll have to wait a few days. The company said they still have something important to do tomorrow. Okay, you're the best, brother. The fanboys of Sua Sua, standing nearby, watched the scene with admiration. Sua Sua is really cute, and she can fight too. So admirable, I wish I had a little sister like her. At the same time, at the Lin family villa, Lin Suyang was venting his frustration by punching a punching bag. He stopped only when it had a large hole in it. A beautiful girl smiled and handed him a towel, gently saying, Second young master, it's late. Please go back and rest. I know. Lin Suyang sat down, removed his gloves, and casually asked the girl. Xiao Lu, is everything arranged? Everything is arranged properly. Tomorrow, Sua Sua will go to the civilian bureau to report. I have finished arranging the undercover operation, and her movements will be monitored by us. Good, has the off-road vehicle been checked yet? And what about those mini-missiles? Have they been fully loaded? Young master, everything has been prepared. Lin Suyang nodded in satisfaction. I want to take a bath. You go prepare the water for my bath, quickly. Xiao Lu lowered her head and respectfully responded. After finishing the bath, Lin Suyang leisurely drank wine, his mind constantly thinking, tomorrow, that kid, the wandering refugee, must die. The plan his father had painstakingly arranged was truly flawless. By the day after tomorrow, even if a major incident were to occur, no one would suspect that it had anything to do with the Lin family. Moreover, he would finally be able to cultivate his innate abilities. As long as he could cultivate, as long as he had the opportunity to become an elementalist, what was the life of two insignificant refugees worth? Anyone who stood in his way of becoming an elementalist, even if it were 1,000 or 10,000 people, would have to die. The next day, Qin Feng took Sua Sua to the refugee area, to the 7th refugee section, to have her report. Sua Sua looked around the main hall and then felt somewhat confused, asking Qin Feng. Brother, look at everyone. They all carry weapons and even wear armor. Why do we have to wear the enemy's battle armor inside? And why are we putting away our weapons? Qin Feng smiled and explained. Because we need to show our weakness, lower the other's guard, only then can we launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Sua Sua understood, letting out a simple "oh," without asking anything further. Qin Feng silently calculated in his mind. After a night of cultivation yesterday, the completion level of his wind seal god had reached 93%. It wouldn't be long before he became a first-level elementalist. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to complete it today. If his guess was correct, Lin Suyang would appear today and harm Sua Sua. However, this time, he absolutely couldn't allow that tragedy to happen again. Today, his mission was to end Lin Suyang's life. As long as Lin Suyang stayed alive, Sua Sua would be in danger at all times. Even if he became an elementalist, this threat would always exist.
Once Lin Suyang was dead, the next step would be to destroy the Lin family.
Perhaps only by doing so could Sua Sua be kept safe forever. At this point, Captain Chen Min began to give orders. Everyone heard that, right? Next, we will be split into 10 teams. Each team will be led by a Gen warrior. After that, everyone will be assigned to the S-22 defense zone and follow the arrangements of the higher-ups there. As for how you want to choose your teammates, you can select freely. Understood, Captain. Immediately after, the leaders of each team began selecting members for their groups. Seeing this scene, Sua Sua suddenly felt a bit uneasy. A short, scar-faced man expressed his intention to have Qin Feng join his team. But as soon as he heard that Qin Feng wanted his sister to come along, he immediately turned hostile. Forget it then. The patrol mission is risky. Who would want to bring along a stepchild like her? Sua Sua was upset, so she had to speak up. Who's the outsider here? Do you know how formidable I am? Qin Feng chuckled and patted her head. It's fine, the more people underestimate us, the safer we are. Just then, a strong-looking uncle spoke up. Little girl, do you want to join my team? Are you inviting me to join your team? Sua Sua asked in surprise, then pointed at her brother. But I want to stay with my brother. Can he join my team too? The uncle laughed heartily and answered. Of course, he can. Great. Uncle, thank you so much. The uncle laughed even louder. From now on, just call me Captain. If you keep calling me uncle, I'll start sounding like an old man. By the way, my name is Hefeng, a level 4 genetic warrior. What are your names? I'm Sua Sua. I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Hefeng warily. This old man seemed a bit strange. While other captains usually chose strong candidates, this old man insisted on picking Sua Sua. It didn't make sense, and unusual situations often meant something fishy was going on. After the teams were divided, everyone quickly boarded the vehicles, heading straight to the designated location. As they reached the border of the Yunyang city base, the voice of Captain Chen Min came through the intercom, announcing they were less than 10 km away from the S-22 defense zone. Seeing the tense expressions of the team members, Hefeng smiled and reassured them. Cheer up, everyone. Get ready to enter the defense zone. Qin Feng took the chance to ask Hefeng. Captain my sister is still young and doesn't have any combat ability. I'm afraid this time we might drag you down. Hefeng waved his hand upon hearing this. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to take care of her since she's still so young. When I see Sua Sua, it reminds me of my younger sister. She was about this age when she was in the beast tide. At this point, Hefeng fell silent, the smile that was usually on his face now tinged with bitterness. That's how it is, Sua Sua said sympathetically. And Qin Feng awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of unhappy things. It's fine, it's in the past, Hefeng replied. By the way, Hefeng then pulled out some weapons from his backpack and handed them to the Qin brothers. These 2 pistols. You 2 take them. I noticed you don't have any self-defense equipment. Once we leave the city, there could be some danger. Wow, team leader Hefeng is really kind-hearted, Sua Sua exclaimed. Qin Feng took the pistol in his hand and quietly assessed it. This special-made pistol had a certain amount of damage against first-level beasts. It was worth tens of thousands of yuan on the market. Ordinary people wouldn't lend it to others, but Hefeng was being generous. At that moment, Hefeng spoke up, everyone, pay attention, we've arrived at the S-22 defense area. The surrounding scene caused many in the group to marvel. Wow, this defensive area is really large. Everyone, gather here. They all stepped off the vehicle one by one. Following team leader Qin Feng held Sua Sua's hand and gave instructions. This is the border of the defense area of the base according to me. Sua Sua looked around curiously. Many people were out camping. Could there be a picnic?
Xin Feng, however, wasn't as carefree. He remained cautious about everyone around them.
Meanwhile, he happened to overhear a few people whispering and discussing. I heard that there's a government army stationed in this defensive area. All of them are fierce fighters, with more than 1,000 people. People say there are hundreds of qualified elementalists taking on military roles. Team leader He, what is the main task of our patrol team? Xin Feng asked He Feng. Actually, it's pretty simple. When these soldiers go out on patrol, we are responsible for doing the work of the public. By the way, we help the refugees, so what else can we do other than manual labor? If we really encounter a wild beast, we'll have to rely on these soldiers, and we can only run away. Suddenly, someone pointed behind He Feng and shouted loudly. Everyone, look over there, that's the Lord Elementalist. A couple, their faces showing discomfort, were approaching them. Captain Lu Hafeng immediately introduced himself. He Feng, team leader of the 8th Patrol Team in the refugee area, reporting in. The men in the group started murmuring. This female officer is really too arrogant. Oh my god, I'm in love. Amazing, so this is what a female hero can look like. Xin Feng felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar. After a while, he finally recognized her as the one he met in Yuan Wugu. Lu Yen. Sua Sua, upon seeing Lu Yen, couldn't help but praise. Brother, that elementalist beauty is really stunning. Yeah, that's true. Xin Feng responded nonchalantly, but inside, he felt quite upset. It really was a curse, running into her here. Lin Suyang has not shown up yet, so it's best not to let her notice, to avoid causing trouble and stirring up unnecessary disturbances. Welcome everyone to join the Defense Zones 22. I am the commander of the 9th Auxiliary Army, Lu Yen. In the coming week, you will be collaborating with our Legion on patrol missions. You have only one task to do, which is to obey. Obey absolutely, even if the orders you receive are wrong, you must still follow them. Remember, in 22, anyone who dares to disobey will be shot dead. After finishing his words, Lu Yen exuded an aura of murderous intent, causing everyone to be too frightened to move. Xin Feng covered his face and silently laughed. No wonder he's a one-star elementalist, his aura is overwhelming. Lu Yen handed over the remaining tasks to Wang Fuguan and left. Wang Fuguan began giving orders. All the refugee groups, according to their numbers, were assigned to the patrol auxiliary troops, ready to cooperate with the troops to start the patrol mission. The auxiliary troops would distribute special forces, ropes, and other supplies to the refugee groups. The task of the refugees was to inspect and repair fortifications destroyed by the wild beasts, arrange their belongings, and then gather in the patrol area after 10 minutes. 2 hours later, He Feng's group followed an auxiliary troop to Area Number 1, on the west side outside Yunyang City. The chief official spoke up, giving instructions. We are now on the outskirts of the defense zone, everyone should stay alert at all times. Ahead is our mission point for today. A watchtower has been destroyed by beasts, and beasts could appear at any moment. This is a surveillance tower, primarily used to monitor the movements of the beasts. Once the beast tide appears, it can be predicted in advance, so this is a very important military point. Team leader you and your group of refugees are responsible for rebuilding this iron tower. Alright, leave it to us. We'll patrol the next point first. Once you finish your task, we'll meet up. If there's an emergency, make sure to contact us in time. Understood, sir. He Feng turned back and said to the team members, I will take charge of the watch. Everyone started their work, aiming to finish early so they could join the patrol. This is not a place to stay long, and everyone must stay alert. One member of the team spoke up, Team leader, the patrol just swept the area. There shouldn't be any beasts around, so what are we afraid of? He Feng shouted loudly, Young man, you don't understand the cruelty of the world outside the city. Sometimes, humans can be even more terrifying than beasts. What? How can humans be more terrifying than beasts? He asked, confused.
You think humans are united? That's too naive. In the suburbs of Yunyang City, rival factions often hunt and kill the people of Yunyang. Within the city, there are laws to constrain them, but outside the city, it's a world where the strong prey on the weak. One misstep, and you might not even know why you died. In the end, no one would care. The group in the convoy turned pale with fear after hearing that. Let's go, let's work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. This time, no one objected to Yifeng's words, and they immediately grabbed their tools and set to work. Sua Sua approached Yifeng and asked, Captain He, is the outside world really that scary? Yifeng smiled and gently patted Sua Sua's head. Don't worry, the captain will protect you. Sua Sua happily replied, Thank you, Captain. Qin Feng just quietly watched the two of them without saying a word, his mind seemingly preoccupied with something. Meanwhile, Lin Suyang and Xiao Lu had arrived on the outskirts of the city. The informant they had planted had sent a signal, and Sua Sua's location had been pinpointed at the 6 o'clock direction, 21 miles away from where they were. Good. Lin Suyang tossed the cigarette from his hand and then flashed a sinister smile. The hunt was about to begin. Back with the main group, they were urgently repairing the tower to return as soon as possible. Yifeng stood to the side, urging them on while using binoculars to survey the surroundings. Qin Feng asked with concern, Kid, are you tired? I'm not tired, I'm strong now. This is just a small thing. Just then, a loud explosion rang out from the forest, causing everyone to feel uneasy. What was that? What was that sound just now? Qin Feng felt a little suspicious. Could it have been gunfire? If anything happens, everyone must sound the emergency alarm, Yifeng shouted loudly, then aimed his binoculars at the forest. His face immediately changed. This is bad, it's a herd of wild boars with iron hides. The group immediately fell into panic. The iron-hide wild boars must have been startled by the gunshots and ran this way. We need to run now. How foolish, how can we outrun those vicious beasts? Then should we hide in the defensive bunker? Hide? If that bunker was useful, would we need this iron tower at all? So what should we do? That's a herd of iron-hide boars, it's like facing a battalion of warriors. We only have Captain He as our warrior, doesn't that mean we're doomed? Sua Sua, hearing this, also felt terrified and quickly ran to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng hurried to reassure her, Sua Sua, don't be afraid, just stay close to me. Captain, what should we do? One of the group members spoke up. Everyone scatter and run. That'll give us a higher chance of survival. Yifeng jumped down from the roof, quickly gave his orders, then drew his blade, ready to fight. You all run, I'll stay here to hold them off. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ran, leaving only Qin Feng and Sua Sua standing, much to Yifeng's surprise. Why aren't you two running? Captain He, we want to stay and help you. That's right, we won't leave you alone. Yifeng, hearing this, angrily shouted, You're insane. The iron-hide wild boars are third-grade beasts, do you think you can handle them? Quickly run to the defensive area, I will stay here to hold them off. It was too late. Seeing the herd of pigs charging forward, Qin Feng shook his head and replied, then quickly spoke to Sua Sua. Sua Sua, fire at will. Qin Feng and Sua Sua kept firing their guns at the herd of pigs, but the bullets were as ineffective against them as a stainless steel rod, so they continued charging forward without hesitation. Fall back. The situation was critical. Yifeng swiftly stepped in front of the Qin brothers, then without hesitation, swung his blade and pushed the mechanical pig back. Sua Sua looked at him with admiration. Wow, Captain, he is so handsome. Qin Feng also silently praised him. As expected from a level 4 genetic warrior, he certainly had the skills. After a brief struggle, Yifeng finally defeated the mechanical pig, but that was not enough. There were still many more behind it. Captain He, what should we do now? There are still many wild boars behind us. Staying here is too dangerous.
If the herd charges together, even 3 or 4 level 4 genetic warriors might not be able to hold them off. The fortifications won't hold either. We must leave quickly. Follow me, I know a safer place. With that, he signaled Qin Feng. The 3 of them grabbed their gear and quickly ran to a heavy, fortified building. As expected, the mechanical pigs stopped chasing them. Sua Sua, panting heavily, asked, "Captain, we're safe now, right?" "Yeah, probably, but don't let your guard down. Stay alert. First, let's rest here for 20 minutes. The defense area is about 30 km southwest from here, and we should be able to reach it before dark." Everything was going too smoothly, which made Qin Feng feel uneasy. Having escaped from the pack of wild beasts, Lin Suyang still hadn't shown up. Was Sua Sua's danger really over now? Could it be that he was overthinking things? However, the wild beasts had been startled by a gunshot, so there definitely must have been someone else. At that moment, a loud noise broke Qin Feng's train of thought. Shortly after, Lin Suyang drove up in an armed vehicle and appeared right in front of him. "Kid, I finally found you," Lin Suyang said with a cheerful tone. Qin Feng was shaking with rage. Lin Suyang, just as expected, had appeared. The one who had fired the shot that startled the beasts was him. So you were looking for us?" Sua Sua was initially startled, but then suddenly thought of something and happily ran over to Lin Suyang. "Brother, Captain, it must be someone from the defense area come to help us." Qin Feng immediately stopped her. "Sua Sua, don't come over here." Lin Suyang laughed. A group of refugees with no combat ability, patrolling the dangerous area outside the defense zone, and encountering a pack of magical beasts killing a little girl definitely wouldn't raise any suspicion. With that, Lin Suyang relentlessly opened fire at Sua Sua. Qin Feng quickly scooped her up and ran behind a large rock to shield them from the bullets. He Feng also quickly followed. Lin Suyang saw this and went mad, continuing to unload a hail of bullets at the rock. "Die, all of you die. This time, I must let my father know that anything we desire can be executed flawlessly, without a single flaw. My abilities are not a bit inferior to brothers, and moreover, my heart is even more ruthless than his." "Sua Sua, listen to me," Qin Feng began, then whispered into Sua Sua's ear. Upon hearing this, Sua Sua's face instantly changed. Once finished, Qin Feng spoke to Yifeng, "Captain He, please take good care of her." Qin Feng said, "What do you want to do?" "Still asking, I want to kill that fool." With that, Qin Feng unleashed his strength and charged forward, leaving Lin Suyang dumbfounded. "Captain He, please take good care of Sua Sua. I'm going to destroy that fool." Qin Feng shouted loudly and quickly charged toward Lin Suyang. "Do you want to die?" Lin Suyang sneered as he saw Qin Feng daring to charge at him. He then continued to fire madly at Qin Feng with the multi-barrel machine gun. However, Qin Feng was too agile, not a single bullet hit. He moved in a zigzag pattern and quickly closed in on Lin Suyang's vehicle. Seeing this, Lin Suyang was enraged. "Xiao Lu, what's going on? With this speed, isn't Sua Sua's brother no ordinary person? How could his skills be this impressive?" Xiao Lu didn't know what to say. Hesitating, she spoke, "Was the intelligence wrong? His abilities are at least that of a level 4 gen soldier, and the multi-barrel machine gun can't do anything to Qin Feng." Lin Suyang quickly returned to his seat, pressed a button, and gritted his teeth as he said, "What now? I'll roast you all alive." Qin Feng raised his guard, as he noticed that in addition to the multi-barrel machine gun on top of Lin Suyang's vehicle, 6 rocket launchers had appeared. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Lu, panicked, spoke out to warn the young master, "We're too close, if we keep this up, even we will be in danger." Lin Suyang shouted at Xiao Lu, "Shut up, I don't care." At this point, he was already in a frenzy, launching rockets at Qin Feng without hesitation. Qin Feng sneered, "Mini rockets, charge at them." As Qin Feng's voice rang out, elemental wind appeared in his hand. In an instant, he conjured a whirlwind that swept all the rockets into the sky, causing them to explode. Qin Feng remained standing still, unaffected, coldly staring at Lin Suyang.
Xiao Lu and Lin Suyang gaped in shock and shouted, "What? He's at the peak of the wind element?" Meanwhile, He Feng was startled. Qin Feng is a qualified elementalist?
Sua Sua, with an expression of disbelief, realized just how powerful Qin Feng was. Not far away, on a tall tree, Bai Tu, who had been observing through binoculars, also witnessed the scene. He exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad, the second young master is in danger."
He quickly jumped down and rushed towards Lin Suyang's position. Back on the battlefield, Lin Suyang, in a panic, ordered, "Xiao Lu, turn the car around and run."
Xiao Lu snapped out of her daze and quickly maneuvered the vehicle, intending to retreat, guessing their enemy's intentions.
Qin Feng sneered, "Humph, you want to run? Do you think you can escape?"
Qin Feng immediately summoned the wind system power, gathering it before his chest to form a wind sphere. With this sphere at its center, everything in front of him was drawn toward it by the wind system's force, including Lin Suyang's car, which was no exception. Inside the car, Xiao Lu struggled, but could not escape the pull. In a hurried voice, she said, "The car won't move, we're about to be sucked in." Lin Suyang, sitting beside her, was no better off.
Stammering, he joked, "Are you kidding me? Can an elemental master really be this powerful?"
When the car was just a short distance away from Qin Feng, he sneered coldly and threw the wind sphere beneath the car. The wind sphere exploded immediately, releasing a massive surge of wind elemental power, which sent the car flying into the air. Next, Qin Feng took the bloodthirsty blade from his storage ring.
"I can't let you escape.
You will die today," he shouted loudly, gathering his strength and delivering a powerful slash toward the car. Inside the car, Xiao Lu, who was in the driver's seat, cried out, "Young master, I can't control the car anymore." Lin Suyang shouted back, "Forget about it, just get out of the car." He kicked open the door beside him and jumped out. At that very moment, Qin Feng's attack struck the car, causing it to explode, with Xiao Lu still trapped inside, unable to escape. Lin Suyang was fortunate enough to have jumped out in time, but still felt the impact of the explosion. He screamed in pain as he crashed to the ground, rolling for several meters before coming to a stop.
The agony forced Lin Suyang to shout in frustration, "What the hell is this?" Lin Suyang couldn't believe it. What was supposed to be a flawless plan had now turned into this outcome. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Qin Feng's footsteps approaching. He tried to sit up, retreating backward while fearfully pleading. Don't come any closer, I have my reasons. Really, spare me, I won't dare again next time." Qin Feng sneered coldly. "Spare you? If it were you, would you spare Sua Sua?" Lin Suyang was startled and exclaimed. "Ha, do you know who I am? Are we acquainted?" Qin Feng stepped closer and softly said, "Of course we are. You are my enemy from a past life." Lin Suyang, confused, opened his mouth. "Past life? I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you out of your mind?" Then he shouted at someone. "Hey, aren't you going to make a move? Do you want to see me die?" He Feng, who had been standing beside Sua Sua to protect her, immediately restrained Sua Sua upon hearing the shout and threatened Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, stop immediately. If you don't want Sua Sua to die, don't do anything reckless." Sua Sua, restrained, looked at He Feng with disbelief, but he paid her no mind and only stared intently at Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly looked back at him and said, "Captain He, it seems you are indeed the one Lin Suyang had placed beside us." Hearing this, He Feng suspiciously asked, "Did you know about this beforehand? Then why did you still entrust Sua Sua to me?" Sua Sua's actions had already provided him with an answer. She effortlessly twisted He Feng's finger to break free from his grip, then launched a powerful horse kick that sent him flying against the wall behind. The seamless sequence of moves left Lin Suyang gaping in shock, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this kid isn't normal either? Even a level 4 genetic warrior isn't her match. Don't tell me she's a qualified elementalist too?" Just who the hell are these siblings? Only now did Qin Feng calmly speak. Now do you understand why I was so at ease leaving Sua Sua by your side? At this moment, Sua Sua was pointing a gun at Yifeng, her face filled with confusion as she questioned him. Why did you want to deceive me? You clearly always took care of us. I was even hoping my brother had just guessed wrong. Yifeng sighed and said. So you're not an ordinary person after all. That's fine, it's fine like this. Do it, kill me. Sua Sua still hadn't pulled the trigger, she couldn't understand why Yifeng had done this. She shouted. Captain He, why on earth did you do this? With a pained expression, Yifeng replied. I wanted to make money quickly to save my daughter. She's still so young, but heaven struck her with a severe illness. It's my lack of ability, I can't blame anyone else. I'm sorry, Sua Sua. Go ahead. After receiving Yifeng's answer, Sua Sua whispered softly. So it was for your daughter. She unconsciously lowered the gun in her hand, unintentionally giving Yifeng the chance. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and swung his sword at Sua Sua. Sua Sua was startled, and due to the speed of the sword, she could only watch helplessly. Just as the sword was about to strike her, another sword shot through the air, piercing Yifeng and pinning him to the wall behind him, killing him instantly. Qin Feng calmly asked, why didn't you kill him just now? Sua Sua's brother choked up, unable to find the right words to answer Qin Feng. Qin Feng, with a serious expression, admonished Sua Sua, you must remember that if you want to survive in this cruel and complex world, where the strong prey on the weak, you can never trust others too easily. Then, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lin Suyang with a stern expression and said, there's an old saying, what you give, you must receive. If you traveled thousands of miles just to offer your life so eagerly, it would be rude of me to refuse. Don't you agree? Lin Suyang shook his head desperately, trying to retreat as fast as he could. Qin Feng paid him no mind and continued, his voice filled with murderous intent, therefore, today, I will definitely take your life. Lin Suyang, terrified, began to cry and pleaded, please, don't. I beg you, don't kill me. At that moment, a shout came from afar, stop, don't hurt the second young master. Qin Feng did not rush to act. He calmly glanced over and saw Bai Tu charging toward him. As soon as Bai Tu arrived, he unleashed the Earth Dragon skill. The ground around Qin Feng instantly erupted with numerous vines, attempting to bind him. However, Qin Feng quickly sprang to the side, dodging the attack. Bai Tu had not stopped yet. He took advantage of the exact moment when Qin Feng was still in midair, not yet touching the ground, to execute his attack, the deadly vine technique. The vines from before twisted together, forming a giant snake with its mouth wide open. It charged toward Qin Feng, swallowing his lower body, while the upper half of his body was tightly bound by the vines. Head manager Bai. Lin Suyang cried out in joy, knowing he was now safe. He looked towards Qin Feng, who was caught in the deadly trap, then smugly said, heaven hasn't completely cut off my path. Qin Feng, head manager Bai, is a mid-stage 1-star wood elementalist. Now that he's here, you can never kill me. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and spoke, is that so? If that's the case, why don't I send him on his way then? As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, the vines were sliced into pieces by his bone blood blade. Bai Tu and Lin Suyang were both stunned, their mouths agape in shock. What? With just a wave of his hand, he can break through my deadly vine technique? Bai Tu exclaimed in surprise. He quickly activated his skill, Swift Pursuit Wood Arrow, to strike Qin Feng. Immediately, numerous arrows made from wood elemental energy were shot toward Qin Feng. Not only was Qin Feng unafraid, but he also sneered, humph, Swift Pursuit Wood Arrow, huh? With such a slow speed, you dare call it swift pursuit? He smiled and quietly activated Wind Shadow, then crouched down, bracing himself. Let me show you what true speed looks like. Qin Feng shouted loudly and dashed forward, leaving the barrage of wood arrows behind. The arrows, seemingly with a mind of their own, turned around to follow him.
However, due to his incredible speed, the arrows only pierced through his afterimages and exploded, while Qin Feng remained unharmed, continuing to charge toward Bai Tu.
Continuous failed attacks. Inside Bai Tu, fear began to take root. He kept asking himself, how could this be? I can't even clearly see his movements. Is this his true strength? Was he pretending before, hiding his power just to trick me into attacking?
Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Bai Tu was startled. Before he could react, his head flew off.
Huh? Is that my body? Could it be that I?
At this point, Bai Tu's consciousness ceased, his head falling to the ground, dead without closing his eyes. Lin Suyang, who had been watching the entire battle, saw Bai Tu's death as the extinguishing of the very hope that had briefly sparked within him. This drove him mad. He turned towards the headless corpse and cursed in a flash, "What the hell? You only just entered the battle a few seconds ago." After a few curses, Lin Suyang started to regain some composure. He looked at Qin Feng's cold expression and thought to himself, head manager Bai was a mid-stage 1-star elementalist, and he even had the advantage of the terrain. To kill him in just a few seconds like that. Only a 2-star elementalist could do that. Could he be a 2-star elementalist? But this guy is clearly just a 17-year-old teenager. Even my genius older brother didn't become a 1-star elementalist until he was 20. Lin Suyang was terrified by his own conjectures. Fearing for his life, he discarded all pride and knelt before Qin Feng, begging, "Please, I'm begging you.
Can you not kill me?" Qin Feng frowned and replied, "It's pointless.
You must die." Seeing that Qin Feng remained resolute in his intention to kill him, Lin Suyang stopped begging.
He switched to threatening, "Do you know who I am?
I am the young master of the Lin family.
If you kill me, the Lin family will eventually find out. By then, my grandfather will not spare you or your little sister." Qin Feng calmly raised the bone-blood blade. "It's fine, I will act. After you die, the Lin family will be next.
All the members of the Lin family will join you in the grave." With that, Qin Feng slashed down, ending Lin Suyang's life. Looking at Lin Suyang's corpse, Qin Feng sighed in relief.
Alright, Lin Suyang is dead, and Sua Sua's danger is also eliminated.
Then, while using the spatial ring to collect all the evidence and the body, Qin Feng thought, the Lin family will not let this go easily.
They will definitely suspect me and Sua Sua for Lin Suyang's death. First, I must not leave any trace here.
I'll store everything in the spatial ring, including his war chariot. Next, before they come to cause trouble, I need to figure out how to deal with them.
At that moment, Sua Sua was holding a sword.
Earlier, after Qin Feng had killed He Feng, she approached and said, "Brother, please help me put this sword away."
"All right."
Qin Feng responded, sheathing the sword, then smiling warmly as he asked,
"Is everything okay? You're not hurt, are you?"
Sua Sua lowered her head and replied,
I'm fine.
But I don't understand why he wanted to kill me."
Qin Feng began to explain. "Do you remember the phone you picked up earlier? That was Lin Suyang's phone. He wanted to kill you, and it's definitely related to the messages you saw on that phone."
Sua Sua voiced her doubt.
"Phone messages?"
Qin Feng nodded and replied, "That's right, that message definitely contains a very important secret, which is why Lin Suyang wanted to silence me. I saw the message 2 days ago, so the transaction must be happening tonight."
"Sua Sua, do you remember who sent the message?"
Sua Sua hesitated slightly and said, "It was something."
"Brother, am I being too stupid?"
Qin Feng smiled and patted her head, "It's okay, something very special will definitely happen tomorrow night, and maybe by then we'll know more." Sua Sua anxiously spoke up, "Brother, if we kill Lin Suyang, the Lin family will definitely investigate us.
Right now, even though we have a home, we can't go back.
The Lin family could come after us at any time.
It's too dangerous."
Qin Feng smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll head to the defense zone."
I know someone who can help us. Sua Sua brightened up and asked, huh? Really?
Xin Feng thought of Lu Yan, and he smiled and nodded. Of course, that person owes us a huge favor. A few hours later, at the S-22 defense zone, Xin Feng and Sua Sua were sitting in a room answering questions from the staff in the zone. Xiaoyan confirmed, so, you encountered an attack by a group of wild beasts, which caused you to scatter and run, while Captain He Feng stayed behind to hold them off. You two and the others ran away like that, right?
That's right.
Xin Feng casually nodded in confirmation.
He then appeared concerned and asked, has Captain He returned yet? And what about the others, have they all come back as well? Wang Fuguan replied, including the two of them, only 6 people have returned.
The rest have not been heard from, and we don't know their status, whether they're alive or dead.
Upon hearing this, Xin Feng sighed, is that so?
I hope Captain He and the others return safely. Sua Sua, who had been quietly sitting next to Xin Feng, was secretly amazed. Oh, brother's acting skills are truly impressive. Xiaoyan sat, comparing the testimonies of the survivors, and reported to Wang Fuguan. Sitting next to Wang Fuguan, Xiaoyan said, so far, the explanations given by the returning refugees are all the same.
It seems like it was just a normal encounter with a monster. You can report that to Commander Liu.
Wang Fuguan nodded and then spoke to Xin Feng and the others. All right, we understand the situation.
You can go back and rest for now, and we will assign you new tasks later.
After saying this, Wang Fuguan intended to leave with Xiaoyan, but was called back by Xin Feng. Sir, we also have something to report to Commander Liu Yan.
Wang Fuguan opened his mouth. What is it? You can report it to me, and that will be sufficient.
Xin Feng remained firm. No, it's very important. I must speak directly with Commander Liu Yan. Seeing that Xin Feng was persistent, Wang Fuguan's expression turned serious as he reminded, in the military, the most important rule is to never bypass the chain of command. Although you're not officially part of the military, you still need to adhere to the rules here. With your rank, you're not yet qualified to meet the commander directly.
Xin Feng curiously asked, what rank do I need to be in order to have the qualifications to meet the team leader?
Wang Fuguan immediately replied, either you are at the rank of second lieutenant, or you are an elite citizen.
I see, Xin Feng said, understanding. He pulled out a black card and handed it over for inspection. This is my elite citizen card.
Wang Fuguan and Xiaoyan were startled when they saw the card in Xin Feng's hand and exclaimed, what?
You're an elite citizen?
They quickly took the card to examine it.
Xiaoyan was taken aback and said, this is a 4-star elite citizen card? Wang Fuguan didn't respond.
He thought to himself that to become a 4-star elite citizen, one would need to have a very high accumulation of points.
Ordinary wealthy families and poor soldiers might never achieve that in their entire lives.
If this were true, then his talent might be far superior to the number 1 genius, Lin Tianyang. However, no matter why he had become a 4-star elite citizen, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with.
Xiaoyan, standing beside him, began to speculate silently, could he be a master of peak physical cultivation?
That would explain his size, but it's impossible. Where are all these geniuses coming from? While the two were still lost in their thoughts, Xin Feng's voice reached them. Can I meet team leader Liu Yan now? Wang Fuguan snapped out of his daze and quickly said, of course, of course. Please follow me, I will take you to meet the team leader. A moment later, Wang Fuguan led Xin Feng and Xiaoyan to the door of the team leader's office. He knocked on the door and loudly reported, report, team leader, a 4-star elite citizen wants to see you. He says it's urgent and wishes to meet with you directly to report.
Behind, Sua Sua whispered, brother, is this the beautiful elementalist who taught us before? Xin Feng smiled and nodded, yes, that's her.
At that moment, a voice called from the room, come in.
With permission, Wang Fuguan led Xin Feng and Sua Sua into the room.
Upon seeing Wang Fuguan enter, Liu Yan immediately asked, who did you say wanted to see me earlier? Commander Wang stepped aside and pointed to Xin Feng, introducing, this is Mr. Xin Feng, and this little girl is his sister, Sua Sua.
Liu Yan turned around to look and was surprised, exclaiming, Hey, little handsome, it's you?
Qin Feng raised a hand to greet Lu Yan. Looks like we've met again.
Seeing this, Wang Fuguan couldn't help but wonder, do they know each other? They seem really close.
Lu Yan happily walked over and asked, why did you leave so suddenly last time without saying goodbye? She turned to Wang Fuguan and said, Wang Fuguan, quickly make some tea for our distinguished guests. Wang Fuguan received the order and turned to leave. Lu Yan eagerly invited Qin Feng and Sua Sua to sit. Come sit down, feel free to talk, no rush. Qin Feng nodded and sat in a chair, with Sua Sua following behind, secretly admiring, wow, she really is a great beauty. The closer I get, the more beautiful she looks. Wang Fuguan brought the tea and served it to them before stepping back.
Lu Yan stood at attention. As soon as Lu Yan sat down, she excitedly recounted, so you're Qin Feng. Last time, thanks to your advice, I managed to open an original wisp with an 86% amplitude. I still haven't properly thanked you. Qin Feng humbly said, it's just a small matter, why make a big deal out of it?
Lu Yan cheerfully blew a kiss, joking that next time when they go to Yuan Wugu, he should remember to call her.
Sua Sua was startled by the scene, secretly gasping, and even started making date plans. Qin Feng didn't rush to agree. He cleverly spoke up, that day was just because I got lucky.
It's fine once in a while, but if it happens too often, it loses its charm. Then, Qin Feng continued, actually, I came here today to ask for your help.
Lu Yan raised her teacup and responded brightly, what's the matter?
Just tell me, as long as you ask, sister will help you. Qin Feng stated his purpose, and it wasn't a big deal at all.
I want to stay at your place for the night.
Lu Yan, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out and started coughing uncontrollably. Wang Fuguan yelled inside his head, oh my god, how dare he say such shameless words to the esteemed leader who was about to issue a decisive punishment, isn't this seeking death? Although Sua Sua didn't speak, her expression was extremely odd. Only Qin Feng didn't understand, still waiting for Lu Yan's reply.
After a while, Lu Yan took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, her face red with embarrassment as she confirmed, you want to stay at my place for the night?
Behind her, Wang Fuguan was so eager to ask, Captain, why is your face so red?
Before Qin Feng could speak, Lu Yan's attitude shifted.
She puffed out her cheeks and pretended to be angry, questioning, if I had known this would happen, why didn't you say anything and just leave last time?
Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head as an excuse. At that time, I had something urgent to do. Isn't it true that I've already arrived here now? It's not too late, right? Lu Yan seductively smiled and said, it's not too late. If Lu Yan has promised something, I will definitely do it. Tonight, you can stay at my place.
Wang Fuguan gaped, thinking he had misheard. He never expected Lu Yan to agree to Qin Feng's request.
Lu Yan's agreement made Qin Feng very happy. He patted Sua Sua's head and then spoke up. What about my little sister? She should stay with me at your place too. Lu Yan was taken aback, hesitating slightly before speaking, is it convenient here? Qin Feng anxiously asked, isn't there enough room at your place? Lu Yan's voice became a bit quieter, of course, there's enough space. The two of us can have a deeper exchange, as for your sister. Qin Feng became increasingly confused, deeper exchange? He voiced his doubts, but no one answered him.
Qin Feng looked around the room, noticing everyone had a strange reaction, their faces full of awkwardness. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he realized his words had been misunderstood. He quickly stood up, waved his hands, and hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding, Lu's sister. I just wanted to borrow your place to meditate for the night. I feel like I need to break through quickly. Lu Yan suddenly interrupted, breakthrough? Your courage is really about to break through to the skies. Qin Feng didn't know how to continue explaining. He stammered, no, that's not it. Well. Lu Yan stepped forward and put her finger to Qin Feng's mouth. All right, I understand everything. No problem, this is all minor stuff. Although she said this, Lu Yan thought to herself that he was probably just embarrassed and had made up some excuse to cover it up.
However, this excuse was too clumsy.
If he really wanted to break through, he would need to find a quiet place to seclude himself for 10 days or half a month to cultivate.
Anyone without good talent would not be able to break through in less than half a year.
How could he think that simply finding a random spot in cultivating for one night would be enough to make a breakthrough?
Then, shall I prepare a larger bed for you to cultivate in?
Seeing Lu Yan's flushed face and her flirtatious gaze, Qin Feng's face darkened. He was sure that Lu Yan didn't understand, but due to the secrets related to the system, he couldn't explain further. Lu Yan then took out a card and handed it to Wang Fuguan, saying to Qin Feng, "Let Wang Fuguan take you to your resting place first. I still have some business to attend to, so I'll come to welcome you two later. Please follow me, both of you." Wang Fuguan stepped forward, took the card, and led Qin Feng and Sua Sua away. A little while later, Lu Yan walked to the desk and pressed a button on the landline to call Xiao Yan, "Come over here." Xiao Yan's voice could be heard clearly from the other end of the line, "Yes, Captain."
Lu Yan hung up the phone and patiently waited. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan arrived in the room and asked, "Do you have any instructions, Captain?" Lu Yan immediately gave the order, "Go into the city now and buy a few sets of school uniforms for me."
Although surprised, Xiao Yan promptly responded, "Oh, yes, Captain."
Lu Yan asked again, "Do you know my body size now?"
Xiao Yan blushed, nodded, and said, "Yes, I know." Lu Yan, pleased, spoke up, "Then go buy it.
Go early and come back early."
Xiao Yan hesitated, still not leaving, and nervously explained, "But Captain, your body size is quite perfect.
I'm afraid it will be hard to find a school uniform that fits you. Also, the school uniforms are very plain." Lu Yan, irritated, retorted, "Stop rambling. Just try to buy a few sets that fit. But don't make them too loose, they should be a bit tight."
After all, only tight clothes can accentuate the perfect figure of this captain. Xiao Yan responded, "Oh, understood, Captain." Suddenly, Lu Yan remembered something, her face flushed. She twisted her hair with her hand, feeling embarrassed, and said, "By the way, buy me a maid outfit too." Xiao Yan gasped, unable to hold back his curiosity, and asked the captain, "What do you need that for, Captain?" Lu Yan slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Why ask so many questions? I told you to go, so just go." Xiao Yan panicked and quickly ran off to do as Lu Yan had instructed. Left alone, Lu Yan sat in the chair, her face red as she daydreamed earnestly, "I still remember he liked that pure style. But men are all so fickle. What if he also likes the obedient maid style?" Meanwhile, Qin Feng was following Wang Fuguan when he suddenly sneezed. He muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like something is off?" After a while, Wang Fuguan finally led the two Qin brothers to Lu Yan's residence. Mr. Qin invited them in. This was the captain's place. Sua Sua looked around, her eyes immediately lighting up. "Wow, it's so big, it's at least 5 times bigger than our house." "Ah, no, 10 times. Qin Feng also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, no wonder it's the commander's place. It's pretty impressive." Mission accomplished. "Mr. Qin, if you don't need anything else, then I'll leave first." Wang Fuguan stood at attention in a military salute. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Feng stopped him and asked, "Speaking of the mission, didn't you say earlier that you'd arrange another mission for us?" Wang Fuguan awkwardly replied, Wasn't it the commander who personally arranged that for us?" Qin Feng, confused, asked, "Really? When was that?" "The most important task for you two is to rest well, so please focus on that. Contribute a little to the defense cause." Wang Fuguan intentionally made a serious expression while speaking, causing both Qin Feng and Sua Sua to laugh heartily. "I see, very well said, very well said." Wang Fuguan also laughed along, secretly thinking to himself, "Your relationship with the commander is so good, if I give you a task, I'd be worried I won't live to see tomorrow." Once everything was settled, Wang Fuguan wisely left to allow Qin Feng and Sua Sua to rest. Little girl, we're safe now. This place is the commander's residence in the defense area, and the Lynn family probably won't come here to trouble us. They'll also be somewhat cautious. Sua Sua looked at him with a strange smile. You know, such a big shot, the top of the top. Don't joke around with brother anymore. At this moment, Sua Sua started to feel uneasy, but we can't hide here forever. Don't worry, I will break through to Elementalist soon. In no time, I'll be able to level you up to elite citizen. By then, the Lynn family won't be able to openly target us without solid evidence. Oh, really? That's great. But this is also the right time. In the end, we need to become really strong. Only by defeating the Lynn family can we eliminate the potential danger in the future. Yeah, brother, I'll also try my best to practice combat skills. I'll definitely not be a hindrance to you. Right, brother, look over there. Sua Sua pointed excitedly at two huge machines, then continuously said that they were the latest virtual reality combat machines. Captain Lu Yan is really impressive, and he even supports the two inner martial arts combatants. Captain Lu is so rich. Xin Feng laughed upon seeing this. If you like it, just play with it. In a few days, brother will buy one for you. That was all she needed to hear, and Sua Sua happily started up the machine, then crawled inside to practice. Xin Feng felt happy too. This little girl was becoming more and more passionate about combat. Since she was putting in so much effort, he couldn't just sit back and relax. Xin Feng pressed the control panel button to enter the training area, while thinking about their current situation. The death of Lin Suyang couldn't be hidden much longer. The Lin family would soon trace Sua Sua's location. With the Lin family's vast power, the most capable person would definitely show up. Therefore, he had to seize the time and break through to Elementalist as soon as possible. At the same time, Lu Yuan was sitting in her office, seriously studying the file on Xin Feng. Xin Feng, Lu done. After reading through it once, she threw the paper to the floor inside in disappointment. Sigh, they haven't updated the news again. The work efficiency of Lu Dun's department is really lacking. But, at this age, he's already a level 4 elite citizen? Has this person already cultivated to the pinnacle of strength? To be so young and already at the peak of physical strength? This level of cultivation talent is absolutely that of a genius. Speaking of geniuses, in the entire Yunyang City base, there was only one person who could be considered a genius: the Lord of Yunyang City. Given his talent and age, he was the most promising lord in the entire Southern Alliance, and Yunyang City itself was one of the most potential-filled city bases. Could it be that Yunyang City has produced an unpredictable genius? Moreover, this genius is so handsome, and his luck in gambling is also quite good. That's totally my type. Lu Yan's heart, a young girl's heart, can't help but flutter. Report from the captain, the Lord City is calling. Should we transfer the call to you? While Lu Yan was daydreaming, the phone rang. TCH, speaking of the devil. Transfer it here. Understood. Immediately, a small screen appeared, showing the smiling face of Yin Yang. Lord City, Captain Lu, long time no see. How have you been? Has the work in the defense area been overwhelming lately? Lord City, you should get straight to the point. Did my old man send you to inquire about the military situation again? Elder Lu, he's only concerned about you. Elder Lu asked me to check on you and see when you plan to return. He said, if you ask me, then you will ask him, right? He definitely won't refuse. My dear Lu Yun lady, he is the elder of the Southern Alliance, my superior, how could I refuse? Then, just tell him that I'm still at the training camp and need more time. The Lord of Yunyang City smiled even brighter. Elder Lu already said, if you refuse to return, he will send someone to drag you back. This old man is really a nuisance. I got it, I'll hurry back soon. With that, Lu Yuan roughly hung up the phone. I don't even need to ask, my father is definitely forcing me to go back for a marriage meeting. If it weren't for him making me go on blind dates with those useless second-generation officials every day, I wouldn't have ended up leaving the Alliance's headquarters and coming all the way to this distant Yunyang city to become a mere captain of a defensive unit. Not mentioning it would be fine, but bringing it up made Lu Yan's head ache. However, continuing like this wasn't a long-term solution. If I don't comply, my father will definitely cut off my allowance.
Where else would I make so much money? Would I go gamble away my savings?
The salary of a captain in a defense unit is pitifully low, not nearly enough to live on. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who had been out shopping, returned.
Lu Yan immediately ran over and half-jokingly asked, "Why did you take so long?"
Xiao Yan replied awkwardly, "Captain, your body is too hot. I had to run around the whole city and visit more than a dozen shops just to find a few suitable outfits."
"All right, you've worked hard. Go ahead and get back to work." "Yes, Captain."
As soon as Xiao Yan left, Lu Yan began to drift off into her own thoughts again. As long as she could capture Qin Feng and bring this genius-level youth back, her father would be overjoyed.
A genius-level youth, huh? Even in his dreams, my father wouldn't have imagined a son-in-law like this.
When that time comes, he surely won't force me to go on blind dates with those useless second-generation officials anymore. If that's the case, then to win over this little genius, I might have to sacrifice a little something tonight. At the same time, in Defense Zones 22, the virtual combat training room was in an uproar, and the person stirring up all the commotion was none other than Sua Sua. Just like last time, her talent left everyone in the military district deeply impressed.
Look at that! Is that little girl for real? She's already level 13?
And her opponents are Matey and Scarface, no less. This little girl is incredible.
How old is she anyway? How can her strength be this overwhelming?
And it's only been half a watch, yet her power has already increased again. This is totally wild. On the screen, even though she was up against 3 opponents, Sua Sua showed no signs of being at a disadvantage.
On the contrary, she was completely dominating them.
In an attempt to slow her down, one of them hurled a huge boulder at her. But to their surprise, she immediately kicked it into pieces, then dashed forward like lightning to launch a counterattack. My D was immediately knocked to the ground by a single strike from her, and while the crowd cheered excitedly, the deputy commander of S-22 district, Wang Jianlai, an earth elementalist at the first star late stage, stood at a corner, watching Sua Sua's every move intently, his face breaking into a smile full of meaning.
This little girl is definitely a combat genius. I have to find a way to bring her in. The battle finally reached its conclusion, and the winner was none other than Sua Sua.
She had defeated all 3 opponents, and even Scarface had failed.
Wasn't he supposed to be very strong? Where did this girl come from?
Her combat skills are truly impressive. I'm afraid no one in the entire military camp can match her. I, the deputy commander, would like to challenge this girl to a match.
With that, Wang Jian gave an order to his subordinate. Which unit is she from? Go bring her to my office. Deputy Commander, we've never encountered her before.
Her information is kept confidential, and with her young age, she doesn't meet the recruitment standards, so she isn't from our district.
Upon hearing that Sua Sua wasn't from his district, the deputy commander became even more excited.
Zhong Yichen, go investigate the virtual combat pod she used. As long as we find her combat pod, we'll be able to locate her.
Deputy Commander, you're brilliant. I'll get right on it.
On the large screen, Sua Sua issued a challenge.
Is anyone else up for it? Come up here, I'm not done yet. My goodness, is this little girl still not done playing?
Dealing with so many people and still having enough energy left, her physical stamina is really impressive. At that moment, Scarface appeared again.
As soon as he saw him, Sua Sua began to criticize. Aren't you the pretty boy I defeated earlier? Want to go again? Want to compete?
I don't want to fight with you anymore, your fighting qualifications are too poor.
Scarface's anger flared up as he heard this. You damn little girl, who are you calling weak?
It was just a mistake on my part earlier.
But you really do have some skill. Do you want to change the way we fight and start over?
I was embarrassed earlier, so I definitely need to find a way to get back at you.
Sua Sua showed interest. Which method do you want to choose? You tell me.
Hee, Scarface smirked. Of course, we'll go for a real fight.
Fight me seriously. How about it? The crowd immediately condemned Scarface for being despicable.
That's right, in a real fight, one's combat power is heavily influenced by their own strength, not just fighting techniques. This little girl is only about 13 or 14, but she's already a combat genius with incredibly high combat power. Scarface, on the other hand, was a fourth-tier warrior, so it was clear he was trying to pressure her.
Scarface confidently said to Sua Sua, "Little girl, are you scared now? If you're too afraid, just admit defeat and step down from the ring." Contrary to his expectations, Sua Sua shook her head and replied,
"It's not that I'm afraid, I just fear that if we switch to a real fight, you'll end up losing even more miserably."
Talking tough is useless. If you have the ability, then fight. Fine, bring it on. The crowd buzzed. Part 2? No way. Did that little girl really agree to this? Yes, indeed. There's no way to win against such overwhelming force.
No matter how good her combat skills are, she's going to lose. The deputy commander sneered. The scar-faced guy still had no shame. The arena rules had switched, and now it was full force, real combat. Scar-faced boldly said, "Little girl, you can make the first move."
Sua Sua smiled. "All right, I won't hold back then."
With that, she gathered all her strength into one attack, defeating her opponent in a single move.
Good heavens, is she really that strong? How is that even possible?
This little girl's combat power is beyond that of a level 4 soldier.
With her combat stats and skills being so over the top, is she even from this world?
The deputy commander excitedly yelled, "Incredible, our S-22 defense zone has another genius."
Inside, he was already calculating. If he could take in someone like her, his future in the Alliance would be limitless.
With the backing of Commander Liu, she wouldn't stay in this zone for long. The position of commander would sooner or later be his, and then he could train this girl to be his deputy commander. After that, under the influence of his invincible male hormones, Sua Sua would definitely fall for him, wanting to join forces with him. Eventually, with the little girl's strength and the resources he had accumulated over the years, he could rise to become a general at the Allied Forces headquarters. No, even becoming the army commander wouldn't be impossible. At that moment, Lieutenant Chen Hthi turned back to report, Deputy Team Leader, I found the combat capsule of that little girl. It's the private combat capsule of Team Leader Liu.
What?
The deputy team leader was stunned upon hearing this. At the same time, Liu Yan, after putting on her sailor outfit, hurried back to meet Qin Feng. However, to her surprise, he was nowhere to be found, and the door to the training room was tightly shut.
Liu Yan's face immediately turned pale. Did he go to train? Wasn't he supposed to meet me? Could training have been just an excuse? And what about his little sister, Sua Sua? Liu Yan looked around and discovered that the combat capsule was in use.
At that moment, Deputy Team Leader Wan called.
My dear team leader, where did you find such a remarkable girl? Huh? What? What do you mean? You still don't know? She's been ruthlessly killing people on this combat network. Her real power is absolutely 1 against 10, no problem at all. She's definitely a genius.
It was only then that Liu Yan realized that the person in the combat capsule was Sua Sua.
This little girl isn't ordinary, huh? She can fight, it's really impressive. If only I had a subordinate as capable as her. Team leader, you have so many talented subordinates, would you consider letting me have this little girl? Liu Yan immediately rejected the offer. Of course not. Don't even think about it. How dare you ice someone from my team?
Wang Jian's heart ached as if it were being cut, tears streaming down his face. "Hey, I knew it wouldn't work," he muttered to himself. Anyway, this little girl not only has an incredible talent for combat, but her fighting strength is also very powerful. Her overall strength is only slightly weaker than a first-star early-stage elementalist. If she could team up with a top-tier mecha, she could even match the weakest first-star early-stage elementalist. Lu Yen couldn't help but be surprised. "She's that strong? Captain, you really don't know?" "Of course I know, I'm just busy." "We'll talk later," Lu Yen replied casually, then hung up the phone. Xin Feng was a genius, but even his little sister was that strong. An idea suddenly flashed in Lu Yan's mind. If this little girl is that strong, then maybe I can have Sua Sua go there to play with her. As soon as Sua Sua stepped outside, she was hit with a shocking piece of news. Lu Yen wanted to give her the virtual reality combat machine she had just used. Afraid she had misheard, Sua Sua asked again to make sure. Lu Yen grinned broadly, confirming with certainty, "Of course, consider it a gift from me, just because you're so cute." Sua Sua looked uncomfortable and replied, "Lu Yuan, you're so kind, but this machine is very valuable, I can't accept it." "Don't worry about it, it's just a small thing," Lu Yen smiled, draping his arm around Sua Sua's shoulders, then whispered in her ear, "Let me ask you this, you're a level 4 gene warrior, right?" "Yes, so what's your combat power score?" 19. Sua Sua was captivated by Lu Yan's charm and answered honestly, with only one thought in her mind, "Sister Lu smells so good." Lu Yan, hearing her response, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're Qin Feng's little sister. This little girl is not an ordinary person. These siblings weren't disciples of some reclusive master, come here to train, right?" Setting aside that thought, Lu Yan continued her probing, "You haven't been involved in these kinds of battles for long, have you?" "Yeah, that's right," Sua Sua replied. "So, you've never participated in global battles, have you?" "Not yet." "Well, that's great. Just as I expected." Lu Yen said happily, then began her persuasion, "Come on, I'll take you to play in the global battle network." "Wow, sounds good. But what are we going to play? Do I need to ask?" "Of course, we're going to fight. You've never fought online, and you don't have any battle history. That's perfect for pretending to be weak and taking advantage of others. Help me open up a betting round, and we can rake in hundreds of millions together," Lu Yen, the golden girl of gambling, said. "Hundreds of millions? Lu's sister, I'm in." And so, the two young women set off. Upon arriving at the Global Combat Network's communication plaza for the first time, Sua Sua was filled with excitement. "Wow, Lu's sister, there are so many people here. How do we join the battle?" While operating the machine, Lu Yen answered, "I've already published the betting information, it won't be long before we can start." Not far from there, a few young men were chatting. "The recent betting matches have been completely boring, all these unremarkable amateurs, nothing more. My peerless saber worth 200 million hasn't found a worthy opponent. There's an old master over there who's won 30 matches in a row and is now starting to bet big, 3 million coins on the line. Winning 30 matches in a row just sounds too easy. I'm just looking to fight a real opponent, not some weakling. The wager isn't even half the value of my saber, don't waste my time." A player spoke loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around. A newcomer, Xiao Sui Yun Yang, had initiated a bet, wagering tens of millions of coins, with a deposit 10 times the usual amount already paid and entrusted to the U19 betting platform. The large screen displayed information about Sua Sua, account name Xiao Sui Yun Yang, female, 13 years old, with no battle record to show. A 109 battle room, challenge bet, 10 million coins. As Lu Yen had predicted, upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter, all of them looking down on Sua Sua, thinking she was weak but acting all tough. They all rushed to place their bets. Seeing this, Lu Yen stood aside, smirking to himself. These fools think Sua Sua is just some weak chicken. In a little while, they'll be crying. Ha, the numbers are almost enough now. Looking at the people gathering before him,
Lu Yan laughed out loud. Sua Sua, with a confused expression, asked, "What does enough players mean?" Each betting match can only have a maximum of 10 participants. After that, the announcer would select the appropriate fighter, and the betting match would begin. The group of players, joking around, said to Sua Sua, "Little sister, hurry and bet with us. My 10 million is easy to win. Give me this chance, fight against me. I'm a very weak person. Little sister, pick me. I'm the weakest, just a single hit and I'll fall." Although Sua Sua had tremendous combat strength, she was still just a young girl. When a bunch of boys approached her, she felt a little shy and flustered, drawing closer to Lu Yan's sister. "Who should I pick?" Sua Sua asked. Lu Yan laughed, "Only children make a choice." She turned to the group of players and said, "All of you who are here for the betting fight, we will take on all of you. Each of you will bet 10 million. Once you place your bet, take your hands off." Back to Qin Feng, after a brief period of cultivation, his wind system finally broke through to first star. The ability to fly just above the ground using wind riding was a unique advantage of a first star wind elementalist. Other elementalists needed to reach 3-star rank to achieve this. Having become an elementalist, he would now be able to help Sua Sua become an elite citizen in the future. Qin Feng leisurely opened the system to check his personal stats. His wind system rank was at the pinnacle of the first star early stage. His lightning system rank was at the remarkable qualified elementalist level with a 89% completion rate of the divine mark. His ice system rank was that of a genius, a qualified elementalist with a 92% completion rate of the divine mark. His fire system was at the common qualified elementalist level with a 30,001% completion rate of the divine mark. His innate skill was the god-level Berserk Strike combat skill. His auxiliary skill was the ice concealment technique, with a combat power score of 1400. After reading through the stats, Qin Feng was delighted. A combat power score of 1400 is fantastic, it's even higher than I expected. Normally, when a qualified elementalist breaks through to the first star early stage, their combat power increases by 400 points, but mine directly surged by 500 points. Could it be that cultivating multiple systems at once brings such benefits? With 1400 points of combat power, I've already reached the late stage of the second star. In terms of overall strength, I could sweep through the second star peak stage. Also, my lightning system is on the verge of a breakthrough, and when that happens, my power will surge even further. At that moment, the system continued with an announcement: the host's cultivation level has broken through to 1-star elementalist. The system will automatically upgrade to a level 2 shopping center. Please check it yourself. Qin Feng quickly entered the shopping center interface, and sure enough, 6 new items had appeared inside. You take a quick glance at the evaluation description, and the fragments of the divine seal can shorten the condensation time of the divine seal, making it undoubtedly a miraculous product. However, these fragments of the divine seal cannot be used by outsiders, only I can absorb them. A level 5 jank is also incredible. Humans haven't even successfully invented it yet, and here it is, at its perfect level, without any side effects. If I get this, it would definitely be valuable. The unfortunate part is that Qin Feng only has a little over 10 million on him, which is not nearly enough. He suddenly remembers the storage rings of Lin Suyang and Bai Tu. There might be money inside, so he quickly opens them up to check. Unfortunately, there are only 200,000 coins inside, still not enough to buy anything. Additionally, there are a few cards, which surely have money, but he can't take anything out of them. Understanding Qin Feng's predicament, the system offers a pleasant surprise. Reminder to the host: the retrieval function of the trading center has been upgraded to enhance the ability to withdraw currency from bank cards. Can this retrieve? There's a retrieval system, is it really that powerful? If I retrieve it, could someone trace it? Reminder to the host: with this technology, it will be impossible for anyone to trace it. Would you like to retrieve the funds? That's all Qin Feng needed to hear, and he immediately gave the order to retrieve. Congratulations, host. You have successfully retrieved 4 bank cards and received their value. The total amount inside is 520 million coins. Such a huge amount of money? Looks like I'm about to strike it rich. Reminder to the host, the shopping center has the right to confiscate all items. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng immediately ordered the system to confiscate all the items he had stolen, along with the corpses. As a result, he gained an additional 430 million coins. Specifically, the 2 storage rings were worth 160 million coins, various magical items were worth 230 million coins, the damaged war vehicle was worth 40 million coins, and the total value of all the corpses was 740 coins. Xin Feng was so happy that he almost wanted to dance a Vina house. It was amazing how everything could be reclaimed. With this recovery ability, it would be much easier to destroy traces and erase evidence in the future. With money in hand, Xin Feng bought 2 bottles of level 5 gene potion and used one of them. Immediately, his strategy stat increased by 200 points, from 14 to 16. The remaining bottle, he planned to give to Sua Sua, as it could boost her combat power by an additional 400 points. With this combat strength combined with her natural fighting skills, she could be considered on par with a first-star early-stage elementalist. Xin Feng thoughtfully bought an extra storage ring, knowing that Sua Sua would definitely need one in the future, especially since she would have to carry a lot of equipment such as medicine weapons. He continued to think about whether there was anything else he needed to buy. As for the fragments of the Divine Seal, he couldn't use the Divine Seal for the defense system. The lightning and ice systems were on the verge of breaking through, so they weren't needed either. As for the fire system, his innate fire system was at a basic level, and if he relied on himself, it would take more than a decade of cultivation to break through. It was certainly not worth the effort. However, if his innate talent was insufficient, he could always compensate with resources. Thinking of this, Xin Feng did not hesitate to buy 3 more fragments of the Fire Seal God's fire system. After successfully absorbing the Fire Seal God's power, he broke through to the first star early stage. Xin Feng tried using the wind blade technique, and he could feel the perfect harmony of the 2 elemental systems. He laughed joyfully and said, "The wind complements the fire, the fusion of wind and fire is real." Is this the advantage of the combined forces of wind and fire? The effect is clearly 1 + 1 is greater than 2. After the excitement subsided, Xin Feng noticed that the surroundings were engulfed in flames. He quickly extinguished the fire in fear, or Lu Yan's house would have been burned down. At that moment, he realized something. Is this a result of the spiritual activation? A fire mage's flame temperature is usually just over 1000 degrees, but after I used wind and fire fusion, the temperature difference was nearly 5000 to 6000 degrees, which is equivalent to the 3rd star fire elemental master. Xin Feng checked his cultivation status. Now, his combat power was 2200 points, surpassing even the combat power of the 2nd star peak stage. The combat power of the dual element wind and fire fusion indeed had a wide range. With this speed, he could challenge a 3-star elementalist. With that said, it was likely to scare many elementalists to death. Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Elementalists have 3 major stages, in order: 3-star rank, 6-star rank, and 9-star rank. Many elementalists spend their entire lives stuck at the 2nd star peak stage, unable to break through to the 3rd star. This is because breaking through from the 2nd star peak stage to the 3rd star is 10 times more difficult than breaking through from the 3rd star to the 4th star, and the combat power at the 2nd star peak stage is around 2000 points. In contrast, the combat power required for the 3rd star early stage is as high as 5000 points, double that of the 2nd star peak stage. Therefore, it is said that one can break through to the next level by defeating an opponent of a higher rank, but it is unheard of for someone at the 2nd star to defeat someone at the 3rd star. This is truly an unrealistic expectation. However, Xin Feng was very confident. Once his combat power reached the 3rd star level, most of the elementalists in Yunyang City would have to take his opinions into account. However, after a shopping spree, Xin Feng was left with only over 200 million coins. He still needed to buy Yuan Wu and Beast Cores, which required a substantial amount of money. He had to think of ways to earn some more.
Back to the girls' night out. After a night of battling, Lu Yen and Sua Sua returned to the base, their faces beaming.
Sua Sua is really happy, that fight was so satisfying. Lu Yen quickly transferred 600 million coins into Sua Sua's account. Sua Sua was shocked when she heard the amount. So much, Lu's sister? Didn't you say it was extremely hard to make money? Are we splitting it 50-50?
That's right, we're splitting it. I've already kept more than 600 million coins for myself.
My gosh, you made over 100 million coins in just one night? Yen's sister, you're amazing. How did you do it?
Lu Yen smiled. I just used a few weaknesses, employed some tactics to provoke them, and their actions were just ordinary. But in the end, it was your strong strength that really made the difference.
Sua Sua scratched his head. I don't understand anything you're saying.
Lu Yen then patiently explained. First, we started by performing a 1 versus 10 match, winning over 50 million in one go. Then, we added our initial capital and placed a 100 million bet, which successfully attracted a large number of top-tier players. After that, we won 3 consecutive rounds, even defeating the player ranked 269, which caught the attention of the entire network. Then, we firmly established our position on the fishing platform, only accepting challenges with bets no less than 100 million. In the end, we won more than we lost, and not only did we rank 178th in the southern region, but we also earned several billion. Lu Yen chuckled lightly. If it weren't for the fact that you gained some fame in the end, no one would dare to challenge you anymore.
Otherwise, I could have made a bit more. Haha, honestly, I'm a little exhausted.
Even though it's just a virtual combat game, playing all night like that is really tiring. At this point, Lu Yen also felt her body grow heavy, stretching her arms as she spoke. A whole night of earning is enough for today. Tomorrow, I still have to go buy some cultivation resources.
My cultivation level needs to break through to the second stage.
Suddenly remembering her brother, Sua Sua suggested to Lu Yen, by the way, Lu's sister, my brother doesn't have an account for the global combat network.
With his strength, he could probably win a lot of money. Right, isn't your brother really skilled in combat?
Of course, many of my fighting techniques were taught to me by him. In fact, with my current strength, I wouldn't even last one round in front of my brother, let alone last against Qin Feng.
Exactly, if that's the case, then your brother's strength must be in the top 10. If we could make him play 2 rounds in a bet, wouldn't we be making a profit?
Qin Feng not only looks handsome, but he also has incredible talent, unbeatable luck, and his fighting skills are terrifyingly strong.
A gem like him must be kept under control. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile in a somewhat grotesque way, causing Sua Sua to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze.
Lu Yen chuckled, drummed his hands, and endured the whole night.
I'm not going to work today, just taking a day to rest at home. Alright, then I'll go cook. What would Lu's sister like to eat? Anything is fine for me. You can take whatever is in the fridge.
I'll go take a shower first, I need to coax him properly later.
Ugh, that's something you should talk to your brother about. With that, Lu Yen quickly sneaked away.
As soon as she mentioned her brother, Sua Sua transferred all the money she had won from the bet to Qin Feng. The moment Qin Feng saw her face, he raised his phone and questioned her.
Sua Sua, how did you end up with so much money?
Sua Sua happily ran over and then explained everything to Qin Feng in detail.
So that's how it is. That way of making money isn't bad at all. By the way, where's your Lu's sister?
She went to take a shower, I'm going to make breakfast.
Okay, after breakfast, let me take you to the city hall. Sua Sua was a bit surprised. Why are we going there?
Qin Feng gently patted her head.
Of course, to help you rank up to elite citizen. Huh? You're promoting me to elite citizen? Brother, have you already broken through to elementalist? Yeah, once you become an elite citizen, the Lin family won't dare to touch you anymore. Wow, brother, you're amazing. I have a brother who's an elementalist now. Are you happy? Brother has something else to give you. Look, what is this?
Xin Feng took out a storage ring from his bag and gave it to Sua Sua. Then, he gave her a level 5 gene potion to drink. Immediately, Sua Sua felt herself growing much stronger. Xin Feng pointed to the combat power test machine and told Sua Sua to try it. After looking at the results, Sua Sua was stunned. Heavens, 400 points of combat power, am I seeing this right? I remember that a 1-star elementalist only has around 500 points. Brother, this level 5 gene potion of yours is really amazing. Xin Feng happily responded. 400 combat power, plus your own combat talent, now you're comparable to a 1st-star early-stage elementalist. Brother, does this mean I can not only become an elite citizen, but can I also achieve the title of Baron? Xin Feng was startled and exclaimed. What? You can also achieve a title? Sua Sua, what is this about? As far as I know, only elementalists can receive a title, while others aren't qualified. Sua Sua excitedly explained, I only heard Lu's sister mention it last night. Even if you're not an elementalist, as long as you have the abilities of a 1-star elementalist, after passing the assessment, the government will grant you a noble title. Of course, something that difficult is almost impossible to achieve. Xin Feng understood and happily spoke up, so that's how it is. A 1-star elementalist proves their strength through battle and passes the assessment of a gene warrior. This is really good news. With my current overall strength, I'm sure I can reach the 1st-star early stage. Suddenly, Sua Sua moved closer and grabbed Xin Feng's hand. I'm curious, brother, you're much stronger than me. Do you think you'll reach the 2nd elementalist star level? Xin Feng nodded and asked, could it be possible? Why's that? Sua Sua smiled brightly. Lu's sister said, no matter if it's the 2nd elementalist star level or something else, as long as your overall strength reaches the 2nd tier level, you can apply for a noble title. Xin Feng was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and he continued asking, is that really the case? Wait a minute, does that mean that no matter what the cultivation level is, as long as the strength reaches the 3rd tier level, one can apply for the position of count? Sua Sua nodded and said, in theory, yes, but the gap in battle power between the 2nd elementalist star level and the 3rd tier is pretty big. After an elementalist breaks through to the 3rd tier, not only does their battle power reach the 5,000 point threshold, but they can also awaken a unique combat skill. In all of history, there has never been a recorded case of a 2nd tier successfully challenging a 3rd tier. I see. Xin Feng responded with a sentence, then lifted his chin thoughtfully. 3-star elementalists in Yunyang City hold very high positions, even the city lord respects them. If I could attain the title of Count, it would surely make the Lin family even more cautious around us. At that moment, Sua Sua spoke up again. Brother, then I'll go prepare breakfast. Alright, after breakfast, we'll join the noble circle together. Not long after, when Xin Feng walked over to the dining table, he couldn't help but praise. Wow, this looks really rich. Hearing Xin Feng's compliment, Sua Sua smiled brightly. Brother, please eat. Xin Feng sat down at the table and casually added. Call Lu's sister over to have breakfast too. As soon as Xin Feng finished speaking, Lu Yan's voice came from behind. No need to call, I'm already here. Lu Yan was now dressed in a maid's outfit. She walked over, struck a pose, and asked. How do I look? Does this suit me? Seeing this, Sua Sua immediately praised her. Wow, you look so beautiful, Lu's sister looks good in anything. Xin Feng, on the other hand, widened his eyes, and the bite of food he had just taken was spat out. Hee hee, Sua Sua, your little mouth is so sweet, Lu Yan remarked, stepping up to the table. She leaned close to Xin Feng and softly asked. Do you think I look very beautiful in this? Xin Feng didn't dare turn his head. He mechanically replied. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Lu Yan laughed joyfully, moving even closer to Xin Feng. She changed the way she addressed him and asked. Would you like me to serve you breakfast, my lord? Xin Feng broke into a sweat and hurriedly declined, no need, no need.
Perhaps because Qin Feng was too close, Lu Yan seemed to sense something.
Her expression changed, and she took several steps back, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng in disbelief.
Sua Sua, noticing Lu Yan's strange reaction, spoke up with concern, "Lu sister, what's wrong with you?" Qin Feng, too, asked with suspicion, "What's going on? Is there something wrong with me?" Lu Yan, her voice trembling, asked Qin Feng, "Have you broken through to become a first-star fire elemental master?" Qin Feng calmly admitted, "Yes, didn't I tell you before that I was about to break through?" Although she had suspected the outcome, hearing it directly from Qin Feng's mouth still left Lu Yan in disbelief. She exclaimed, "Good heavens, you broke through in just one night?"
In her mind, she thought, if I remember correctly, you're not that old.
A young elementalist like you? Such talent is truly remarkable. If you're not the best in the Southern Alliance, you're certainly among the top two.
Letting out a sigh, Lu Yan sat down on a chair and remarked, "Qin Feng, your incredible talent is something I've rarely seen in my life. Even superior official Yun Yang pales in comparison to you."
Sua Sua, who had been eating, suddenly raised a question, "Lu sister, wasn't it said that the number one genius in Yunyang City is Lin Tianyang?"
Lu Yan scoffed at this, "He's nothing compared to your brother."
It's like comparing someone from the heavens to someone from the earth.
In her heart, Lu Yan had already made up her mind, she must secure this person, bring him to show her elderly father, and then flaunt him in front of those useless second-generation heirs.
That would be so satisfying.
Seeing Lu Yan's strange gaze directed at him, Qin Feng didn't think much of it. He opened his mouth to announce, "Sister Lu, after we finish eating, Sua Sua and I will have to leave." Lu Yan was startled and quickly asked,
"Where are you two going? Back to the refugee district? Why does it have to be like that? Why not stay in the military district?"
"You can join me in my future endeavors, and I can make Sua Sua a second lieutenant."
Sua Sua, hearing this, was stunned and spoke up. "Wow, Sister Lu, is that possible?" Lu Yan proudly replied, "Why not? Everything in this military district is under my control, even the city lord can't do anything about it."
Lu Yan's words made Qin Feng hesitate.
He couldn't deny that if Sua Sua stayed here, it would indeed be much safer.
While Qin Feng was deep in thought, Lu Yan suddenly turned to him with a meaningful look.
"Why don't you stay with sister as well? Apart from being a second lieutenant, there are many other benefits for you."
Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his chin, pretending not to understand. Seeing this, Lu Yan teased, "How old are you and still shy like this?
If you don't understand, just come to my room tonight, and I'll teach you." Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore.
He shoved a sausage into Lu Yan's mouth and laughed, saying,
"Let's talk about it later, let's eat first." Lu Yan sulked and said, "Well, anyway, you two aren't leaving today. Sua Sua still has to go on a mission with me." At that moment, Lu Yan's phone rang, and she immediately answered. "Who is it?" "Oh, Wang Fuguan?"
I don't even know what Wang Fuguan was talking about, I just saw Lu Yan's face change color and shot something.
"Alright, I understand, I'll go right away."
Qin Feng, Sua Sua, you two eat first, I have to go to the military district for an emergency meeting.
I'll be back late. After leaving this sentence, Lu Yan quickly left. After Lu Yan left, Sua Sua asked anxiously, "Brother, Lu's sister left in such a hurry, something big must have happened. Do you think our killing of Lin Suyang has been exposed?" Qin Feng immediately denied, "How could it be so fast? The Lin family can't confirm that Lin Suyang is dead so quickly.
At least they haven't investigated us yet.
Lu's sister is in such a hurry, it's probably something else."
Sua Sua still couldn't calm down. "Brother, I'm still really scared." Qin Feng handed a skewer of sausages to Sua Sua, smiling to reassure her, "Don't be afraid.
As long as we succeed in becoming titled barons, the Lin family won't dare to touch us."
Sua Sua leaned forward, took a bite, and then spoke, Brother, after we finish eating, let's go together to the titled baron office."
Qin Feng happily agreed, "Okay." Suddenly, an emergency announcement appeared on the TV.
Emergency announcement, emergency announcement. The Southern Alliance headquarters has announced that last night, Nanming City and Bingyu City were unexpectedly attacked by large-scale beast tides. Bingyu City suffered heavy losses. The beast tide has now been repelled by the Allied forces. In the next half-month, Yunyang City will be affected by the aftermath of the beast tide.
All relevant departments are asked to make proper preparations for defense. In addition, we remind those who are planning to leave the city recently to strengthen their personal defense measures. Both of them gasped in surprise. Xin Feng quickly speculated, could it be that the reason Lu Yan rushed to leave like that is related to this matter? Sua Sua, sitting opposite him, reminded him, brother, Bingyu City is very close to us. Xin Feng recalled the map and the distance between the two cities in his mind, frowning as he confirmed, that's right, this incident involving the beast tide will also affect our Yunyang City. Just as the two were still worried, the TV broadcasted another urgent announcement. Here is the announcement from the Alliance's wanted list. The suspect is Zhu Changtong, male, cultivation level, 3rd-star fire elemental master, originally a first-tier count of Bingyu City. If anyone discovers this person, the informant will receive a reward of 30 million coins. If the person is captured alive, the reward will be 10 billion coins. 10 billion coins is indeed a huge amount. What kind of trouble has this person caused? Sua Sua didn't say anything, but she felt that the name Zhu Changtong sounded very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Ah, that's right. Sua Sua's sudden exclamation startled Xin Feng. Little girl, are you trying to scare me with your shouting? Sua Sua quickly explained, brother, I remembered now. The person who sent the message to Lin Suyang before was Zhu Changtong. What? Xin Feng exclaimed. Sua Sua asked, you raised a question earlier, could it be that Zhu Changtong's criminal activities are related to the Lin family? Then we should report it right away, Sua Sua said eagerly. The Lin family being involved with a wanted criminal is a serious taboo. If they get implicated with the guild, they won't have time to cause any more trouble for us. Unlike what one might imagine, Xin Feng's expression remained calm as he first advised not to act rashly. That message was only seen by us. If we speak without evidence, no one will believe us. Therefore, making an accusation without any proof is useless and might even backfire, causing the Lin family to cancel the deal. So what should we do? Pretend we don't know anything about this? Xin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. The item Zhu Changtong is trading with the Lin family is extremely valuable, and it's definitely related to the beast tide incident in Bingyu City. Sua Sua exclaimed in disbelief, what? How is it related to the beast tide? Xin Feng asked, think about it. Zhu Changtong is a count of Bingyu City, and last night, a beast tide appeared in Bingyu City. Today, he's being hunted down. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Sua Sua thought for a moment and then nodded, it does seem like that. Xin Feng analyzed, 3 days ago, Zhu Changtong made an agreement with the Lin family to meet at Luohuashan, which is tonight. To put it simply, all of this has been part of a secret plot. It's possible that this beast tide was orchestrated by them to achieve their goals without anyone knowing. Sua Sua anxiously asked, oh my god, what should we do now? Xin Feng thought for a moment and then made his decision, tonight, I have to go to Luohuashan. Sua Sua asked in astonishment, brother, you want to go to their trading spot? Xin Feng didn't hide anything and said, as long as we gather evidence that the Lin family is trading with Zhu Changtong, we can turn the situation around and take control. In addition, Xin Feng also had some expectations. He wanted to see what kind of treasure Zhu Changtong would trade with the Lin family. If there was an opportunity, Xin Feng would not hesitate to play dirty and steal the treasure for himself. While Xin Feng was still thinking, Sua Sua rushed over and hugged him, crying loudly, brother, I don't agree with you going. Xin Feng quickly tried to reassure her, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Sua Sua didn't believe him and continued to cry, how can nothing happen? That Zhu Changtong is a 3rd-star fire elemental master. Also, people from the Lin family will be there, they must be strong, it's too dangerous, I don't want you to go. To calm Sua Sua down, Xin Feng decided to show off a bit of his abilities. Since that's the case, let me show you what I can do, watch. With that, Xin Feng used the ice concealment technique, and his body instantly disappeared from Sua Sua's sight. This made Sua Sua gasp and exclaim, "You disappeared." Before Sua Sua could react, she was suddenly lifted into the air. When she turned her head, she saw Xin Feng smiling and lifting her up with both hands. Xin Feng smiled and asked, "How about that? Impressive, right? Brother, did you awaken a special ability?" Xin Feng set Sua Sua down and explained, "It's nothing special. This is the ice concealment technique. It not only hides the body but also the aura." Sua Sua looked at him with admiration and shouted, "Oh my god, I heard that elementalists can only awaken their special abilities once they reach the 3rd star. You're so old, and you already have it at the 1st star. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?" Xin Feng was praised, then placed both hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and said, "Don't worry, is that enough? This old man of yours is quite capable, haven't I? Now, have you agreed to let me go?" Sua Sua nodded in reassurance. "All right." Xin Feng took out his phone to check, then said, "Sua Sua, Luo Huashan is over 300 miles from here, and their transaction will happen at midnight. I have to leave right now, or I'll miss their deal. Also, I've transferred 5 billion coins to your account." Upon receiving the transfer notification, Sua Sua curiously asked, "Big brother, why are you transferring so much money to me?" Xin Feng awkwardly replied, "I don't have time to go with you to the titled baron today, but you can buy some equipment to prepare for the titled baron assessment." Knowing this, Sua Sua didn't refuse and obediently followed Xin Feng's instructions. Just then, Lu Yan entered, her face full of displeasure as she questioned Xin Feng. "Are you really planning to disappear again?" Xin Feng was surprised and replied, "Huh? How did you come back so quickly?" "It's not that I want to leave, it's just that I have something urgent and need to be away for a day or two." Lu Yan spoke with satisfaction, "All right, I'll consider that you still have a conscience. By the way, Xin Feng, you've asked Sua Sua to stay here, so I'll trouble you to take care of her for 2 or 3 days. Lu Yan patted her chest with assurance, "Don't worry, Sua Sua is my lucky charm. I won't let anyone harm her." Xin Feng smiled and nodded, "Then I'll be at ease." Lu Yan suddenly remembered something and gave a warning, "By the way, the outskirts are dangerous recently, there may be some wild beasts. If possible, try not to wander around." I saw the news on TV already." Xin Feng replied, then he asked, "By the way, does the military district have any fire system and wind system spirit cores? I want to buy a few." Lu Yan was curious, "What do you need those for?" Xin Feng casually gave an excuse, "Special use." "Can you sell them to me?" Lu Yan thought for a moment before replying, "If we have them, of course it's not a problem. Let me check first." Saying this, Lu Yan took out his phone and called Wang Fuguan. "Go to the military warehouse and check if there are any spirit cores for wind and fire systems. If there are, bring them to my office." On the side, Xin Feng was secretly excited and thought, "Now that I am a dual-element master of wind and fire, as long as I can devour a wind and fire spirit core, my strength will increase faster than a rocket. If I can swallow one before heading to Luo Huashan, it'll be even better." After finishing the phone call, Lu Yan smiled and announced, "There's no fire system spirit core, but there is one wind system spirit core. Go ahead, you can take it from my office." Hearing this, Xin Feng joyfully exclaimed, "Great." He was also very curious how much stronger would he become after devouring one spirit core? Then, Xin Feng followed Lu Yan to the office and waited. A few minutes later, a soldier entered holding a box and reported, "Report, squad leader, the spirit core has been brought here." Lu Yan nodded and instructed, "Put it on the table and close the door when you leave." "Yes, sir." The squad leader shouted, placed the box on the table, and immediately turned to leave. Once the soldier was gone, Lu Yan opened the box and said, "This is what you need. It's inside this box."
Xin Feng took out his phone to check, then exclaimed, "Oh, it's the demon core from the first star late stage, even better than I had expected. Lu's sister, this demon core is worth at least 25 million coins on the market.
Is it alright if I transfer the money to you now?" Lu Yan waved her hand. "What's money? This demon core is a gift from sister to you." Xin Feng refused, still insisting, "How can I accept it? Something so valuable, I can't just take it for free." Lu Yan had no choice but to give in.
She stared at Xin Feng meaningfully and said, "You're really something, can't even eat the soft food that's right in front of you.
Just transfer it already."
Xin Feng immediately transferred 25 million coins to Lu Yan.
"Lu's sister, I've sent it, now give me the demon core,"
Xin Feng said, unable to wait. He reached out to grab the demon core, but unexpectedly, Lu Yan was quicker, holding the demon core and shaking it provocatively in front of Xin Feng. "Do you want it?
You'll have to get it yourself. You won't be able to take it unless you get a little closer to sister."
Xin Feng was caught off guard, awkwardly leaning forward to grab the demon core while saying, "Lu's sister, stop messing around, I'm trying to make use of my time." Lu Yan quickly pulled her hand back, dodging Xin Feng's attempt.
She continued to tease, "Oh?
Then hurry up and make the most of your time to grab it." Lu Yan went even further, intentionally dropping the demon core into her collar and acting startled, saying, "Oh no, it's so annoying, I can't hold on to it.
It accidentally slipped down into my shirt." Xin Feng's eyes widened in shock, stuttering, "What? What are you doing?"
Lu Yan played it up even more, then said, "Xin Feng, I'm allergic to this demon core.
Now I'm completely powerless, help me take it out."
Xin Feng's face darkened, and he silently cursed in his heart, "This act is so fake." He sighed and made a silent resolution, "This woman, she really is hopeless.
I don't have time for this, I can't hesitate any longer."
With that, Xin Feng seriously switched into beast mode. He stood up, walked in front of Lu Yan, raised his hand, and said, "Lu's sister, I'm sorry for being so rude."
Lu Yan was startled upon seeing this. "Ha! Hey, hey, hey!"
Immediately, Lu Yan's loud scream echoed through the room, and even those walking in the hallway could hear it. Moments later, under the stunned gazes of everyone, Xin Feng, blushing, walked out with the demon core in hand. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lu Yan, her face flushed red, happily muttered to herself, "I never expected this guy is really wild, but I like it." By now, Xin Feng had already made his way outside the base. He looked at his right hand and, with a fierce tone, said, "That woman, really?
If she does this again next time, I'll have to be stricter with her."
Then, Xin Feng scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one around, he decided to first devour the demon core and deal with the rest later. Without hesitation, he threw the demon core into his mouth and began the devouring process. His cultivation level in the wind system continuously rose. System notification, started devouring wind system demon core, first star late stage, wind system cultivation level increased by 10%. System notification, wind system cultivation level breakthrough to first star mid stage, wind system cultivation level increased by 10%. The cultivation level of the wind system increased by 10%. The system notification read, cultivation level of wind system has reached 83%, peak of first star. Xin Feng laughed heartily, the wind system has truly reached the peak of first star.
He happily opened his personal profile to check.
Xin Feng's cultivation level, wind system, peak of first star 83%. Lightning system, qualified elementalist, divine seal completion at 89%.
Ice system, genius elementalist, divine seal completion at 92%. Fire system, normal, first star early stage, 0.1%.
Special skill, devour.
Combat skill, berserk strike. Support skill, ice concealment technique. Combat power index, 2600 points.
Xin Feng exclaimed with joy, "I've just obtained a demon core, and I've already broken through to the mid-stage. Moreover, the cultivation progress has reached 83% of the mid-stage. Normally, it would take an average person at least a dozen years to break through from the first star early stage to the mid stage.
I did it in the blink of an eye.
I'm so happy, and my combat power has jumped from 2000 points to 2000 points. If I continue to hunt fire system and wind system demon beasts along the way, my combat power will definitely rise even further. With that, Qin Feng activated Wind Shadow and quickly headed toward Luohua Mountain. At this time, at the Lin family, Lin Jianhao, seeing Lin Zhongyu arrive, warmly said, "Third uncle, you're here. Please, take a seat." Lin Zhongyu did not refuse, walking over to a chair and sitting down. At this moment, Lin Jianhao continued speaking. "Third uncle, the reason I invited you here is because there is an important matter I need your help with." Lin Zhongyu replied politely.
"Family head, you're being too kind.
If there's anything, please feel free to instruct me." Lin Jianhao took out a ring, his expression serious, and said,
"Third uncle, it's like this.
The Bingyu city has encountered a large beast tide.
Have you heard about it?
The city lord has called for a gathering of the major families to discuss the issue of resource reserves and trade routes. They plan to have a long meeting, and I really can't afford to be distracted. The transaction tonight with Zhu Changtong, I have no choice but to trouble you to handle it." After speaking, Lin Jianhao placed the ring on a tray and handed it to Shui'er, signaling her to pass it to Lin Zhongyu. Shui'er understood the gesture, and respectfully took the tray, placing it in front of Lin Zhongyu.
Lin Zhongyu took the ring and said, "Family head's instructions, I will definitely handle it well."
Looking at the ring in Lin Zhongyu's hand, Lin Jianhao cautiously reminded him. "The items from Zhu Changfeng must be kept in the storage ring, and you must be sure to take good care of them." Lin Zhongyu confidently assured him. "Rest assured, I know how precious these items are. They will be safe in my care." As time was pressing, Lin Zhongyu stood up to take his leave.
"Luohua Mountain isn't close, and things cannot be delayed. I must depart now."
Lin Jianhao smiled and sent off his third uncle.
"Wish you safe travels, third uncle."
After Lin Zhongyu left, Lin Jianhao sat down in his chair inside. With no one else in the room, Shui'er, without hesitation, naturally sat on his lap and asked with concern,
"What's wrong? How bro, what's bothering you?"
Lin Jianhao replied anxiously, "1/3 of the Lin family's assets are tied up in this deal, so we cannot afford to lose or have it exposed."
"How can I not worry?"
Shui'er gently stroked Lin Jianhao's face, comforting him. "Third uncle is a powerful figure in the third star mid-stage. He is very cautious, and dealing with someone like Zhu Changtong, who is only at the third star early stage, shouldn't be a problem." At the mention of Zhu Changtong's name, Lin Jianhao snorted coldly.
That Zhu Changtong is devious."
He had originally wanted to say more, but for some reason, he sighed instead and said, "Worrying doesn't help. I hope third uncle's transaction goes smoothly this time." Seeing that Lin Jianhao was still unhappy, Shui'er quickly changed the topic. If the deal goes through successfully, Su Yang will be able to become an elementalist, and Tian Yang's ice system talent will also be raised to the level of a genius."
Sure enough, Lin Jianhao's face relaxed, and he grabbed Shui'er's hand, saying with joy, "A genius level, huh?
The entire Southern Alliance is one of the few places with such a person. It will truly cause a global sensation." Shui'er smiled sweetly, flattering him, "How bro, you're so awesome."
"Lin family is fortunate to have you as the head," she added.
Lin Jianhao, holding the beauty in his arms, domineeringly spoke, "If the Lin family can use this as a foundation, we'll eventually replace superior official Yin Yang and take control of the entire Yin Yang city mechanics.
At that point, who would dare speak ill of our relationship?" Then, Lin Jianhao asked, "By the way, Shui'er, any news from Su Yan?" Shui'er thought for a moment before replying, "Not yet.
The subordinates still haven't been able to contact Su Yang, and Bai Tu has also lost contact."
Lin Jianhao frowned and spoke up, "Su Yang shouldn't have gotten into trouble, right? The situation is not good.
You should investigate that little girl from the refugee group, Sua Sua, and see if she's alive or dead."
Shui'er, surprised, asked the family head, "Do you suspect that little girl is the leader?"
Lin Jianhao shook his head, denying, no, only an elementalist of rank 2 or above would be able to do something like that. Bai Tu, unable to send a distress signal in time, said, she's just a little girl, how could she possibly manage that? Shuai, with doubt, spoke up, what do you mean? Lin Jianhao gritted his teeth and speculated, I understand Su Yang. With his personality, he wouldn't have let that little girl survive this long. There's a possibility that something happened to Su Yang and they can't be contacted. If that little girl is still alive, then Su Yang might be in trouble. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Shuai immediately agreed, understood, I'll go investigate. Xin Feng was unaware that the Lin family had started investigating Sua Sua. At that moment, he was fighting a demon beast with 3 tails. The 3-tailed demon beast roared, launching 3 fireballs toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng was not to be outdone. Holding his bloodbone blade, he used his wind elemental slash skill to send a gust of wind slashing through the air, colliding with the 3 fireballs and creating a large energy explosion. Taking advantage of the beast's vision being obscured by the smoke and dust, Xin Feng jumped high into the air, landing on top of the demon beast's head, shouting, where are you looking? I'm right here. The beast, startled, looked up just in time to see Xin Feng raising his bloodbone blade with both hands, bringing it down in a powerful strike. By the time the beast tried to react, it was already too late. In an instant, a single most violent strike took away its entire life force. Xin Feng approached the corpse of the demon beast and searched through it for a while. When he found a red crystal, he joyfully exclaimed, this is great. Finally, I got a fire demon core. Along the way, I killed 4 demon beasts, but unfortunately, none of them were of the earth element, only water. With this demon core, my strength will increase again. Without hesitation, Xin Feng immediately tossed the fire demon core into the mouth of Devour. The system notifications for cultivation level upgrades appeared one after another. Devouring Fire Demon Core, Early Stage 2nd Star, Fire Element Cultivation Level increased by 10%. Fire Element Cultivation Level increased by 10%. Fire Element Cultivation Level broke through to the Mid-Stage 1st Star. Fire Element Cultivation Level increased by 10%, Fire Element Cultivation Level reached Mid-Stage 1st Star, 17%. After Devour finished, Xin Feng briefly felt the power within himself and thought, as expected, plundering talent affects the conversion rate of Devour. My wind system is an unparalleled talent. When I devoured a 1st star late stage demon core, my cultivation level increased to mid-stage 1st star by 83%. But the fire system is a regular talent, and after devouring a 2nd star early stage demon core, it only increased to mid-stage 1st star by 17%. Next was Qin Feng's personal cultivation status. Wind System Realm, Unparalleled Mid-Stage 1st Star, 83%. Lightning System Realm, Unparalleled Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion Level 89%. Ice System Realm, Genius Qualified Elementalist, Divine Seal Completion Level 92%. Fire System Realm, Ordinary, Mid-Stage 1st Star, 17%. Talent Skill, Devour, Body Level. Combat Skill, Berserk Strike. Support Skill, Ice Concealment Technique. Combat Power Index, 2,940 points. Looking at his personal stats, although only the fire system level and combat power had changed, it was enough to make Qin Feng laugh heartily. My combat power suddenly rose to 2,940 points. Ah, that's so fast. I heard Luo Huashan has a lot of spirit beasts. If I manage to kill a few more fire-type or wind-type beasts before encountering Zhu Changtong, my strength could increase even more. Combined with my equipment and combat techniques, I might even be able to take on both Zhu Changtong and the people from the Lin family at the same time. By then, the secret treasure they're trading will be in my hands. A plan gradually formed in Qin Feng's mind, and he looked forward to reaching Luo Huashan more quickly. On the way, if he encountered any suitable spirit beasts, Qin Feng would not miss the opportunity to raise his cultivation level. Nightfall was often the preferred time of activity for many spirit beasts. Luo Huashan was no exception. Under the faint moonlight, it was easy to spot the fleeting shadows of spirit beasts weaving through the forest trees. In a corner of Luo Huashan, the appearance of a human figure caused several weak, small spirit beasts nearby to flee in terror. The figure looked around for a while, comparing his surroundings. Once he confirmed that this was indeed Luo Huashan, he let out a sigh of relief. That figure was none other than Qin Feng. After a long day, he had finally arrived before midnight. Qin Feng first took out his phone to confirm. A voice message played, "You are near the target location. This directional guidance ends here. There are many spirit beasts near the target. The Southern Union navigation system reminds you to please stay safe." "Definitely not wrong," Qin Feng said, then put away his phone and began searching for the location of Zhu Changtong and the Lin family. Earlier, Qin Feng had hunted a fire elemental beast. His fire cultivation level had risen to the first star late stage, and his combat strength had increased to 3,200 points. Unfortunately, wind-type beasts were extremely rare, and he hadn't encountered a single one. It was almost midnight, and just as Qin Feng had yet to find any trace of Zhu Changtong, a sound of fighting from not far away caught his attention. It was the sound of someone fighting with a beast. Could it be Zhu Changtong? Thinking this, Qin Feng activated his ice concealment technique and silently approached the source of the sound without making a sound. Over there, a large beast was slashing at an old man with silver hair using its claws. The old man gracefully dodged, then calmly snorted, "You dare strike at me?" Qin Feng arrived at the scene just in time to witness this and quietly speculated that there was indeed someone here. Isham, the beast was a gale wolf at the first star full stage, a wind-type beast that he had been searching for. However, this old man wasn't Zhu Changtong. What was he doing here on Luohua Mountain in the middle of the night? Could he be from the Lin family? Uncertain of the silver-haired old man's identity, Qin Feng didn't act impulsively but silently continued to observe the battle. At this moment, the gale wolf was circling the silver-haired old man at high speed, trying to find an opening to attack. The old man remained calm and sneered, "Low-level techniques, seeking death." As soon as the old man with white hair finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 3 stars immediately appeared around him. They connected to form a triangular formation. The old man stood at the center of the formation, slammed his hand onto the ground, and from it shot out several earth elemental spears that pierced through Gale Wolf's body. Watching the old man with white hair collect Gale Wolf's corpse with a storage ring, Qin Feng silently thought in fear, "The 3 stars have already formed a formation, the Heavenly Conqueror's formation, known as the Divine Star Formation. He is an earth elementalist at the 3rd star mid-stage. No matter who he is, I'm not his match right now, so it's better for me not to show myself." Suddenly, Qin Feng saw a figure covered in flames flying toward this location. "Ha! Another person is coming?" It was a fire elementalist flying through the air. Except for wind elementalists, other elementalists had to cultivate at least to the 3rd star to achieve flight. The person coming must be at least a 3rd star fire elemental master. Could it be Zhu Changtong? Just as Qin Feng had guessed, when the figure landed opposite the old man with white hair, the flames surrounding him dissipated, revealing a face identical to the one on the wanted poster of Zhu Changfeng. Zhu Changfeng looked at the old man with white hair and asked with a smile, "Why is it you? Why hasn't Lin Jianhao shown up?" Lin Zhongyu snorted in dissatisfaction, "You caused such a large-scale monster disturbance, and the entire alliance was shaken. Our family head couldn't escape, so he had to send me instead." Qin Feng, hidden in the bushes while filming on his phone, felt a sense of joy and thought, "So the old white-haired man is from the Lin family. Perfect, now I have proof of the Lin family's dealings with Zhu Changtong." Outside, Lin Zhongyu continued, "Zhu Changtong, I'm very curious how you managed to create the beast tide." Zhu Changtong did not answer, instead asking, "You don't need to know that. Have you brought the item?" Lin Zhongyu nodded and replied, "I have brought it." "What about you?" Zhu Changtong took out a box and smiled, "Don't worry, of course, I have brought mine as well." Lin Zhongyu spoke up, "If you have it, please show it." Without hesitation, Zhu Changtong opened the box, inviting Lin Zhongyu to take a look. Upon seeing the 2 identical items in the box, Qin Feng immediately checked them with the system. The name of the item was Ice God's Fruit,
an extremely rare and precious item. Its effect was that when consumed, it could upgrade one's ice system sensitivity. Notably, it could be ingested, and even ordinary people could directly use it. Upon seeing this, Shin Feng was astonished, and he screamed inwardly, "Oh my god, this is the legendary ice god's fruit." No wonder Shin Feng reacted this way. The ice god's fruit was the only item in the world capable of upgrading one's ice system sensitivity. Rumors say its price exceeds 100 billion, and it is extremely rare. Many senior figures in the ice system sought it but couldn't get their hands on it. Shin Feng's ice system talent was only at the genius level, but if he consumed the ice god's fruit, he would undoubtedly break through to the peerless level. Moreover, Shin Feng remembered that Sua Sua had dual element aptitude, one of which was the ice system. If she could eat one, she would definitely become an elementalist. Outside, Zhu Changtong closed the box and said, "You've seen my goods. Now, where is yours?" Lin Zhongyu took out a box that had already been examined. "Here it is." Zhu Changtong also asked to check the goods. Lin Zhongyu immediately opened the box, revealing the only item inside. Shin Feng eagerly used his system to scan it. The name of the item was Fire God Fruit, an extremely rare and extraordinary item. The effect of consuming it could enhance the fire affinity level. Note, even ordinary people could directly use it. Shin Feng's eyes lit up again, and he continued to excitedly shout in his heart. "Oh my god, Fire God Fruit, another legendary rare item." The Fire God Fruit is also the only rare item in the world that can enhance fire affinity. That makes sense, only such a rare item could be exchanged for another rare item. If I can get this Fire God Fruit, my fire affinity will definitely be greatly improved. The transaction outside was still not over. After examining the Fire God Fruit, Zhu Changtong spoke again. "The Fire God Fruit is fine, but have you brought the other items?" Lin Zhongyu took out another item and said, "Take a look." Shin Feng was stunned, not expecting there to be more items. He focused his mind and saw a jar containing a red liquid. The item's name was Emperor's Fire Flowing System, Fire Seed type, a very rare artifact. Its effects could rapidly increase one's cultivation level, and it could also quickly condense the star pattern. It was worth noting that even ordinary people could consume it. Shin Feng was amazed and involuntarily stood up. His movement made a noise, causing Zhu Changtong to become alert and shout, "What was that sound?" Lin Zhongyu looked around and then questioned, "A cat-like monster?" The two of them examined the surroundings for a moment but couldn't find anything, so they stopped paying attention. At that moment, Shin Feng quickly sat back down behind the bushes. He patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he had been so excited that he almost gave himself away, but thankfully, he reacted quickly enough. Today, the constant appearance of rare artifacts had greatly broadened Shin Feng's horizons. A bold idea to seize them had formed in his mind and could not be extinguished. Shin Feng began to re-evaluate the new artifact he had just found. The price of the Emperor's Fire Flowing System jar was comparable to that of the Ice God's fruit. Since this opportunity had appeared, no matter what, he had to take it. However, the strength of the two individuals was superior to his own, so he had to be extremely cautious. After all, this was not a challenge space for divine-level warriors, and death meant the end of everything. Both of them were Elementalist 3 stars, and their strength was likely on par with each other. Furthermore, they didn't fully trust each other, so they would undoubtedly be very cautious around one another. Having made his decision, Shin Feng immediately took action. He dug a hole, buried a large mine in it, and patiently waited for the right moment. Outside, Zhu Changtong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, this is indeed the Emperor's flowing system I needed." Lin Zhongyu urged, "If you've checked everything, then let's proceed with the transaction quickly. There are many beasts around here, it's not a place to linger." Zhu Changtong responded with a grin, "Hee hee. Alright, let's start the transaction." Both of them stored their items in their spatial rings. Then, Lin Zhongyu spoke up, "Now, let's exchange our spatial rings at the same time, to complete the trade." Shin Feng knew the moment had come. He maintained his concealment and quietly approached.
When he was close enough, he saw the two spatial rings within reach. Without hesitation, he triggered the mine he had buried earlier. The mine immediately exploded, creating a commotion that caught the attention of Zhu Changtong and Lin Zhongyu. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng stretched out his hand, snatched the two spatial rings, and ran.
Ha, the treasure is mine. Ha, the treasure is mine now, I'm truly amazing.
Qin Feng exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the two spatial rings in his hands. Behind him, Lin Zhongyu and Zhu Changtong were also shaken by Qin Feng's unexpected move.
However, being skilled experts, they quickly regained their composure. This is bad, damn it, we've been ambushed. Zhu Changtong, based on his own experience, roughly guessed Qin Feng's position.
He gathered fire system energy and launched a third star mid-stage attack, directing the V and Qian towards that direction while shouting,
"Who dares to ambush me here, come out now."
Qin Feng, running ahead, was startled when he saw Zhu Changtong's attack coming towards him with pinpoint accuracy.
This is bad, he has figured out my position.
Qin Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest to brace himself against Zhu Changtong's strike. Because of this, he could no longer maintain his concealment. As soon as Qin Feng revealed himself, he heard Lin Zhongyu shout,
"Little bandit, you don't know the meaning of life and death."
The old man wasn't slow either, quickly gathering earth energy to perform the CTM Ingvu PH, summoning several yellow snakeheads that lunged at Qin Feng. Seeing the snakeheads attacking from multiple directions, Qin Feng cursed softly.
Damn it, I'm surrounded.
He gritted his teeth and drew the bloodbone blade from his storage ring, channeling his energy to unleash an ultra-advanced combat skill, using a 100% strength sweep to eliminate the snakeheads made of earth energy. Before he could even catch his breath, Qin Feng felt a searing heat above his head. He quickly looked up in shock to find Zhu Changtong, who had somehow appeared in mid-air above him, wielding a weapon and using the Tianluan skill with a 100% strength impact to strike down.
That's too dangerous.
Qin Feng let out a soft cry as he quickly jumped to the side, narrowly escaping a disaster. In his hand was a high-quality original element, and he was certain that he wasn't a match for him. Qin Feng quickly assessed the situation and, without hesitation, activated his wind shadow shoes, intending to flee. But just as he took a step, he felt his body grow heavy, as if he were carrying an entire mountain on his back, and he couldn't take another step. Not far away, Lin Zhongyu was raising his clenched fist, controlling a gravity skill that was 100 times stronger than normal. With a grim expression, he looked at Qin Feng and spoke, "Kid, you think you can run after taking my head?" Qin Feng struggled to hold up his body, and in his mind, he couldn't help but exclaim, 100 times gravity. This must be the innate skill that enhances gravity from an earth elementalist. So strong, no wonder he's a strongman at third star mid-stage.
Hee, I guess I can't escape this time, can I? You might as well accept this blow of mine. With those words, Zhu Changtong leaped into the air again, repeating his earlier move.
The heavenly ethics of Zhou came crashing down toward Qin Feng. Realizing there was no way to avoid it, Qin Feng could only raise his bloodbone blade to directly resist. When Zhu Changtong's weapon struck the bloodbone blade, Qin Feng immediately felt a massive shockwave. His body was sent flying backward, smashing through several large trees before finally crashing to the ground. Qin Feng, at this moment, was lying on the ground with his entire body aching, thinking to himself, "Impressive, he clearly used Berserk Strike, yet I still couldn't hold on. Fortunately, I am a multi-elemental degenerative body, both physically and mentally strong, and I was wearing the Blaze battle armor, so I managed to block a fair amount of his attacks. If it had been the ordinary great perfection of the first star, I would have been killed and turned to dust by now."
The combined power of the two 3-star experts is indeed terrifying.
Zhu Changtong stood in place, looking toward the dust ahead with a smug smile, saying, "Hee, how about that?
This move of mine isn't bad, huh?"
Lin Zhongyu ran over to inquire, "Zhu Changtong, is he dead?"
Zhu Changtong confidently replied, "Of course he's dead. The power of my third star mid-stage is not just for show.
Let's go, quickly collect our things." As the dust settled, the two of them walked toward Qin Feng, but when they arrived, they saw no trace of him. Only a small pool of blood remained on the ground. Zhu Changtong, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "This is bad, he escaped.
I used all my strength to strike him and he still didn't die."
Lin Zhongyu speculated, could it be that this guy is actually a third-star early-stage expert? Zhu Changtong gritted his teeth and firmly declared, only in that case could he have been injured but not killed by our combined attack. Lin Zhongyu felt a bit of a headache inside. His cloaking technique could also conceal energy, making it even harder for them to find him this time. Lin Zhongyu looked around, hoping to spot some traces. Sure enough, in one direction, he saw a lot of fresh bloodstains still not dried on the ground.
Zhu Changtong, look over there, hurry, chase after them. He hadn't run far yet.
With that, Lin Zhongyu took the lead and charged forward.
Zhu Changtong immediately followed. The two of them used the bloodstains on the ground to track Qin Feng.
Not long after they left, Qin Feng is cloaking and appeared near the first bloodstain. He tossed and juggled two storage rings in his hands and looked mockingly in the direction where Lin Zhongyu and Zhu Changtong had disappeared.
Ha, fools.
I only set up a few small tricks, and they were already tricked. Qin Feng took out a beast core and tossed it into his mouth. His devour ability activated immediately, absorbing the energy from the beast core to heal his wounds. A little while later, Qin Feng took out a bottle containing Emperor's fire flow from his storage ring and said softly, "Good, the injuries are healed. Now it's time for this Emperor's fire flow." For others, it would take at least a week to refine this royal essence.
But with my devour ability, a few minutes will be enough. The system announced the successful absorption of Emperor's fire flow. Fire system cultivation increased by 10%. Fire system cultivation increased by 10%.
The fire system cultivation level broke through to the first star's great perfection limit. The second star pattern condensation was completed, adding 10%. The second star pattern condensation was completed, adding 10%.
The completion level of the second star pattern is 53%.
Seeing the system constantly announcing, Qin Feng joyfully spoke, "Originally, this imperial residue not only increases the cultivation level but also assists in condensing star patterns, truly amazing. Great, the fire system has reached perfection, now all that's left is to condense the second star pattern to break through to the twin stars of Fire Elementalist. Whether it takes a long or short time depends on the talent for cultivation." A thought flashed through his mind, and two wooden boxes containing the Ice God's fruit and Fire God's fruit appeared in Qin Feng's hands. Speaking of talent, looks like it's time to use these divine fruits to enhance my talent. With that, Qin Feng skillfully took each divine fruit and tossed them into his mouth, once again activating the divine level devouring skill.
The system notified.
Successfully devoured the Fire God's fruit, enhancing fire system talent. Congratulations, the host has upgraded their fire system talent to an exceptional level.
Successfully devoured the Ice God's fruit, enhancing ice system talent.
Congratulations, the host has upgraded their ice system talent to an unparalleled level.
Personal information panel of the cultivator. Fire system level, unparalleled, the first star's middle stage 83%. Lightning system level, unparalleled, qualified elementalist, divine seal completion level 89%. Ice system level, excellent, the first star's great perfection, second star pattern 53%. Skill, heavenly talent devouring faith at divine level.
Berserk strike combat skill, ice concealment technique support skill, and a combat stat of 4,000 points.
That's already amazing.
The ice system talent has reached an extraordinary level. This means that with just one day of cultivation, I could simultaneously break through both the lightning system and the ice system to their peak levels.
By then, my strength will increase dramatically.
Qin Feng thought excitedly, as he looked at the final Ice God's fruit in the wooden box, making a decision.
He still had one Ice God's fruit left, which he would give to Sua Sua when he returned.
That way, the little girl would also have the chance to become an elementalist. At that moment, Qin Feng heard the voices of Lin Zhongyu and Zhu Changtong approaching.
Has Zhu Changtong found him yet? Not yet. His trace has disappeared. Damn it. Let's head over there and search again. Qin Feng secretly smiled, thinking to himself, already back so soon? Hee hee, let me have some fun with you. At that time, Lin Zhongyu and Zhu Changtong were returning to the site of the initial bloodbath. After searching for a long time with no results, both were seething with anger. Zhu Changtong couldn't hold back and cursed, "Damn it, maybe we should just burn this place down." Lin Zhongyu's face was also grim, but when he saw Qin Feng lying unconscious at the site of the first bloodbath, he was stunned. He quickly spoke, "Zhu Changtong, look. That kid is here." Zhu Changtong turned and looked, then exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, it's really him, and our storage ring is right there too." Lin Zhongyu furrowed his brows in doubt and said, "But didn't this kid already run away? Why would he come back to the same place? This is strange." Zhu Changtong smiled and said, "What's so strange about it? It's probably because we injured him so badly that he couldn't run away. But just to be safe, let's give him a few more hits before we take him back." Lin Zhongyu nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's kill this guy first, then continue with our transaction. Then I'll count to 3, and we attack together. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Zhu Changtong finished counting, Lin Zhongyu immediately made his move. However, instead of aiming at Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground, he targeted the head of Zhu Changtong. As expected, Zhu Changtong easily parried the sneak attack with his weapon. He glanced at Lin Zhongyu, bared his teeth, and grinned as he asked, "Lin Zhongyu, are you thinking that doing business with this criminal who's being hunted by the Alliance will eventually cause trouble for the Lin family? Why not take this opportunity to kill him off and be done with it, to avoid future problems? The best part is, we can take the 2 valuable treasures." Doesn't that sound tempting? The pain from the hand transmitted through, and Lin Zhongyu was filled with panic. "It's over, has this guy reached the 3-star late stage already?" Before he could make another move, Zhu Changtong struck with a blow that snapped his neck. Zhu Changtong continued, "What a pity, I had the same thought. That's why I've been concealing my true strength, waiting for the moment when I could kill you with a single blow." With a single strike, Lin Zhongyu was killed. Zhu Changtong sneered, "Ha, a bunch of bugs, thinking of ambushing me. You're still too naive." Then, Zhu Changtong turned and walked over to where Qin Feng was, saying, "You little brat, stop pretending. How long do you plan to fake being dead?" Hearing these words from Zhu Changtong, Qin Feng, who had been lying motionless on the ground, slightly curled his lips into a smile. He opened his eyes, propped himself up, and asked, "How did you know I was faking death?" Zhu Changtong answered with a laugh, "It's simple. The scent of a living person is very different from that of a dead one." Qin Feng mocked, "Huh, I didn't know your sense of smell was that sharp. Are you some wild beast?" Zhu Changtong wasn't angered. Instead, he curiously asked, "You've been severely injured, it's hard for you to escape, so you plan to lie still and fool me, huh? You little brat, you're underestimating me too much. But earlier, when I fought with Lin Zhongyu, you didn't move at all. Did you already predict that he and I would clash?" Qin Feng admitted, facing something like this, wanting to monopolize it all was a completely normal thing. "I was merely giving you all a little opportunity. Originally, I thought you would fight another earth-shattering battle, but I didn't expect Lin Zhongyu, a great 3rd-star mid-stage expert, to be defeated by you in just one move." Zhu Changtong disdainfully said, "That's the outcome of someone daring to look down on me." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He truly should not have underestimated you, because you actually are not Zhu Changtong. Zhu Changtong's expression immediately changed, and he stared at Qin Feng, questioning, "Kid, what did you say?" Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Your reaction shows that I was right. Actually, from the beginning, I found it strange. Zhu Changtong is just a strong 3rd-star early stage from Ice Moon City, while Lin Jianhao is a 4-star expert. If Lin Jianhao didn't want things to be delayed, then it should have been him who showed up today, right?" Zhu Changtong furrowed his brows and snorted coldly, "Humph, so what?" Qin Feng continued to analyze, "That's the problem.
How could someone like you, a 3rd-star early stage, dare to engage in a transaction with a 4-star expert?
Don't you fear that Lin Jianhao would strike at you? Just like you did with Lin Zhongyu. I thought a lot about this, and there is only one possibility: you are an imposter. The real Zhu Changtong must have already been dealt with by you. Zhu Changtong stood silent for a moment, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha, you're very smart, but unfortunately, someone as smart as you won't live for long. Sensing the intense aura radiating from Zhu Changtong that locked tightly onto him, Qin Feng felt a chilling dread surge within. This looked serious. Zhu Changtong's cultivation was at the 3-star late stage, with a minimum combat power of 8,000. No wonder he could so easily kill Lin Zhongyu. Yet what was more alarming was the thick beast-like energy emanating from his body. How could this be? Zhu Changtong opened his mouth and asked, "Kid, do you still have anything to say in your defense?" Qin Feng feigned regret, letting out a sigh as if pleading, "It seems I really have no way out. But before you strike, could you enlighten me about the secret hidden within the divine fire spear?" Zhu Changtong paused and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "There's a secret hidden within the divine fire spear?" Qin Feng shouted excitedly, "That's right. I've heard it's a world-shaking secret, one that could even concern the survival of mankind." Zhu Changtong stared in confusion at the weapon in his hand, thinking to himself he had possessed the divine fire spear for quite some time, so how could he not know anything about this? Seeing this, Qin Feng probed, "Looks like you're not aware of the secret either, are you?" Zhu Changtong questioned, "Then tell me, what exactly is the secret hidden within this divine fire spear?" Qin Feng didn't answer right away but laid out a condition: "If I tell you, will it be enough to spare my life?" Zhu Changtong responded casually, "I'll consider it." Qin Feng nodded and began to explain, "All right, then listen carefully. First, you must let it come into contact with the earth element." Zhu Changtong immediately planted his weapon into the ground and urged. Next, Qin Feng continued to explain, "Then take 3 steps back, use the fire element to sense it, and the secret will be revealed." This time, Zhu Changtong did not follow. He looked at Qin Feng, smiled, and spoke. "Why do I have the feeling you're talking nonsense?" Qin Feng tried to convince him. "My life is at stake here. How could I lie to you?" Zhu Changtong thought for a moment, then nodded and asked, "That's true, but how do you know about this?" Qin Feng answered, "Because it relates to my true identity. In a while, I will remove my mask and explain my identity to you, then you will understand what is going on." Although Zhu Changtong was still not fully convinced, his confidence in his own abilities led him to take a chance and trust Qin Feng. He let go of his weapon, took 3 steps back, and used the fire element to sense his weapon. After a while, he felt nothing and clicked his tongue in frustration. "TSK, why can't I sense anything?" "Because you've been tricked." Qin Feng shouted loudly, then sprang to his feet and reached down to pick up 2 storage rings from the ground. Upon seeing this, Zhu Changtong realized he had fallen for Qin Feng's trick. He realized that Qin Feng had deliberately dragged out the time to recover, and now he intended to escape with the 2 storage rings. Zhu Changtong roared and attacked Qin Feng. "Secret? You were just playing me. Hand over the storage rings." "To please you." Qin Feng smiled, casually tossing 2 storage rings to Zhu Changtong. "What?" Zhu Changtong was startled, quickly catching the 2 rings. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Zhu Changtong, and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, Fire God Staff." Zhu Changtong turned around and saw that Qin Feng had grabbed the Fire God Staff. He immediately thought of something and hurriedly inspected the contents of the 2 storage rings. Both rings were empty. Where were the treasures? Qin Feng stored the Fire God Staff in his ring and said, "Ha, what are you asking for?" "Of course, I took it." The fool was repeatedly tricked by Qin Feng, his burning rage leaving him with only one thought: to kill Qin Feng. "You bastard, dare to deceive me, go die." Zhu Changtong shouted loudly, using his 100% suppression skill to strike directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng also took out the Bloodbone blade from his storage ring and used the Berserk Strike skill.
In the brief clash, both were pushed back a few steps.
Shin Feng silently decided, a 3-star late stage is indeed not easy to deal with. If I can't defeat him now, running is the best option.
On the other side, Zhu Changtong, full of disbelief, thought to himself, damn brat, this time he even dares to block my attack.
How much strength is he hiding? At that moment, Shin Feng waved his hand towards him, saying, no need for Grandmaster Chu to see me off, thank you for the precious gift you gave. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Feng's figure began to fade.
Seeing this, Zhu Changfeng condensed a fireball and shot it towards him, shouting, you damn thief, don't even think about escaping. Unfortunately, Shin Feng was one step faster, and his figure had completely disappeared, the fireball shooting only into empty space.
Zhu Changtong, furious, slammed his hands on the ground, shouting continuously, damn it, daring to deceive me, I'll kill you, I will definitely kill you.
Not far from there, Shin Feng, still cloaked, watched Zhu Changtong's body slowly transform, muttering in shock, he's turning into a beast.
Is he human or a beast?
What secret does Zhu Changtong really have? His curiosity kept Shin Feng from leaving immediately, and instead, he stayed to observe Zhu Changtong. Its breath had reached the 3-star great perfection level, which was nearly at the 4-star.
But what exactly was this creature, human or beast?
Suddenly, Shin Feng saw the gorilla Zhu Changtong take a deep sniff through its nose.
He felt uneasy, guessing it was sniffing the air. Could it be that in this state, its sense of smell was extraordinarily sharp?
Sure enough, after only a few sniffs, the gorilla, Zhu Changtong, abruptly turned its head, staring directly at Shin Feng's hidden position.
Damn, I've been discovered!
Shin Feng silently shouted, then, without daring to delay, immediately turned around and fled. Behind him, the gorilla Zhu Changtong chased while shouting,
damned rocket bastard, I've found you!
You might have escaped my sight, but you can't escape my nose. Shin Feng, running ahead, had already activated the skills of the shoes he was wearing, but the distance between them was still gradually shrinking.
This thing is too fast. I'm no match for even a half 4-star.
If I get caught, I'm dead for sure. While struggling to think of a solution, Shin Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water.
His eyes lit up, and he thought, there might be a stream over there.
If I soak myself in the water, it could mask my scent. Without hesitation, Shin Feng changed direction and ran toward the sound of the water. Behind him, Zhu Changtong still pursued relentlessly.
Damned rocket bastard, you can't escape, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces.
After running for a while, Shin Feng indeed saw a stream ahead.
He was overjoyed and muttered to himself, great, there really is a stream. You scammer, you think you can escape into the water?
The sudden voice behind him made Shin Feng's hair stand on end. He turned around and saw Zhu Changtong, who had somehow appeared right behind him, raising both hands to strike down.
Don't even think about it, die.
Shin Feng knew that if he took a hit from this attack, even Xiaoji would be severely injured.
He quickly jumped to dodge and continued to sprint toward the stream's bank.
Hey, you damn bastard! Zhu Changtong shouted loudly, and without stopping, he gathered energy from the fire system, using the Heaven-Raging Furious Beast skill and throwing it towards Shin Feng.
That was fast.
Shin Feng thought to himself. A loud explosion rang out, and the riverbank was immediately covered in smoke and dust. After a while, the gorilla Zhu Changtong ran to the riverbank, sniffing the air for a moment but not finding Shin Feng anywhere.
Nothing, no trace of that damned rat. He must have escaped in the direction of the water flow. Damn it, this kid is truly cunning. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Not only did this transaction fail, but I also lost all the ice god's fruits.
This is just unforgivable. The gorilla Zhu Changtong clutched his head and screamed, venting his fury. After scanning the surroundings, he made a decision. I can't stay here in Luhua Mountain anymore. I've exposed my identity, I need to escape quickly.
If the organization catches me and forces me to return, the people of the HN organization are not only powerful but extremely perverted.
They turned me into someone who was neither human nor demon.
It took me a long time to escape, I cannot be caught again. Soon after Zhu Changtong left, Xinfeng finally emerged from the water and climbed onto the riverbank, having successfully escaped. Thankfully, the stream was deep enough. That was too close, Xinfeng sighed in relief, standing up and using his fire element power to dry his clothes. Recalling the appearance of the gorilla Zhu Changtong earlier, Xinfeng couldn't hide his curiosity. It was strange, what exactly was Zhu Changtong? It was both human-like and beast-like. Typically, demon beasts only gain high intelligence once they reach the 6th star, allowing them to partially transform into human form and speak human language. Only demon beasts with 8 stars or more can fully transform into human form, becoming so powerful that they can destroy a base with a single strike. Yet, Zhu Changtong had already completed its human form, yet its strength was far weaker than that of a true demon beast. Well, never mind, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. I'll deal with it later. Xinfeng shook his head, then took out a demon core from his storage ring. Grinning, he said, "Next, I need to swallow this demon core from Wolves and Wind Strike." This is the demon core Lin Zhongyu obtained after killing Wolves and Wind Strike. Hee, now it's mine. Xinfeng tossed the demon core into his mouth and began activating his divine-level devouring skill. The system notified him. Successfully devoured demon core of the Wind system, the 1st star's great perfection. Wind system cultivation level increased by 10%. Wind system cultivation level broke through to the 1st star late stage. Wind system cultivation level increased by 10%. Wind system cultivation level increased by 10%. Wind system cultivation level broke through to the 1st star's great perfection. Xinfeng laughed excitedly. Ha, the wind system is now perfected. The absorption rate, such a rare talent, is truly unmatched. At this rate, I've now achieved full completion of the wind system's 1st star. My combat power has increased significantly. That's right, my innate ice system is already at the peerless level, and my cultivation speed has increased by 10 times. The completion rate of the divine seal of the ice system is 92%. Based on this speed, I will break through faster than the lightning system. Then there's no rush to return to the defense area, strike while the iron is hot. First, find a place to cultivate for a night and seize the opportunity to break through both the ice system and the lightning system together. The next morning, Xinfeng returned from his cultivation. He immediately checked his personal information panel. Cultivator, Xinfeng. Wind system level, peerless, the 1st star's great perfection, 2nd star pattern 3.4%. Lightning system level, peerless, 1st star early stage. Ice system level, peerless, 1st star early stage 0.1%. Fire system level, best, star great perfection, 2nd star pattern 53.1%. Innate skill, divine level devouring. Combat skill, berserk strike. Support skill, ice concealment technique. Combat power index, 6000. Strength perception, significantly increased. Xinfeng laughed out loud with joy. Ha, all 4 systems have broken through now. Now, I am the only elementalist in the world with 4 systems, and my combat power has reached 6000 points. The combat power threshold for the elementalist 3rd star early stage is only 5000 points. With my current strength, I can easily sweep through the 3rd star early stage. Even against a master in the 3-star late stage, I am qualified to fight. In Yunyang City, there are no more than 10 experts at the 3-star late stage or above. This means that in the future, it will be even more certain to eliminate the Lin family. The Lin family will soon trace everything back to Sua Sua, so I must hurry back to her side. At this moment, in the Defense Zones 22, in the vice leader's office, Lin Shui looked at Wang Jian, who was sitting across from her, and spoke. Vice Leader Wang, I'm sorry for troubling you with this matter. On behalf of the family head, I would like to thank you in advance. Wang Jian smiled and said. Oh, Miss Lin, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and Lieutenant Chen rushed in, loudly reporting.
Is Miss Sua here? I have something important I need to ask her.
Lin Shui signaled her intention to meet Sua Sua with Wang Jian, and of course, he agreed gladly. The Lin family is one of the 3 great families in Yunyang City, and he wanted to take this opportunity to improve his relationship with the Lin family, which would surely be beneficial in the future.
He ordered his subordinate, Deputy Officer Chu, go bring Sua Sua here. Deputy Officer Chu, looking somewhat awkward, replied,
Vice Leader, Sua Sua has already been reassigned by the leader. She is now under the leader's personal command.
Is that so?
Wang Jian silently sighed in his heart. It was always the leader who spoiled his plans. He apologetically said to Lin Shui, Miss Lin, my subordinate doesn't have the authority to make a call to you.
Please see if this matter is not a problem. Deputy Commander Wang, could you take me to see Commander Liu directly to request permission?
Lin Shui replied with a pragmatic tone, simply because she was unaware of Lu Yan's background, thinking that she was just an ordinary district commander. With the status and position of the Lin family, she was certain that she would be able to flatter Lu Yan. Such trivial matters, of course, would not be something that could be refused. While Wang Jian and the others were heading towards Lu Yan's residence, at the same time, in the training room specially designated for the commander, Sua Sua was diligently practicing with her new equipment. Looking at the room, which now resembled a battlefield, she couldn't help but feel excited. This is great, after just 1 day of exposure, I can fully control this mech now. And my combat skills have merged perfectly as well.
If brother knew my current strength, he would definitely be amazed. Anne was right. The sound of applause suddenly echoed, startling Sua Sua.
She turned around and saw Qin Feng standing in the doorway, admiring her with a smile.
Brother, you've finally come back safely. I was really worried. Yeah, I'm back.
Little girl, in just 1 day, your strength has improved a lot.
The little girl happily ran over to show off. Brother, do you think my mech is beautiful?
Qin Feng looked at the mech for a moment and then replied, not bad.
How are its features?
Sua Sua smiled brightly and answered, this is the top tier like mech zone 121.
The height can be adjusted automatically.
The micronuclear energy source in the A-37, which is worth 13 million, is very expensive.
Also, it's very convenient to retract. As she spoke, Sua Sua demonstrated the mech's retraction process for Qin Feng.
In no time, the mech disappeared, replaced by a block of metal in front of the 2 of them. The little girl lifted the metal block and continued excitedly, it can increase combat ability by 10%.
With this, I'm confident I can defeat a middle-stage elementalist with a 1-star rating.
Oh, right, brother, she added, you told me to buy demon cores, I bought a lot. Sua Sua pulled a box of demon cores out from her spatial ring and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the pile of demon cores and exclaimed, so many, this is perfect.
He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased.
After his 2 wind system flames broke through to 2 stars, he could directly consume the demon cores, saving him the time of gathering them.
He smiled and turned to ask Sua Sua, little girl, buying so many demon cores must have cost quite a bit, right?
Yeah, I spent all my money, the little girl replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. Qin Feng gently stroked the girl's chin, as if petting a cat, and said, it's alright, once the money is spent, you can always earn it back.
If you want anything, just ask brother.
Earlier, the system retrieved the resources from Lin Zhongyu, Zhu Changtong's divine fire spear, and the undead beasts Qin Feng had killed, totaling nearly 300 million.
Now, Qin Feng is a wealthy man.
In this world, as long as you have the ability to earn money, it can be done as easily as that. This amount of money is enough to buy the necessary demon core for the villa. With this thought, Qin Feng smiled faintly.
By the way, Sua Sua, have you completed your titled Baron rank yet? You still haven't gone for the assessment? Why haven't you gone yet? Sua Sua replied, I just bought a mecha, and I'm not used to the controls yet. Miss Yen told me to get some practice first before going. That makes sense. By the way, where is Miss Yen? Qin Feng asked.
She went shopping with me yesterday and bought a lot of cultivation resources. After we got back, she locked herself in to cultivate.
I guess she wants to break through to 2 stars in one go, Sua Sua answered.
Then, Sua Sua worriedly asked Shin Fong, brother, how is the situation with the transaction at Lahua Mountain?
Did you get the transaction evidence from the Lin family?
Of course, I got it, Shin Fong replied. Shin Fong took out his phone to show off. He had even managed to capture a clear image. This time, the Lin family was in for a big trouble. After saying this, he handed the box containing the ice god fruit to Sua Sua to keep safe.
The little girl couldn't hide her excitement and said, "Is this the legendary ice god fruit? This kind of exquisite item is really for me? Brother, you're so kind.
This is a treasure worth more than 100 million. With it, I'll have the chance to become an elementalist." Shin Fong didn't respond and immediately took his sister's hand, heading towards the city to buy more demon cores. After that, they would participate in the titled Baron assessment. He had already planned that the immediate priority was to upgrade both the ice system and lightning system to perfection, and then level up their ranks a bit. In this way, both he and Sua Sua would become nobles, gaining enough power to deal with the Lin family. Just as Shin Fong and Sua Sua were leaving the room, Wang Jian entered with Lin Shui to meet them.
Wang Jian couldn't hide his surprise and said, "Oh, what a coincidence, isn't this the little girl with the super strong fighting talent?" Super strong fighting talent?
Lin Shui curiously looked Sua Sua up and down.
Wang Jian eagerly recounted, "That's right, she's incredibly powerful.
In the past, during the virtual reality battles in the defense area, she single-handedly took on 10 opponents." After saying this, he suddenly realized something was off.
"Why are you in Captain Lu's dedicated training room? Ah, I get it now, you must be Sua Sua. No wonder Captain Lu chose you as his personal subordinate. I should have figured it out sooner." His fondness for Sua Sua increased significantly as well. He never expected her to be even cuter in person than on screen.
After hearing that, Lin Shui became highly cautious. This little girl was indeed not simple. It was likely that something had happened to Su Yang, and whatever it was, she had to interrogate Sua Sua properly to get to the bottom of it later. "Who are you two?" Sua Sua hesitated and asked, looking at the strangers in front of her.
Wang Jian quickly introduced, "Oh, I'm Wang Jian, Vice Captain of the Defense Regiment. This is Miss Lin Shui." Shin Fong, confused, asked, "Sua Sua, do you know them?" "I don't know them.
We came to see you by way of Captain Lu, but since you're here, it works out perfectly. Miss Lin, now that you've found Sua Sua, if you have anything to ask her, go ahead and ask directly." At that moment, Shin Fong suddenly realized the issue. This woman's surname was Lin, and it seemed like someone from the Lin family had come to find them. Lin Shui, showing a polite demeanor, said, "Sua Sua, I have a few questions to ask you.
Please come with me."
While Sua Sua was unsure how to respond, Shin Fong stepped in to refuse. "Who are you?
We don't know you, so why should we follow you? We're busy and don't have time to talk to you. Move aside." Lin Shui, having never been treated like this before, was instantly angered. "What? How dare you be so rude?" Wang Jian quickly reminded Shin Fong, Hey, calm down. This is Miss Lin Shui from the Lin family."
Sua Sua, after hearing this, immediately changed her expression. As expected, it was the Lin family, and they had found their way here so quickly. Shin Fong patted Sua Sua on the shoulder to reassure her.
"Sua Sua, don't be afraid. Brother is here."
He turned to look at the woman and said, "Lin Shui, right? If you have anything to say, just ask directly here." The young man, from the Lin family, was part of a prominent family in Yunyang City. If Miss Lin had come to see Sua Sua, it must have been something important, so they couldn't afford to be disrespectful. Shin Fong patted Wang Jian on the shoulder and loudly declared, "Vice Leader Wang, thank you for your reminder, but as long as I am here, whether she is from the Lin family or the Ji family, I won't let Sua Sua go with her." The surrounding people, upon hearing the name, saw Lin Shui's face grow serious. As for the suggestion of speaking here, of course, Lin Shui couldn't agree. What Su Yang had done could not be exposed.
With this thought in mind, she turned to Wang Jian and asked, "Where is Team Leader Lu? I need to meet her first." Team Leader Lu, she.
Before Wang Jian could finish his sentence, Qin Feng answered on his behalf, "The team leader is in closed-door cultivation and cannot receive guests." Lin Shui began to feel irritated with Qin Feng and secretly despised him in her heart. This Qin Feng, a wandering person, was a bit too sharp-tongued.
A lowly wanderer.
Wang Jian noticed the tense atmosphere and awkwardly tried to persuade her, "Miss Lin, if you don't mind, you could stay here." Before Wang Jian could finish speaking, she snapped, "Vice Leader Wang, my matter is very confidential.
It's not convenient to discuss here.
Please relay my message to Team Leader Lu. I'll take her people first and send them back in a couple of days."
Wang Jian hesitated and replied, "This isn't something you can do without the captain's permission.
It's not really appropriate for you to just take her away like this. There's nothing special about this, she's just a little girl. If Captain Lu truly wants to ask, she can come to our Lin family to demand her back." Lin Shui arrogantly responded, then moved closer to Sua Sua, intending to drag her away. The life and death of Su Yang was a major matter, and this little girl was someone she absolutely had to take today. Lu Yan was merely a low-ranking captain, she wouldn't dare to act arrogantly towards the Lin family. However, before Lin Shui could do anything, she was stopped by Qin Feng. He lightly brushed her hand aside before it could reach Sua Sua, then casually flicked his hand, sending her flying a meter away.
"Do you want to lay hands on my little sister? Are you looking to die?"
Qin Feng said coldly, his face radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Wang Jian was stunned by the scene. Lin Shui was an elementalist at the middle stage, 1 star, yet this young man had taken her down in one move. Could it be that this youth was a fire elementalist at the late stage, 1 star? Was he at the same level as him at such a young age? The talent of this young man was terrifying. After landing lightly, Lin Shui was somewhat bewildered. What had just happened? Wasn't Qin Feng supposed to be just an ordinary refugee? This was completely different from the information she had. This kid showed a talent even greater than Su Yang's. Could Su Yang have been defeated by him? This was bad. The situation couldn't be delayed any further. She needed to report this to Tang brother as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she hurriedly ran off, but still didn't forget to say the classic line, "You all wait for me." Wang Jian called after her, but Lin Shui kept running with her head down. He turned to look at the Qin Feng brothers and then seriously warned, "Qin Feng, you should take Sua Sua and leave here. The Lin family isn't easy to deal with, and I suspect that they'll send people after you soon. By then, even I won't be able to stop them." "Thanks for the reminder," Qin Feng replied. "I'll be careful." Hearing this, Wang Jian felt reassured and left, constantly muttering to himself, how could such a troublesome thing happen? Sua Sua looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression. He smiled reassuringly, "Little girl, don't panic. Everything is under control. Sua Sua, look at this." Saying that, he opened his hand to show her something. "Humph, this is the storage ring of the woman from earlier," she couldn't help but exclaim. "Brother, did you steal her ring? When did you do that? How come I didn't notice anything? How did you manage to do it?" "Stop right there, how could this be called stealing?" The girl giggled, then couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Brother, this ring contains quite a lot of good stuff, doesn't it?" Qin Feng nodded and said, Now the two Qin siblings began to check their loot. "Let's see if this ice elixir can help someone with an ice system speed up their freezing process." "Great, it even has an ice god fruit. You'll be able to cultivate the ice system very soon. I heard that a single piece of this ice elixir is worth up to 100 million. The woman is so heartbroken she feels like crying. At the same time, Lin Shui was leaving the defense area when she suddenly realized in panic that her ring had vanished without a trace. That ring contained the majority of her wealth and status, making it extremely important to her.
After a moment of thought and elimination of possibilities, she silently made a judgment. Could it be that Qin Feng stole it? If that's really the case, then Qin Feng's strength is truly terrifying.
He managed to steal my storage ring without me noticing.
What kind of hand speed is that? If he had wanted to.
The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She urged the driver to speed up, insisting that Brother Tang must take action to deal with that annoying kid as soon as possible.
Back at the base, Sua Sua curiously asked Qin Feng, "Brother, do you think that woman will come to find us soon to demand her storage ring back?"
She won't. My actions earlier were enough to scare her.
She won't dare come back on her own.
Besides, she has no evidence, she'll just have to suffer in silence. At that moment, Lu Yan's sharp voice rang out.
Qin Feng, you didn't come home last night, and as expected, you weren't doing anything good.
Tell me, which girl did you make cry without daring to scream?
Qin Feng glanced at her, impressed. The water element was flowing powerfully around her.
It seemed like this woman had already reached the early stage of water elementalist. Congratulations on breaking through to 2-star elementalist.
Can you see it?
Lu Yan said with a bit of surprise.
Sua Sua couldn't help but express admiration upon hearing this.
Wow, sister, congratulations on your breakthrough to 2 stars.
Lu Yan laughed joyfully, and only then did she notice the surroundings. I see signs of a battle here. Did something happen? Did anything happen to you guys?
Miss Yan, someone from the Lin family came by earlier. Sua Sua hesitated for a moment before starting to recount the events to Lu Yan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan furiously shouted,
"How dare they try to take my people? What is the Lin family even? Sua Sua, if they dare come again, Miss Yan will help you get your revenge." "Miss Yan, but it's the Lin family."
So what? Even Lord City is polite when he comes to see me." Although Qin Feng thought Lu Yan was exaggerating, he didn't dare to speak out. He was only curious about the strength of the Lin family. The strength of the Lin family is decent.
They have 3 counts, 2 barons, and over 10 baron level Sua.
Sua Sua was astonished upon hearing this. So, they have 3 3-star experts and 2 4-star experts?
The Lin family really has so many elementalists? Qin Feng continued to ask. "Miss Yan, besides Lin Jianhao's family, who is the other 4-star expert in the Lin family?"
"It is the father of Lin Jianhao, Lin Yuan Kuan. It is rumored that the old family head of the Lin family is a 4-star Grand Perfection expert, and he is currently in seclusion, aiming to break through to 5 stars. At this moment, Qin Feng could sense the threat from the Lin family. A 4-star Grand Perfection expert who could break through to 5 stars. Once that happens, the legal system of Yunyang City would seem like nothing but dog waste in his eyes. Even if he were to kill someone in a position of authority, no one would be able to manage him. It seems that the Lin family is stronger than he thought."
What should we do if the Lin family really sends someone here later? Qin Feng, what else can we do when they arrive? Should we really wait here for them to come? Sua Sua, let's go into the city.
Qin Feng, the old family head of the Lin family, is still in seclusion, so he won't be able to come out for a while. Under the eyes of the city lord, the Lin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly.
Hearing this, Sua Sua felt reassured and had no further objections. You want to enter the city? Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and asked.
Qin Feng honestly replied, "Yeah, I want to buy a few things and, by the way, help Sua Sua level up a bit. Just as I've broken through to 2 stars, I can level up to Sua Sua, so let's go together."
Sua Sua, it's even better to go with my sister. Lu Yan, that's great, Miss Yan. Let's level up together. Sua Sua, since my brother is here, can we go to Yuan Chi go to gamble? Lu Yan, sure. But Miss Yan, do you still have money? Sua Sua, I've already spent money to buy resources. Sua Sua, how about you lend me some? Hoo, I've spent all my money.
Seeing the two little girls chatting excitedly with each other, Xin Feng's heart felt heavy. He had a bad feeling old family head Lin from the Lin family, Lin Yuan Cohen, was definitely a significant threat. It seemed that even if he and Sua Sua managed to secure the immediate position, vigilance would be essential. This time, he needed to make good use of the time to buy more demon cores and quickly raise his strength. Xin Feng had just finished a round of cultivation when the system notification popped up.
Congratulations, host.
Ice system and lightning system have reached the first star's great perfection.
Personal information panel. Cultivator, Xin Feng. Wind system, ultimate level the first star's great perfection, second star pattern 3.4%. Lightning system, ultimate level the first star's great perfection, second star pattern 0.1%. Ice system, ultimate level the first star's great perfection, second star pattern 0.1%. Fire system, good level, the first star's great perfection, second star pattern 53.1%.
Innate talent, devouring talent.
Combat skills, frenzied strike. Auxiliary skills, ice seal technique. Combat power, 8,000 points.
Xin Feng excitedly stared at the notification.
This is amazing.
My cultivation level is perfect, and my combat power has surged to 8,000 points. This fighting strength is comparable to the 3-star stage, and I'm not far from 3-star great perfection. Moreover, with my divine level skills and combat abilities, I'm confident I can defeat someone at the 3-star great perfection stage. Currently, the only people who can threaten me from the Lin family are Lin Jianhao and his father, Lin Yuan Cohen. Earlier, I asked Sua Sua and Lu Yan to proceed with their rank advancement first, while I wandered around the stores in the city center. I managed to find nearly 100 demon cores of the ice, lightning, fire, and wind elements. I've already acquired quite a few, and the rest should help me reach the final stage of 2-star. However, the next step is to condense a complete star pattern second before I can break through to 2-star. The speed and talent for condensing the star pattern are unaffected by devoured demon cores. Even with exceptional talent, condensing the star pattern second still takes about a month. In other words, during this month, it will be very difficult for me to level up, but I can't be sure that the 2 4-star strongmen from the Lin family won't secretly attack me during this time.
Especially Lin Yuan Cohen, who is a 4-star great perfection strongman.
If he acts secretly, the chances of survival for Sua Sua and me are very low. While Xin Feng was still troubled, trying to come up with a plan, a new announcement appeared. A challenge mission at the first spirit level was activated. Mission content: enter the challenge space and engage in high-level challenges. Reminder: if you die, you can be resurrected, but no rewards will be given. Successfully completing the challenge will yield generous rewards. Reminder: host, you have 3 opportunities to take on this challenge. Reminder to the host: if you break through to the second elementalist star level, you will be disqualified from the challenge. Host, do you wish to accept the challenge? Xin Feng joyfully exclaimed, just when I was feeling lost, a golden opportunity comes.
Amazing, the God-level challenge has finally been activated.
We can quickly improve our strength once again. Xin Feng pondered for a moment, then took out his phone to check the time, temporarily not making a decision. It was already 5 o'clock, and the people in the city hall were about to get off work. He needed to meet Sua Sua first, and then he could level up. Moreover, this divine level challenge was unusual. If he failed once, it would be equivalent to losing the reward, so he needed to prepare more thoroughly. Having made his decision, Xin Feng immediately left the training room to find Sua Sua. At the same time, Lin Shui had returned to the Lin family. She reported everything to Lin Jianhao. Brother Hao, I suspect the disappearance of Su Yang and those 2 brothers is related. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao's face turned sorrowful, and he reached out to hold his head. It seems Su Yang has little chance of survival this time.
Su Yang, my Su Yang.
This foolish child always thought I favored his older brother. In fact, I care for him deeply, and my strictness toward him is just to train him. Lin Shui reassured him, how bro, don't think like that.
Maybe Su Yang was just injured, he could still be alive. Lin Jianhao, feeling that it made sense, angrily spoke up. You're right. If he's alive, we should see him. If he's dead, we should see his body. Shui'er, go find fourth uncle and tell him to capture Qin Feng for me. Lin Shui was startled upon hearing that, and she quickly advised. How bro, Qin Feng is an elementalist, he surely has an immediate position with him. Moreover, he's a genius, so I'm afraid. Lin Jianhao waved his hand and shouted. Humph, so what if he has an immediate position? So what if he's a genius? As long as he's dead, he's nothing. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures. I will bear the consequences. Knowing that she couldn't persuade him, Lin Shui could only lower her head. How bro, I understand. Lin Jianhao reminded her. Go, the sooner the better. That kid's talent is impressive. If the Lord City finds out, he will definitely be protected, and by then, we won't be able to make a move. Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll find fourth uncle right away. Suddenly, Lin Jianhao remembered something and asked. By the way, third uncle hasn't come back yet? Lin Shui anxiously responded. We still can't reach third uncle on the phone. It seems something has delayed him. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao fell silent, his expression darkening. He always had a feeling that something was off about this situation. Back at the city hall, Qin Feng was being attended by a female staff member. Excuse me, sir, how can we assist you? Qin Feng replied. May I ask where the proceedings are taking place? Sir, please follow me, the female staff member politely said before leading Qin Feng away. When they arrived at their destination, the female staff member gestured ahead and said, Mr. Qin Feng, this is the rank advancement assessment area of the city hall. Qin Feng looked in the direction she indicated and, upon seeing Sua Sua in a duel with another person, whispered in surprise. Isn't that Sua Sua? She hasn't completed the assessment yet? Moreover, her opponent is a Golden Origin Master at the middle stage of the first star. This match is quite evenly matched, both advancing and retreating. Qin Feng stood there observing for a moment, silently impressed. The little girl was performing quite well. Golden Origin Masters were famous for their aggressiveness and bravery, so it wasn't easy to provoke them. However, in her confrontation with him, Sua Sua not only held her ground but gradually gained the upper hand. It seemed this little girl had the strength of a middle stage, the first star. Around the arena, the excited crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wow, that girl is really impressive. Yeah, not long after being promoted to a level 1 Baron, she applied for a promotion to level 2 Baron. At first, I thought she was very arrogant, but now it seems I was wrong. Wow, did you guys see that? This girl not only fights fiercely, but she also has incredible combat skills. At the same time, a member of the judging panel exclaimed excitedly. This is truly eye-opening. Mr. Zhang, Sua Sua is not bad, she's a talent. This little girl is definitely a genius, we must report to Lord City. Another extraordinary talent has emerged in our Yunyang city. Zheng Zhong nodded in agreement. Yes. According to the information, this little girl is only 13 years old, which means she still has a lot of potential. Just as Elder TRNH finished speaking, below the arena, Sua Sua had successfully knocked her opponent, the Golden Origin Master, out of the ring. A spectator shouted, "Look, he's about to be pushed out of the arena." Oh my, is the little girl going to win again? Xiao Yu also heard the comments from the spectators below. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Who says I'm still able to fight? I haven't lost yet. She's just a little brat, it won't be so easy to defeat me." Xiao Yu was about to be thrown out of the arena when he suddenly stomped his foot on the edge of the ring, using the momentum to leap into the air and aimed his Thing V sword technique at Sua Sua below. Stop! The battle is over, the winner has been determined. Zhang Zhong shouted loudly, causing both Sua Sua and Xiao Yu, who were about to clash again, to stop and look toward him. Sua Sua, confused, asked, "The examination is over, does that mean I can't defeat him?"
Xiao Yu's eyes twitched as he replied, "That's right, young hero."
Zheng Zhong walked to the arena and said, "Xiao Yu, you've worked hard. Go take a rest for a bit."
Xiao Yu scratched his head and smiled.
"Yes." Sua Sua curiously asked, "So it's over now? Who won?"
Zheng Zhong looked at Sua Sua kindly.
"Little girl, you won."
Then, he loudly announced, "Congratulations, you have passed the second-tier Baron examination."
The excited cheers immediately echoed throughout the space.
"Little sister, you're amazing, truly deserving.
This is the best match I've watched this year."
For someone so young, to have such power is truly impressive." Sua Sua happily raised both hands and shouted,
Thank you everyone."
Zheng Zhong smiled and reminded her,
"Alright, let's proceed with the rank advancement formalities." Sua Sua nodded and replied, "Yes."
Suddenly, Sua Sua spotted Qin Feng standing in a corner.
"Brother, you're here."
Sua Sua shouted as she ran towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng reached out and patted her head. "Congratulations, little girl, you've advanced to rank Baron level 2.
Sua Sua cheerfully said.
Hee hee, it's all thanks to brother's great teaching." Qin Feng casually asked,
"By the way, where's Miss Yen?"
Sua Sua explained.
"After the rank advancement, she ran into her best friend and had to go. She said she would come back later." Qin Feng nodded and urged, "Alright then, let's get your rank advancement formalities done first."
Zheng Zhong took out a medal and handed it to Sua Sua.
"Miss Sua Sua, this is your honorary medal, please put it on." "Thank you, sir."
Sua Sua happily accepted it and then pinned it to her chest. After a moment, in the room, sitting across from the two brothers Qin Feng, Zheng Zhong asked,
"Young man, do you want to advance to the rank of citizen?"
"Your sister is a second baron, and she has the right to designate 4 members of her family for a rank promotion. She can handle it directly with us." Sua Sua, sitting beside Qin Feng, smiled and introduced, "Grandpa, my brother is already a 4th rank citizen. He came here this time for rank advancement as well." Zheng Zhong looked at Qin Feng in surprise and asked,
"Huh? What? You also want rank advancement?"
Qin Feng shook his head, stood up, and gently activated the fire element in his body.
"No, it's more convenient to advance my cultivation level. I'll raise my cultivation level first."
Zheng Zhong gasped in shock.
"What? You're an elementalist at the 1st star early stage?"
Qin Feng spoke up and, this time, fully released the fire element, forming a fire dragon that circled around his body. Seeing the young man before him surrounded by the fire dragon, Zheng Zhong's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, "Heavens, this kid is at the great perfection of the 1st star.
How old is he? And he has already broken through to the great perfection of the 1st star?
Such talent is truly astonishing. He's someone who can rival a lord of a city. No, his talent is even higher than that of the lord of city."
Could it be an exceptional talent?
"I never expected that such an extraordinary genius would appear in our small Yunyang city.
This young man will undoubtedly become someone remarkable in the future." This was something I could only dream of back then. Zheng Zhong's attitude towards Qin Feng became even more enthusiastic.
He rubbed his hands and replied humbly, "Perhaps, absolutely possible.
Please, have a seat.
We have Zhuolong tea from Zhu Keiming, very easy to drink, and also Shuiling tea from Xian Wuming, with a very refreshing taste."
Qin Feng smiled and said,
"Ah, then I'll have the long tea." Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhong turned to the staff standing beside him. "Shaoli, hurry and brew the long tea for Mr. Qin."
"Yes, Master Zhang."
Shaoli responded, then turned and left the room. At this moment, Qin Feng finally got to the main topic.
"Mr. Zhang, How are the rewards for the titled baron calculated?
Zhang Zhong answered. Promotion to a first-level baron comes with a reward of 30 million, second-level baron is 50 million, third-level baron is 70 million, and fourth-level baron is 100 million.
Xin Feng mentally calculated. So, if I were to promote to account, I could receive several billion, right?
I already spent the money I got from buying the wealth core, and now I only have 3 billion left.
This time, I could earn even more. Furthermore, once I become a count, those arrogant people from the Lin family will undoubtedly become envious.
Zhang Zhong continued, there are many other benefits, and this count title is recognized throughout the entire Southern Alliance.
Sua Sua, curious, interjected, what about the other alliances? Are they not recognized? Zhang Zhong smiled and explained, little girl, there's something you don't know.
Currently, there are 7 major alliances on Earth, divided into the Southern Alliance, the Northern Alliance, the Snow Mountain Alliance, the Vermilion Bird Alliance, the White Tiger Alliance, the Qinglong Alliance, and the Shenwu Alliance. Each of these alliances is supported by a 9th elementalist star-level powerhouse. Furthermore, the benefits between these alliances have been in a state of chaos for the past few years. If it weren't for the common enemy, the Star Void Beasts, there would have already been wars among the 7 alliances. Once you enter another alliance, it's a miracle if you're not considered an enemy or a spy. As for being treated equally, don't even think about it. That's just how things are. Xin Feng spoke up again, Mr. Zhang, I have one more question to ask you.
Go ahead. With my strength, if I want to be promoted to a first-level count, should I challenge each rank one by one, or can I directly challenge a higher rank? Zhang Zhong, in disbelief, exclaimed, What?
At that moment, the door was suddenly slammed open, and a group of people entered the room.
Seeing uninvited guests, Zhang Zhong angrily spoke, Huh? Who dares to break in here?
When Zhang Zhong saw who was coming, he couldn't help but be shocked.
Wasn't this Fu Hai, the great man of the Lin family?
As soon as Lin Fu Hai entered the room, he spoke up.
Shui Air, are they here?
Lin Shui glanced around the room. When she saw the 2 Qin Feng brothers sitting on the chairs, she immediately pointed and said,
Fourth uncle, it's them.
Sua Sua, sitting anxiously beside, whispered.
He's from the Lin family. Qin Feng secretly sighed. They sure act quickly. It's only been a moment, and they've already come to the door. Zhang Zhong didn't know about the conflict between the Lin family and the Qin Feng brothers. He walked over to Lin Fu Hai and smiled, saying, Fu Hai, why are you here?
Just now, I met a once-in-a-century genius from Yunyang City.
Let me introduce him to you. Lin Fu Hai ignored Zhang Zhong.
He walked up to the 2 Qin Feng brothers, then in an authoritative tone, he said,
You two, come with me. Qin Feng questioned. Go with you?
Why should we? Sua Sua, sitting beside him, took out her badge and said,
My brother is an elementalist, and I also hold a title.
You have no right to order us around. Lin Fu Hai found it hard to believe.
What? How is that possible? This kid is only 13 years old, and yet he's already reached 2nd Baron level? Hey! Is that the 2nd Baron badge?
Lin Shui exclaimed, and in her mind, she speculated that according to the medal's standards, she must have used her actual strength to obtain the Baron.
If that were true, Su Yang must have gotten into trouble, and he might have already been defeated by this renowned person.
So, Lin Shui said to Lin Fu Hai, fourth uncle, we absolutely cannot let this girl stay.
She must be taken away today.
Zhang Zhong realized that the situation seemed to be off, so he approached to ask,
Does Lord Fu Hai know these two?
They're the geniuses I just mentioned. Is there some misunderstanding between everyone?
Get lost.
This is none of your business. Lin Fu Hai shouted loudly, swinging his arm to send Zhang Zhong flying away, then glaring at the 2 Qin brothers.
I'll say this one last time, follow me now.
Qin Feng was not afraid at all.
He looked directly at Lin Fu Hai and cursed, Old man, do we know you?
Please move away, don't make my eyes sore by standing here. Zheng Zhong, who had been knocked back, was struggling to get up from the ground. Hearing Qin Feng's words, he was shocked and thought to himself, holy heaven and earth, this kid has some guts, daring to say such things to Count Fu Hai. Lin Fu Hai was also enraged by Qin Feng's words, shouting, "You're asking for death." With a loud roar, Lin Fu Hai controlled the water element around his arm and struck directly at Qin Feng. In the next second, Lin Fu Hai looked behind him in surprise. Did I lose control? Isn't this guy supposed to be a one-star elementalist? Zheng Zhong, seeing Lin Fu Hai about to strike, hurriedly advised. Master Fu Hai, you absolutely cannot harm him. This Qin Feng is a once-in-a-century talent from our Yunyang city. Get out of my way. Stop wasting my time. Lin Fu Hai shouted back, a large amount of water elemental energy bursting around him as he added, Kid, today, even if you don't want to leave, you will have to. Qin Feng sneered, I'm afraid you're not capable of that. Sua Sua anxiously called out. Be careful. Qin Feng calmly responded. Sua Sua, watch closely. Today, I'll show you some real combat techniques. You have no idea how small the world can be. With a loud shout, Lin Fu Hai unleashed his water burst formation, sending several water dragons charging toward Qin Feng. But Qin Feng, unfazed, smiled and effortlessly dodged, his movements light and agile. The attacks from the water dragons couldn't even touch him. Sua Sua cheered happily. Ha, your combat skills are truly top-notch. In stark contrast to Sua Sua's joy, Lin Shui and Zhang Zhong were both stunned, their mouths agape as they watched Qin Feng fight. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but shout. Oh my god, Qin Feng's combat skills are incredible. He's 10 times stronger than his sister. At this point, Qin Feng had already escaped the encirclement of the water dragons. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward Lin Fu Hai. Lin Fu Hai was startled by Qin Feng's sudden action. Kid! He shouted loudly, throwing continuous punches with his left hand towards Qin Feng, but all of them were blocked by him. When he threw a right hook, Qin Feng lowered his center of gravity to avoid it and simultaneously punched him hard in the side. Lin Fu Hai winced in pain, and as he opened his mouth to dry heave, he was hit with another hook to the jaw from Qin Feng. His body immediately flew upwards, his head slamming into the ceiling. Lin Shuizan screamed in terror. Zheng Zhong cursed under his breath. He was internally screaming. A 1-star elementalist just sent a 3-star elemental flying to the ceiling. Unbelievable. No wonder he had asked about promoting to Count earlier. At this moment, Qin Feng casually turned to ask Sua Sua, how was that? Did you see clearly? The little girl replied seriously, I only saw a little bit, but it still gave me a lot of insights. Qin Feng chuckled teasingly, you only saw a little? I went slow on purpose. Zheng Zhong, upon hearing this, was even more astounded. It seemed that Qin Feng was definitely in the 3rd-star early stage, and at the very least, he had to be at 3rd-star mid-stage. Glancing at Lin Fu Hai, still stuck headfirst in the ceiling, Zheng Zhong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, strong, too strong. Sua Sua and Lin Shui were equally shocked by the current situation, except that one of them was excitedly cheering, while the other was pale-faced as though she had seen a ghost. At that very moment, Lin Fu Hai, who had been motionless, suddenly gathered his strength, shattered the ceiling, and lunged at Qin Feng, roaring incessantly. I am a dignified 3-star elementalist, and now I'm being strung up and beaten by some nobody who's only a 1-star elementalist? This can't be happening, absolutely impossible. Qin Feng swiftly drew his weapon and met Lin Fu Hai's strike head-on. The impact from the clash shook the entire room, sending smoke billowing into the air. After a while, the dust cleared, revealing Qin Feng standing tall, his blade pressed against Lin Fu Hai's neck. Every word he uttered was laced with an icy edge that sent chills down one's spine. If you still don't understand what it means to back down, then prepare to die by my blade. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Everyone, stop right now. A middle-aged man with a stern expression stepped in. Put away all your weapons. Now.
Xin Feng looked at the man's imposing aura and felt a flicker of unease in his heart. That was some serious presence. This guy's cultivation level must be at least in the late stage of 4-star. Damn it, could he be the family head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan Cohen?
The mysterious man slowly approached Xin Feng, his face growing increasingly dangerous.
Kid, I told you to drop your weapon. Didn't you hear me?
Xin Feng remained silent, turmoil raging within him.
The man's aura was overwhelming.
With his current strength, he wasn't even close to being a match for him.
But I absolutely cannot back down.
If I take a desperate risk and support Sua Sua in leaving here, it might be possible. Once the thought crossed his mind, Xin Feng quickly gathered his energy, preparing for battle. Seeing Qin Feng's resolve, the man eventually withdrew his energy and let out a hearty laugh. Kid, even under the pressure of my presence, you still maintain your fighting spirit, and you won't back down even an inch.
Ha, you're impressive. Now, put your weapon down.
While Qin Feng and his sister were still stunned, Zheng Zhong and Lin Fuhai bowed their heads and saluted the man, addressing him as the Vice Lord of the city.
Vice Lord of the city.
Qin Feng froze for a moment, standing still for 5 seconds.
Qin Feng, are you stunned?
This person is the Vice Lord of Yunyang City, Sir Wei Qing.
Hurry up and greet him.
Lu Yan walked in, smiling as she spoke. A strange girl stood beside her. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the girl couldn't hide her surprise, but quickly regained her composure, acting as if she didn't know him, and continued observing the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Sua Sua immediately bowed to Wei Qing.
Wei Qing noticed the medal on Sua Sua's chest and happily praised her. Good, very good, a second-level Baron's medal?
This young man really is full of surprises. He then turned to Zheng Zhong to inquire about the events that had just taken place. Zheng Zhong was somewhat afraid of the power of the Lin family, so he dared not speak for a long time. Only when Wei Qing shouted and gave an order did he begin to recount the story.
It went like this.
I was preparing to promote Qin Feng's 2 brothers to immediate position when Fu Hai Count and his group intervened.
After hearing the full story, Wei Qing was enraged and said, "How outrageous! Beating up city staff and recklessly hunting down the elementalist of our city.
The Lin family is truly lawless and heavenless.
If the promotion positions were handled by your family, how many people would suffer and leave Yunyang City because of it?
Take Qin Feng, a genius who surpassed his level, as an example.
If he were to go to another city, wouldn't that mean a huge loss for Yunyang City?
In today's world, only the highest level experts serve as the foundation and support for a city. It is thanks to the existence of these experts that humanity in the starry sky has survived until today.
Yet you meet an extraordinary talent like him and instead of nurturing him wholeheartedly, you relentlessly pursue and kill him? Who gave you and your nephew the audacity to do this?"
Lin Shui hesitated and replied.
"Well, Vice Lord of the city, what do you mean by us? Can't I say anything?"
Wei Qing angrily continued.
"Could it be that the Lin family still has some secrets that can't be revealed to anyone?"
At this point, Lin Shui began to make excuses. Vice Lord of the city, my spatial storage device was stolen by Qin Feng. I am afraid he won't admit it, so I had to find someone to come here and bring him back. Wei Cheng naturally did not believe these words, and immediately retorted. You're saying he stole your space ring?
Do you have any evidence or a witness?
I don't have any, but after fighting with Qin Feng, my space ring disappeared. She had not finished speaking when Lu Yen interrupted her, blurting out nonsense.
If you couldn't defeat him, you immediately accuse him of stealing your stuff. How could you fabricate such a story? Sua Sua also chimed in. That's right, you came to the defensive area to arrest me. Are you also trying to frame me for stealing your ring?
Surrounded by questions from all sides, Lin Shui could only wave her hand and respond.
I didn't.
Wei Qing's expression turned serious as he said.
Ridiculous. To accuse someone without any evidence and arrest people at will.
Your Lin family really is overbearing, not respecting anyone. Lin Fuhai, take me to Lin Jianhao, I want to get to the bottom of how this family head of the Lin family came to be. Lin Fu Hai was drenched in sweat.
Ha? Here? What do you mean by here? Aren't you going?
With that, Wei Qing turned to Zheng Zhong and said,
Make sure to properly entertain these young ones, Qin Feng and his group. Do not delay. Understood.
My subordinate obeys the command. After Wei Qing and the Lin family members left, Lu Yan approached to tease Qin Feng.
Qin Feng, you even dared to strike at Lin Fu Hai, you're quite something, huh?
Qin Feng humbly replied, Lu's sister, you're overpraising me.
It was just a matter of meeting my. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, the daughter of the Lord of Yunyang City. Her name is Superior Official ZG.
Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Superior Official ZG was startled and awkwardly turned her face away. Qin Feng greeted her, but he found her uneasy expression a bit strange, and when he looked at her face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity.
After a moment, he finally realized that this was the noblewoman he had met in that small alley, wasn't it?
Noticing the strange reaction from both Superior Official ZG and Qin Feng, Lu Yan, with a dangerous look on her face, approached and asked,
GG, do you two know each other? No, absolutely not. No, I must be mistaken. Lu Yan laughed, just kidding. Things like that can't be admitted right away, right? You must have remembered wrong, Qin Feng.
GG is truly an aloof and noble beauty, one that our circle acknowledges.
Aloof and noble beauty, huh? Yeah, that's right. Ha ha.
Qin Feng followed up with a casual remark, inwardly sighing, if the lord of the city finds out, he'll probably gouge my eyes out.
Lu Yan let them off the hook, then turned to praise Sua Sua. Wow, Sua Sua has been promoted to a level 2 baron now. ZG couldn't help but marvel as well. Ah, that's true, well done.
Sua Sua responded with a half-hearted reply before once again inviting Lu Yan to go gamble at night.
Lu Yan, of course, happily agreed.
Seeing the two of them getting along, Qin Feng felt relieved. He turned to Zheng Zhong to ask about the promotion.
Mr. Zhang, let's continue. I want to level up to count. I wanted to ask, what is the examination like? Zheng Zhong replied. No need for an examination. I can immediately promote you to count. Is there no need for an examination? That's right.
Just now, in front of everyone, you defeated 3rd star early stage, Lin Fu Hai Count, which has already proven your strength.
I see. So, how much is my promotion reward this time? Wait a moment, let me calculate.
This time, your promotion is higher, the total is 1.6 billion.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Wow! Is it really that much? Zheng Zhong laughed and replied, this is the reward from the Alliance in Yunyang City. We are also giving you an additional villa worth 500 million and a supercar worth 100 million.
Qin Feng was so excited that he broke into a sweat. This wealth came so suddenly.
Is all of this really for me?
At the Lin family, after Wei Qing condemned the actions of Lin Fu Hai and Lin Shui, Lin Jianhao pretended not to know anything and expressed his apology. Apologies, Wei Vice Lord of the city, for coming all the way here for the sake of the Lin family. Jianhao, as the elder, was responsible for disciplining his family members, but since this matter involved Qin Feng and the future talents of Yunyang City, it had become a matter of national concern. Lin Jianhao sympathetically replied. Yes, it was due to Lin family's lack of discipline. This time, I will definitely teach them a lesson. As for Qin Feng, I will personally go to his house and apologize to him.
Everything seems to be resolved now. Wei Cheng reminded them a few things before immediately leaving.
At this moment, Lin Jianhao finally tore off his false facade, angrily shouting, that Wei Qing is nothing but a dog following the superior official Lord City, and yet he dares to act superior at our Lin family. Family head, please don't be angry, take care of your health, Lin Shui said with concern. Lin Fuhai also felt guilty and spoke up, "Family head, I'm sorry, today I have brought shame to the Lin family.
I underestimated that Qin Feng."
Uncle, there's no need to blame yourself, it's not that you underestimated him, it's that he's a real genius. When the words genius were mentioned, Lin Fuhai couldn't help but shiver.
That's right, family head, Qin Feng's talent is indeed terrifying. From what I see, he's far superior to the superior official Lord City.
If we don't deal with him now, he will definitely become a great disaster in the future. Lin Shui hesitated and said, "How bro, I suspect that Su Yang has." Lin Jianhao interrupted, "Shui don't say anymore. Do, quickly call Uncle D over here, I have something important to discuss." Lin Shui was startled, "How bro, do you plan to take action against Qin Feng?"
Of course, I don't care about that Qin Feng. What kind of genius is he? I must avenge Su Yang.
But just now, the Vice Lord of the city ignored him.
If we can't act openly, we'll deal with it in secret.
At this moment, Lin Shui had no further objections and immediately followed Lin Jianhao's instructions. At the same time, the Qin Feng brothers had completed the titled Baron ceremony and were promptly led by Zhang Zhong to their villa located in the Count's residential district of Yunyang City Base. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, 3 house servants came out to welcome them.
Zhang Zhong respectfully asked Qin Feng, "Lord Qin Feng, what do you think of this villa?"
Qin Feng looked around and replied with satisfaction, "Not bad.
Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother, is this really our new home?" Sua Sua exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yen and superior official ZG also came along. Lu Yen glanced around and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yunyang City is really willing to invest to attract talent. This villa is truly impressive. Superior official ZG proudly responded, "Naturally. My father certainly values talented individuals. My lord, the Vice Lord of the city even specially arranged 3 house servants for you. They will assist you in managing the household affairs." Upon hearing this from Zhang Zhong, Qin Feng gratefully replied, "Good, thank you for your efforts, Mr. Zhang. When you return, please help me convey my thanks to the Vice Lord of the city." "It's nothing," Zhang Zhong replied, then handed Qin Feng the Count's medal. Qin Feng hurriedly pinned it on his chest, then striking a boastful pose, he asked Sua Sua, "Well? Doesn't your brother look handsome as a count?"
Sua Sua cheerfully joined in, "So beautiful, you're the most handsome, my brother." "The last time I saw him, he was just an elite citizen, but now he's a count. This kid really is something special. He's so handsome, and on top of that, he's so young and already made a count. It's really rare." Both Lu Yen and superior official ZG blushed as they looked at Qin Feng, each with their own thoughts, but all of them had clearly taken a liking to the young man. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Zhong left. At this point, Sua Sua began inspecting the new house. The little girl sniffed the floor as she crawled around and then curiously asked ZG, "Do you think I've gotten so happy that I've turned stupid? How come I can even smell a fragrance from the floor?" ZG calmly explained, "This is a special type of scented wooden floor produced by Chung Long Ming. Not only does it prevent pests, but it also has a light fragrance." "Wow, rich people really know how to enjoy life. I guess I'll just get used to living like one of them," Qin Feng said happily, sitting down leisurely on the sofa. Lu Yen then approached him, trying to tempt him, "Qin Feng, I want to head back to the military district. Are you free tonight? Why don't you leave Sua Sua here, and you and I can go there and socialize for a bit?" Seeing the way Lu Yen looked at him, as if she were about to devour him, Qin Feng quickly declined, "You must have heard about today's events. I'm in trouble with the Lin family, and the military district is all the way out in the suburbs. It's too dangerous. It's safer for both me and Sua Sua to stay in the city. After all, the Lin family won't be making any open moves." Lu Yen regretfully said, "If it weren't for the recent urgent defense preparations at the military district, I would have preferred to stay here with everyone." "Lu's sister, is it because of the beast tide in Bingyu City?" "That's right, the news about the beast tide must have spread to Yunyang City by now." Qin Feng inquired, "What exactly happened with that beast tide?"
Talking about this brings us back to Zhu Changtong from Bingyu City. Since the earth underwent its mutation, in addition to the criminals and mutated beasts, many strange creatures have started to appear. Bingyu City has an ice moon divine tree, which bears 2 ice gods' fruits every 100 years. Apart from its ability to produce the ice god's fruit, the ice moon divine tree also has another effect for ice elementalists, but I'm not sure what that specific effect is. In short, this divine tree is under the protection of the Southern Alliance, which is guarded by Bingyu City. This time, Zhu Changtong initiated the beast tide to attack Bingyu City and mobilized forces to protect the ice moon divine tree, taking advantage of the situation to steal the ice god's fruits. After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately noticed something odd. If Zhu Changtong had already stolen the ice god's fruits, why didn't he just steal the entire ice moon divine tree? Lu Yan shrugged and replied, "Who knows?" Lu's sister, are the things we've been talking about so far classified information? Not really. You can check out the forums of Yunyang City. They're full of discussions, everything from big issues to small ones. Yunyang City Forum. That's right, only those who are elite citizens or higher are allowed to enter. It's the highest place for cultivation in Yunyang City. I see. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, showing that he understood, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, since we're on the topic, I might as well ask Lu Yan. I'm sure you have some acquaintances in the military zone, right? Could you help me get a few nuclear warheads to try out? Lu Yan was inevitably shocked when she heard this. Huh? What are you trying to do? These are control-level weapons, and even the military can't use them carelessly. Even in this era, the threat of nuclear weapons is still terrifying. They can kill fierce beasts. After a nuclear explosion, it causes long-lasting damage. Although it doesn't affect elementalists, it poses a huge risk to ordinary people. That's why nuclear warheads are usually prohibited, especially near military bases. Qin Feng took Lu Yan's hand and promised, "I'll make sure that no one near the base uses them. I give you my word of honor." The reason Qin Feng needed the nuclear warheads was to prepare for battles in the god-level combat space. These god-level fights were extremely intense. Without proper preparation, he wouldn't be able to initiate them. Lu Yan hesitated a bit due to Qin Feng's charm. "Well, I trust you. But based on my connections, the best I can get for you is a TR-7 micronuclear warhead. This is the smallest type of nuclear weapon, but it can still deal significant damage to experts in the 4-star early stage. The injury is not small. Could it be that it could directly kill a powerhouse at the 4-star early stage?" Lu Yan quickly waved his hand. "No, a powerhouse at the 4-star early stage is extremely strong, unless there are 3 consecutive nuclear warhead attacks. Then, if I want 2 more, is there any way to do that?" "That's a bit difficult. Only the Lord of the City and the Vice Lord of the City have the authority to decide on nuclear warhead level controlled ammunition." "The Lord of the City, isn't Gigi the daughter of the Lord of the City?" "Then I'll directly ask her for help." When Lu Yan heard this, he feared he would be left out, so he quickly tried to convince Qin Feng. Actually, if he stayed by her side, she could try a little, and it wouldn't be impossible to ask Gigi, but never mind. Gigi's personality is cold, and the two of them have just met, she absolutely wouldn't help him. But in his wildest dreams, Lu Yan never expected that Gigi would actually agree to help Qin Feng. "I can help you, but at most, I can only get you 3. 3 should be enough." "Thank you." Qin Feng replied happily. With these, challenging a god-level opponent would be no problem. Lu Yan stood frozen for 5 seconds, and after a moment of calming down, her bloodline rose, and she began to interrogate. She really couldn't understand how someone as cold as Gigi, who never voluntarily interacted with men, suddenly agreed to help him. Did she accidentally take some kind of drug today? Could it be that the two of them experienced love at first sight? At this point, Lu Yan began to whimper. Gigi and Qin Feng, seeing this, hurried to explain themselves. "It's not like that, I just value talent." "Sister, stop joking. What if Miss Gigi regrets not helping? That would be a mess. We're not worthy of it either.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yan decided not to take it to heart. It was only then that Gigi felt reassured and got down to business. That said, the missiles are the government's resources, and the government can't just give them away for free. Qin Feng nodded in agreement.
I understand. How much is each one? 2 billion.
Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately transferred the money to Gigi. Although it wasn't a small amount, the reward for the Divine Challenger level couldn't necessarily be bought with money, so it was worth the expenditure. Gigi promised she would bring the items to Qin Feng by the afternoon at the latest.
With everything settled, she and Lu Yan left.
The two Qin siblings chatted for a while before getting to their respective tasks.
At first, Sua Sua wanted to go play in the battle world, but Qin Feng advised against it.
So, she decided to go into seclusion and focus on cultivating, using the time to absorb the ice god's fruit. After all, it was an illegal item, and it wouldn't be safe to keep it in her body for too long. Qin Feng watched Sua Sua leave, thinking to himself. Although both Sua Sua and I have completed the universal promotion, the Lin family will certainly not back down. I'm sure they'll be coming for revenge soon, so I can't just sit and wait for them to strike. I need to finish the Divine Challenger task quickly and strengthen my power. But before that, I should use Lin Zhongyu's phone to take care of some things first. Holding the phone in his hand, Qin Feng flashed a mysterious smile.
At the same time, at the Lin family villa, Lin Dao Kuan, Count of Yunyang City and a 4-star elementalist, was slightly surprised after hearing Lin Fu Hai recount the incident at the town hall. Is that kid Qin Feng really that strong? He's still so young.
Lin Fu Hai nodded. Big brother, I fought him myself, and I was completely outmatched.
My ribs still ache. What? How could that be?
That young and already cultivated to the peak of 1-star terrifying.
And if his overall strength is enough to defeat an early 3-star, isn't that monstrously talented? Fu Hai, are you sure about this?
Lin Jianhao, sitting on a chair, clenched his fists and said, that's why I'm certain something must have happened to Su Yang, and without a doubt, it was caused by that Qin Feng.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dao Kuan could no longer suppress his rage.
He decided to deal with Qin Feng tonight to avenge Su Yang. Lin Jianhao immediately agreed, alright, but this kid has frightening potential. We must not underestimate him. Tonight, Uncle, and I will go together. The three of us will join forces to kill that kid.
Lin Dao Kuan, a bit incredulous, asked, the three of us together? Isn't that giving him too much credit?
Uncle, you're right, but even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, especially since the city lord is protecting him. We've made up our minds to strike, so we must leave him no chance to survive.
That's settled then.
Uncle, go get ready.
We'll set out a bit later.
Lin Fu Hai and Lin Dao Kuan responded in unison, family head.
After the arrangement was completed, Lin Jianhao turned to ask Lin Shui, have you received any news about Uncle 3? Lin Shui shook his head, not yet. Uncle 3's phone keeps turning off, and I don't know what's going on.
At that moment, Lin Tianyang, Lin Jianhao's son, hurriedly ran in to announce, Dad, quick, check your phone, something big has happened.
He immediately showed everyone in the room the post from Lin Zhongyu on social media.
Accompanying the status update, the untold story between me and Zhu Changtong, was a video of the transaction between him and Zhu Changtong.
Lin Zhongyu. Why him? Why not you, Lin Jianhao?
You've caused such a massive storm, shaking the entire alliance. Even the family head can't be free and has to send me here instead. Hearing the dialogue between Lin Zhongyu and Zhu Changtong, Lin Jianhao couldn't hold back his anger and crushed Lin Tianyang's phone. The two elders of the Lin family also flew into a rage, with one of them exclaiming, he's gone mad, revealing the Lin family's secrets to the outside. Rather than being angry, Lin Shui spoke in fear. In the video, Zhu Changtong even asks Uncle 3 why Hao Bro hasn't come.
It's clear this transaction involves the Lin family.
After all, Hao brother is the family head.
the Lynn family started to panic.
The trouble they were facing was far from small. The video had been made public, and many people on the forums were questioning the Lynn family. Some were even spreading rumors that the wild storm in Bingyu City was caused by their collaboration with Shu Changtong.
Dealing with Shu Changtong is a serious crime, but there is still hope of escaping it.
However, causing the savage beast storm to attack humans means confronting the entire alliance, which is a death sentence. At that moment, Lin Jianhao received a call from the Lord City, instructing him to meet immediately.
Lin Tianyang anxiously asked, "Father, are you really going?" "I have to go.
If I don't, it would only prove that we have ulterior motives." After saying that, he instructed Shui'er to call Zhu Changtong to inquire about the truth of the matter. After all, as the family head, his ability to assess situations was the quickest. He did not believe that the video had been posted by Lin Zhongyu. Lin Zhongyu, being an earth element user, had no reason to betray the family for the ice god's fruit. Moreover, the angle of the video was a third-person shot, which suggested that someone might have been secretly filming. One possibility is that Zhu Changtong made a deal and then killed Lin Zhongyu, taking his phone to upload the video. Or, there could be a third party who sabotaged the deal and then killed Lin Zhongyu. Just as Lin Jianhao had predicted, Lin Shui came in after calling Zhu Changtong to report. He said, the person who disrupted the previous transaction was a mysterious masked figure. This person ambushed and killed Uncle San, then managed to escape. Moreover, Zhu Changtong is certain that this mysterious person is definitely under 25 years old. At this, Jianhao was surprised. How did he know? Zhu Changtong said, his sense of smell is extremely sensitive. He can guess a person's age by their scent. If the person is under 25 and capable of ambushing Lin Zhongyu, their strength must be at least above 3 stars, and they are very young. All the evidence led the Lin family to think of only one name, Qin Feng. As night fell, a meeting was underway at the Lord City residence, attended by 5 influential figures in Yunyang City: Lord City Superior Official Yun Yang, Vice Lord of the City Wei Qing, Councillor Zhu Dong, Councillor Liu, and finally, the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianhao. At this moment, Wei Qing's face was filled with fury as he stood up and looked toward Lin Jianhao, loudly accusing, "Lin Jianhao, what exactly is going on here?" The matter between the Lin family and Zhu Changtong, as well as the alleged collusion that led to the beast tide if confirmed, will severely damage the political credibility of Yunyang City and directly affect the city's elevation status. The alliance's allocation of resources to Yunyang City will be jeopardized. Following him, the 2 councillors also expressed their stance. Xu Dong spoke up, "This issue concerns not only the interests of everyone present, but also the interests of all elementalists in Yunyang City." Liu added, "We must conduct a thorough investigation before the alliance holds us accountable, so we can mitigate the impact on all fronts." At last, Superior Official Yunyang finally spoke, "So, Lin Jianhao, do you have anything you'd like to explain?" Sitting across from the 4 of them, Lin Jianhao replied, "Lord City, the beast tide in Bingyu City has nothing to do with the Lin family. As for Lin Zhongyu, he acted on his own in dealing with Zhu Changtong without my consent. Furthermore, he is already dead, and his account was hacked. The person who uploaded that video was someone else." Superior Official Yun Yang snorted coldly and questioned, "Shifting responsibility is truly impressive. Do you have any evidence?" Lin Jianhao responded, "The evidence is the whereabouts of the ice god's fruit." In his mind, he speculated that when Zhu Changtong mentioned the attacker being a young man under 25, it could only be Qin Feng. With his strength and the situation of the ambush, he certainly could have struck at Uncle 3. Perhaps he learned about the transaction from Su Yang's message, but he is a fire elementalist, and only those who cultivate the ice system can refine the ice god's fruit. Therefore, the ice god's fruit must be in his storage ring. Thinking of this, Lin Jianhao's face turned grim. He gritted his teeth and continued, "Lord City, this transaction truly has a hidden agenda. If you take the ice god's fruit now, you will be the one behind it all." Upon hearing this, Wei Qing hurriedly asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the ice god's fruit? If it can really help the alliance retrieve it, it would be a great achievement." "Then where is the ice god's fruit?" Lin Jianhao smiled and said, I have already arranged for Lin family's people to take action, but since I don't want to alert the enemy, I must keep it secret for now. Lord City, after dawn, Lin family will send the news.
At that time, everything will be revealed.
After a brief moment of contemplation, Superior Official Yun Yang agreed. All right, I hope Lin family will bring good news tomorrow morning. He then stood up, turned to Zhu Dong and Li Yu, and said, Counselor Zhu, Counselor Li, hear my orders. Zhu Dong and Li Yu immediately stood up and shouted, Yes, Lord City. Superior Official Wen Yang, while walking towards the door, ordered, You two, discuss the matter clearly with Counselor Lin tonight. Zhu Dong and Li Yu bowed their heads in assurance, Lord City, please rest assured. After that, Superior Official Wen Yang left the meeting room, and Wei Qing followed behind him. As the two of them left, Lin Jianhao, feeling uneasy, muttered to himself, this Superior Official Wen Yang clearly doesn't trust me.
He wants those two to keep an eye on me and lock me up for the night.
Once Uncle Ba and see Uncle handle that kid, I'll settle the score with him tomorrow morning. A while later, on the balcony, Superior Official Wen Yang sighed, clearly troubled. Wei Qing walked over holding 2 cups of wine, handed one to Superior Official Wen Yang, and asked, Lord City, are you worried about the base upgrading to level 3? Superior Official Wen Yang rubbed his temples and responded wearily, That's right. If this matter isn't handled properly, the approval for the upgrade will be ruined. Wei Qing, unfazed, took a sip of his wine and slowly said, Actually, Lord City, you don't need to worry about that. Even if the Lin family's crimes are confirmed, the base will still be able to upgrade to level 3. Superior Official Wen Yang, skeptical, asked, What kind of nonsense is that? Since when did you start learning to flatter people? Wei Cheng smiled confidently and assured, Lord City, I'm not joking. What I'm saying is the truth. Superior Official Wen Yang looked at Wei Qing in surprise. Seeing his confident expression, he began to believe him a little. Thus, Superior Official Wen Yang became intrigued and hurriedly urged, What is it, exactly? Tell me quickly. Wei Cheng smiled and began recounting, Here's the story. A super genius has appeared in our Yunyang city. Today, A little later, after hearing the whole story that Wei Qing told, Superior Official Yun Yan was startled and exclaimed, What did you say? Qin Feng, not even 20 years old, had already reached the peak of first star, and on top of that, he could defeat Lin Xiahai purely through his combat skills. His younger sister was also a martial arts genius, and with her strength, she had been promoted to the rank of second-tier baron. Old Wei, how much have you drunk? Are you drunk? Wei Qing smiled and replied. Lord City, you must believe me, these are all things I witnessed with my own eyes. That's right, Gigi was also there, she saw it too. Confirming that Wei Qing wasn't lying, Superior Official Yin Yang's face suddenly became serious. Holding his cup, his hand trembled slightly as he asked, If what you're saying is true, then doesn't that mean Qin Feng's talent surpasses even mine? Wei Cheng awkwardly confirmed, Yes, that's right. Just as Wei Qing thought Superior Official Yin Yang might feel some negative emotions, the Superior Official suddenly burst into laughter and shouted, This is great! In an era where humanity is under the threat of the Star Beast clan, the appearance of another genius is another hope for victory. Moreover, the Alliance is desperately seeking talented individuals, and reporting this to the higher-ups will certainly earn a great deal of positive points. Yunyang City's luck has arrived. Old Wei, you must take me to visit Qin Feng and his sister tomorrow. He happily agreed, Of course. Once we settle the trouble with the Lin family tomorrow morning, we'll go right away. At the same time, the two individuals, Xia Hai and Lin Dao Koan, had infiltrated Qin Feng's residence. Jumping over the wall, Lin Dao Koan asked, Xia Hai, this is where that kid Qin Feng is staying, right? Xia Hai replied, That's right, this is the place. Just then, a wave of heat radiated from the room out to the door. Xia Hai immediately whispered, Look, it's the wave from fire origin power. Lin Dao Koan joyfully said. The family head was right. He must have been refining the fire god fruit at night to avoid leaving any traces for investigation.
Xia Hai also said.
This is the best opportunity for us to ambush him.
Lin Daoquan widened his eyes and said. Xia Hai, let's strike together, we can definitely take care of this kid. Xia Hai replied.
Alright, we'll seize the chance to take his life, then get the ice god's fruit from his storage ring.
Then, Lin Daoquan summoned his weapon and instructed.
I'll count to 3, and we charge together.
1. 2. However, before Lin Daoquan could finish counting, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them, laughing. Ha, I knew you'd come.
Qin Feng has been waiting here for a long time. Thinking their actions had been discovered, both of them instinctively shouted in fear.
Damn, they ambushed us. Could it be that he's not inside the house, but behind us?
But when they turned around, they saw no one, only a loudspeaker placed on a tree continuously broadcasting.
I knew you would come.
Qin Feng has been waiting here for a long time. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the two of them, Lin Daoquan and Xia Hai, were still stunned and unable to react, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind them. Using the Bloodbone Blade, he performed the Fire-Wind dual-element Berserk Strike and slashed at Lin Daoquan's back.
What? What is this? Fire-Wind dual-element power. He's a Fire-Wind dual-elemental master. Damn it, this level of fire is unbearable. Xia Hai, save me.
Lin Daoquan cried out in pain, calling for Xia Hai's help.
Xia Hai, panicked, yelled, Big brother.
He tried to use his water element power to extinguish the flames, but Qin Feng blocked his path, smiling as he spoke.
Don't rush, it's your turn now. Damn it, you dare to harm my big brother.
Xia Hai yelled angrily, attacking Qin Feng with his hand. Qin Feng raised his weapon to block, then laughed and said, Water and fire are opposites. The best way to fight a water elemental master is to suppress him with ice element power. With that, Qin Feng activated his ice element power, his hand turning into a massive ice seal that struck Xia Hai's chest. In a matter of seconds, his entire body was frozen into a solid block of ice, leaving only his head still able to move. Xia Hai screamed in fear, Impossible, how many elemental powers do you possess? Qin Feng gripped his weapon tightly and spoke coldly, Lin Xia Hai, do you remember what I told you last time? 3 times the charm, get ready to die by my blade. Xia Hai struggled desperately, opening his mouth to beg, but what he received in return was a cruel smile from Qin Feng. Humph, don't be polite. When I, Qin Feng, say something, I always follow through. After saying that, Qin Feng used his fire origin power to eliminate both members of the Lin family. Afterward, Qin Feng put away the loudspeaker, then turned to look at the 2 people who were slowly being burned to ashes by the flames, smirking sarcastically and saying, Ha, even though the 2/3 Star Masters teamed up and couldn't handle me, it wasn't too difficult for me to safely retreat. In the end, they were fooled by a loudspeaker and lost their lives. Looks like the Lin family is really too foolish. Or should I say, it's because I, this count, am too crafty? The next morning, when the sky had just started to lighten, Lin Tianyang ran to the Lord's mansion to report to Lin Jian how that Lin Daoquan and Lin Xiahai had gone missing. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao's eyes immediately filled with panic. He grabbed Lin Tianyang's shoulders and shouted. What? Say that again. Lin Tianyang gritted his teeth and repeated. Father, I said that Uncle Taiba and 4th uncle left last night but haven't returned, and we can't get through to them by phone. Lin Jianhao cried out. How could this happen? At the same time, he was anxiously wondering. Could something have happened to Uncle and C Uncle? How could this be? If the 2 of them teamed up, even a 3rd star Great Perfection would only have a 30% chance of escaping, and yet they couldn't handle Qin Feng? The other 4 had gathered in the room as well. They coldly watched the heated exchange between the father and son, and in the end, Superior Official Yun Yang spoke up, bringing an end to the farce. So, Lin Jianhao, we've waited for you all night, and now you're finally here. Can the Lin family provide any proof of your innocence? Lin Jianhao was startled, his gaze evasive as he spoke, This, Lord City, there must be something wrong with this matter.
Superior official Yun Yang furrowed his brows tightly, growing angry as he questioned, Lin Jianhao, what do you mean by that? Do you think this Lord City is easily deceived? Lin Jianhao's voice trembled, it's not like that. I'm tired of hearing your excuses, Superior official Yun Yang interrupted, standing up before he could finish speaking. With an imposing tone, he shouted, enough. I've given you a chance, but you failed to make use of it. Do you know anything? The Alliance has already sent someone to investigate this matter, and they will arrive this afternoon. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, then just wait for the Alliance to deal with you. Lord City, this. Lin Jianhao stammered, but still could not say a word. Given the Lin family's connections in Yunyang City, there was still hope that the situation could be downplayed, but to the Alliance, the Lin family was just a small, insignificant clan. Realizing that Superior official Yin Yang was about to leave, Lin Jianhao took a desperate chance and called out, Lord City, please wait a moment. I know who holds the Ice God's fruit. Superior official Yun Yang seemed intrigued, stopping and asking, oh, who holds it? Lin Jianhao gritted his teeth and replied, a young man named Qin Feng. Upon hearing that name, a look of surprise appeared on Superior official Yun Yang's face. Wei Qing, standing behind him, immediately shouted, what? Then, Wei Qing immediately became enraged and shouted loudly, Lin Jianhao, what nonsense are you spouting? I know your Lin family has a grudge with Qin Feng, but to say that Qin Feng is related to the Ice God's fruit is simply too much. Lin Jianhao spoke in a firm tone, Vice Lord of the city, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I can assure you that the Ice God's fruit is currently in Qin Feng's storage ring. If you don't believe me, Lord City, you can go investigate. Lin Tianyang, feeling uneasy, quickly leaned close to Lin Jianhao's ear and whispered, Father, this is all just speculation. We have no evidence. Lin Jianhao quietly responded, I don't care. The Lin family has been forced to the brink, but even if we die, I will drag Qin Feng down with us. On the side of Superior official Yin Yang, after a moment of contemplation, he asked, from what I know, Qin Feng has already been promoted to count. Investigating the storage ring of a count is no small matter. Do you have any evidence? Lin Jianhao answered, the Ice God's fruit in his storage ring is the evidence. Wei Qing angrily scolded, that means you have no evidence at all. You want to investigate someone else's storage ring without proof? Do you think Yunyang City was created by you? Lin Jianhao tried to explain, it is indeed unreasonable. The storage ring is a personal and private item of an elementalist, and it's extremely sensitive. Lord City, precisely because of this, it's not convenient for an open investigation. That's why last night, I arranged for Lin Dao Kuan and Lin Xiahai to find Qin Feng. I thought they would secretly find the evidence of his crime and then hand it over to the government, but they've been gone all night and have lost contact. Upon hearing this, Wei Qing could no longer remain calm. He stepped forward towards Lin Jianhao and once again shouted angrily, You're really something, Lin Jianhao. I told you yesterday that you were not to cause trouble for Qin Feng, and yet you treat my words like the wind blowing past your ears. Lin Jianhao also raised his voice in defense, I admit that I made a mistake, but I did it because I wanted to expose the truth of the matter. Wei Qing questioned, What truth? Tell me, what is the truth? Is this really the truth? Stammering, Lin Jianhao quickly searched for an excuse in his mind, and finally came up with a reason, saying, That's right, Qin Feng and Zhu Changtong are in cahoots with each other. Upon hearing this, Superior official Wen Yang and Wei Qing both shouted in unison, What? Was there no way out now? Lin Jianhao gritted his teeth and continued, Here's what happened, Zhu Changtong did come to my Lin family to make a deal with him, but I refused. However, I didn't expect my third uncle, Lin Zhongyu, to secretly go behind my back and make the deal with him. During the transaction, Zhu Changtong had an accomplice nearby, and that person was Qin Feng. He took advantage of a moment of carelessness during the transaction between my third uncle and Zhu Changtong, and assassinated my third uncle. Afterward, they feared that the Lin family would seek revenge, so they used my third uncle's phone and made it look like he was framing the Lin family. In short, the incident with the Bingyu City's imperial court was caused by both Qin Feng and Zhu Changtong together. Qin Feng is the one who betrayed and masterminded everything behind it.
Beside him, Lin Tianyang was gaping in astonishment. At this moment, superior official Yun Yang spoke up. Lin Jianhao, what you shared only comes from your side.
Do you have any solid evidence to back it up?
Lin Jianhao raised 3 fingers in response. At least 3 things can prove it. First, it is highly likely that Uncle Bai and Uncle Si were assassinated by Qin Feng last night, because he was worried his plot would be exposed. As long as we find signs of a struggle at Qin Feng's residence, it will be confirmed.
Second, Qin Feng is a fire elementalist, he cannot use the ice god's fruit.
We only need to check Qin Feng's storage ring to see if it contains the ice god's fruit, and everything will become clear. Third, investigate Qin Feng's fire system talent. He is still young but has already cultivated to the peak of first star. His fire system talent is at least at the genius level, otherwise, it would be highly suspicious.
Superior official Wen Yang asked in surprise, "Oh, isn't there an issue with someone having a genius level talent?"
Lin Jianhao explained, that would suggest his cultivation level must have been boosted by consuming fire system magical items, such as Emperor Lu Blaze, one of the items traded in this deal.
Superior official Yun Yang nodded and said, you make a good point. Just then, superior official Yun Yang's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is superior official Yun Yang." "Yes." "Is it the governor?" All right, I understand."
Phone call, superior official Yun Yang said to Lin Jianhao. "Lin Jianhao, you're lucky. The governor of the alliance will arrive in Yunyang City in 3 hours, and he's bringing the ice god leaf with him." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao joyfully exclaimed, "The ice god leaf, that's wonderful." He felt much more at ease. Both the ice god leaf and ice god's fruit were items from the ice moon divine tree, and even when stored in a storage ring, they could still be sensed. Even if Qin Feng didn't cooperate, the ice god's fruit in his storage ring would reveal itself on its own.
Superior official Yun Yang's expression became serious as he spoke. "All right, then we will wait for 3 hours. Once the governor arrives, we will go meet Qin Feng. Don't celebrate too early.
If the 3 things you mentioned are not correct, it means you're fabricating lies, and that will only make your crime worse." Lin Jianhao hurriedly reassured him, "Lord, the city can rest easy.
I'm absolutely certain that the ice god's fruit is on Qin Feng."
In his mind, he began to fantasize. As long as they find the ice god's fruit in Qin Feng's storage ring, he would take the blame for the joint crime with Xu Changtong of causing the beast tide. He would bear the punishment, and with him as the scapegoat, the Lin family would surely be safe. Meanwhile, at Qin Feng's villa, Sua Sua suddenly heard the doorbell ring.
"Coming, who's there?"
As she spoke, she ran to open the door and found that the visitor was superior official ZG.
Superior official ZG smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Sua Sua." Qin Feng and Sua Sua happily replied, "It's Sister Gigi, come on in."
Qin Feng also smiled and greeted. At this point, Miss ZG, the 3 of them walked over to the sofa and sat down. It was then that superior official ZG asked,
"Sua Sua, we had agreed to play a match together last night, why didn't you show up?"
Sua Sua shyly scratched her head and laughed.
"Last night I was cultivating all night, so I completely forgot." "Sorry, GG, you came to find me to play a match?"
Superior official ZG lifted the chest she had brought with her and said,
"No, I came to give your brother something."
Suddenly, Qin Feng, full of excitement, asked,
"Is it a nuclear warhead?"
Superior official ZG replied,
"Yeah, Yen didn't have time to come here, so she asked me to bring it to you."
Qin Feng eagerly accepted the chest, smiling.
"Miss ZG, you've really gone out of your way."
Superior official ZG awkwardly scratched her cheek and said,
"Don't mention it, I also want to thank you." Qin Feng asked, somewhat suspicious. "Huh? Thank me? For what?"
Superior official ZG blushed, stammering,
"It's for. Thank you for not talking about that thing from that day."
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng also felt a bit embarrassed and replied,
Oh, that thing? I've completely forgotten about it. Seeing the odd interaction between the two, Sua Sua, curious, leaned in closer to Qin Feng and asked, "What are you two talking about?" Qin Feng quickly pushed Sua Sua's face away and said, "Sua Sua, quickly go and bring Miss ZG a cup of tea." "Yes, all right." As Sua Sua went to brew the tea, superior official ZG continued, "By the way, Qin Feng, I have another piece of good news to share with you." Qin Feng asked, "Good news? What else has Miss ZG brought me?" Superior official ZG replied, "This morning I heard my father talking with the Alliance, mentioning that a super genius has appeared in our Yunyang city. The Alliance is very excited and said they would send someone to verify it this afternoon. I guess the super genius my father was talking about is you." Qin Feng smiled smugly and spoke, "Hee, Lord City, you're overpraising me, but why do you say this is a joyful matter?" Superior official ZG laughed and explained, "You really don't know? The Alliance places great importance on nurturing talent. As long as the verification is correct, they will reward the talented person with many things." Qin Feng, intrigued, asked, "Really? What kind of rewards are usually given?" Superior official ZG replied, "It depends on the situation, and it's likely based on the evaluation of the level and on-site assessment. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards. I heard that if the level is high enough, there's a chance of being rewarded with rare items like the Emperor Lu Blaze." Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really that good? What will the Alliance mainly check for?" Superior official ZG answered, "One is the talent level, and the other is combat ability." At this moment, Sua Sua brought in a tea tray and politely said, "Sister GG, here's your tea." Upon seeing Sua Sua, superior official ZG suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my father also reported about Sua Sua. She will also be tested at the same time." Sua Sua, surprised, asked, "I will be tested too?" Superior official ZG smiled and replied, "Yes, so I brought this good news to let both of you know in advance, so you can prepare yourselves and achieve the best results." Sua Sua immediately ran to superior official ZG, excitedly shouting, "Sister GG, you're the best." Superior official ZG caught the girl, smiling as he reminded her, all right, your father is about to collapse." Contrary to the joy of the two, Qin Feng felt somewhat uneasy, thinking to himself, if it's really a test, then all they need to check is my fire system. But my innate fire system is only of average quality, a bit lacking. Not only will I not get better rewards, but it will also expose weaknesses that could lead others to question the level of my fire system cultivation. It seems like I'll have to activate the God level challenge and enhance my fire system talent. As time passed, in the God level challenge map, the desolate desert suddenly echoed with an unwilling scream from the desert creature. "How can these human pests be so strong? You are truly a monster of the elite mutated species." The desert creature, of ordinary level, was at level 19, for star early stage. Its common desert skill, Earth Shield, could drop stones, while the special high-grade reverse flow weapon skill could drop an alarm, signaling a highly dangerous level, with a 10% chance of victory. Watching the monster gradually dissipate in the wind, Qin Feng laughed joyously. The God level challenge was a success. System announcement: congratulations on completing the first God level challenge of the top tier star. Now, for the rewards: 1 fragment of spirit text wind system, 1 fragment of spirit text fire system, 1 fragment of spirit text ice system, 1 high level enhancement stone, 1 skill stone, 1 batch of fire system talent enhancement potion, and 1 batch of ice system talent enhancement potion. This time, the reward was indeed abundant. Not only did it enhance the fire system talent, but it also included the ice system. That's great. The examiner from the Alliance will be here soon. I must do my best to level up my fire system talent. As for my ice system, it's already a peerless talent, so there's no need to upgrade it further. I'll give the ice system enhancement potion to Sua Sua, so she can also achieve good results in her exam. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng began to swallow the rewards one by one.
System notification: congratulations, host, for successfully enhancing your fire system talent to the genius level. Successfully consumed the spirit text wind system fragment, completing the condensation of the Z level rune to 40%. Successfully consumed the spirit text lightning system fragment, completing the condensation of the Z level rune to 40%. Successfully consumed the spirit text ice system fragment. When the challenge time ended, Sheen Fong had absorbed all the rewards, and the challenge period also came to an end. He was immediately teleported back to the training room by the system. First, Sheen Fong opened his personal panel to check. Challenger, Sheen Fong. Level, 9 stars, perfect stage. Wind System Realm, Peerless, 9 stars, perfect stage, Z level rune 47%. Lightning System Realm, Peerless, 9 stars, perfect stage, Z level rune 43%. Ice System Realm, Peerless, 9 stars, perfect stage, Z level rune 43%. Fire System Realm, Genius, 9 stars, perfect stage, Z level rune 93.2%. Talent skills, God level consumption. Combat skill, Berserk Strike. Support skill, Ice Concealment Technique, Absolute Ice Concealment. Advanced skills. Combat Power Index, 8,000 points. Looking at the personal board, Sheen Fong smiled confidently and said, "Alright, my fire system talent has reached the genius level, and it's on the verge of a breakthrough. This should be enough to handle the Alliance's test." A moment later, after showering and changing clothes, Sheen Fong immediately returned to the living room. "Sua Sua, Miss ZG, I'm back. What are you two up to?" Sua Sua, lying on the sofa reading, turned her head upon hearing Sheen Feng's voice and smiled, asking, "Big brother, are you done cultivating?" Sheen Fong turned his head and looked around, then spoke. "Yes." Where is Miss ZG?" Hearing Sheen Fong mention superior official ZG, Sua Sua mischievously laughed and said, "I lost sister ZG." Sheen Fong exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Did you two fight?" Realizing Sheen Fong misunderstood, Sua Sua quickly explained. No. Sister ZG and I had a few rounds in a challenge match. We played 10 matches and I won all of them. She was so embarrassed that she ran off." Sheen Fong helplessly said, "Why didn't you go easy on her a little?" Then, he tossed a bottle of ice system enhancement medicine to Sua Sua and said, "Little girl, take this." Sua Sua quickly caught the bottle and asked, "Big brother, what is this?" Sheen Fong smiled and replied, "This is a treasure to upgrade ice system talent. Its effect should be even stronger than the ice god's fruit." Sua Sua, hearing this, was startled and looked at the bottle in her hand. "What? Stronger than the ice god's fruit? Oh my god, the ice god's fruit is worth tens of billions and is priceless on the market. This thing is better than the ice god's fruit. How much does it cost?" Sheen Fong chuckled and urged, "Hurry up and start refining, remember not to tell anyone, got it?" Yes, thank you so much, big brother," Sua Sua replied. As soon as Sua Sua left, the doorbell rang again. Who could this be? With curiosity, Sheen Fong went to open the door and asked, "May I ask who it is?" As the door opened, Sheen Fong saw 3 people standing outside, one of whom he recognized as Wei Qing. Sheen Fong was surprised and asked, "Wei Vice Lord of the city, what brings you here? And who are these two?" Wei Qing smiled and introduced, "Brother Sheen Fong, let me introduce them to you. This is the Lord of Yunyang City. And this is Wei Tun, the inspector sent by the Alliance. We are here specifically to see you." Sheen Fong smiled and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in." In his heart, he was secretly speculating, since they're here specifically to see me, it must be the on-site inspection ZG mentioned earlier. A moment later, everyone was seated at the table. Superior official Yun Yang observed Sheen Fong for a while and praised, very good, brother, you are indeed a talented person." Wei Tun also nodded in agreement.
No wonder Wei Vice Lord of the city spoke so highly of you. Meeting you today, your aura is truly extraordinary. Xin Feng humbly scratched his head and said, Governor, you flatter me. Then, Xin Feng turned to look at the person who had been coldly staring at him and inquired, Who is this? Wei Lord of the city introduced, Xin Feng, this is the family head of the Lin family, and also a counselor of Yunyang City. Hearing this, Xin Feng's attitude immediately changed. He casually poked his ear, showing no mercy as he spoke. Oh, so you're the family head Lin Jianhao of that group of ignorant people? What brings you to my house? Lin Jianhao was furious, clenching his fist and shouting. You! Xin Feng was not afraid in the least. He crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face as he said, What? Did I say something wrong? In his heart, he thought, perfect timing, it's about time to settle the old scores with the Lin family. Xin Feng, the thing is like this. Wei Qing was about to speak when Wei Tun waved his hand, interrupting. I'll speak. Then, Wei Tun turned to Xin Feng. Xin Feng, brother, the first thing I came to Yunyang City for was to investigate the disappearance of the Ice God's fruit and its connection to the Beast Tide incident in Bingyu City. Today, Lin Jianhao reported that the Beast Tide in Bingyu City was caused by you and Zhu Changtong working together. This matter is serious, and I had no choice but to come gather evidence. I hope you'll understand, brother. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng glanced at Lin Jianhao and said, I read online, a lot of people are saying that the Beast Tide was caused by the Lin family working with Zhu Changtong, so why are you suddenly pinning the blame on me? Are you some dog cornered with no way out? Lin Jianhao was enraged, slamming the table and shouting. You filthy kid, who are you calling a dog? Watch your words. Xin Feng wasn't having any of it. He pointed straight at Lin Jianhao, loudly cursing. I have nothing to do with Zhu Changtong. It's you who's spouting nonsense, trying to find someone to blame. How dare you speak to me like that? A dog's mouth can't spit out an elephant's tusk. Lin Jianhao was about to go mad, standing up abruptly and shouting, Hey, this is driving me crazy, I'm going to kill you. Superior official Wen Yang, seeing Lin Jianhao lose control, immediately scolded loudly, Lin Jianhao, you are, after all, a counselor of Yunyang City. What kind of noise is this? How can you behave like this? If you have something to say, speak up. Don't create trouble here on purpose. Lin Jianhao felt like he had been splashed with cold water, and his anger instantly disappeared. He quickly replied, Yes, Lord City. He then turned to Xin Feng and questioned, Kid, let me ask you, did my uncle and uncle come here last night? Where are they now? Xin Feng answered, Do your uncle and uncle know me? No one came here last night. Hearing this, Lin Jianhao suddenly burst into laughter. I knew you would deny it. Then he turned to Wei Tun and said, Governor, last night, my uncle and uncle came here under my orders to find Xin Feng, but this kid is denying it. He's clearly guilty. All you need to do is check the villa for signs of a struggle, and it will prove this kid is lying. It's simple. You guys go check quickly. As he spoke, Wei Tun motioned with his finger for his subordinates behind him, understood. The subordinates responded and immediately turned to carry out the task. Lin Jianhao stared at Xin Feng, secretly feeling pleased and thinking to himself, this kid is too naive. My uncle and uncle are masters of the 3rd and 4th stars. They definitely left signs of a battle last night. As long as it's proven that this kid is lying, I can easily place all the blame on him. While waiting for the results, superior official Wen Yang spoke up to reassure Xin Feng, brother, don't worry. As long as you're innocent, we will restore justice for you. Wei Qing also spoke, that's right. Xin Feng looked at the two of them curiously, but what if someone is trying to frame me? Before superior official Wen Yang could reply, Wei Tun coldly snorted and said, if someone is deliberately framing count of the alliance, no matter who it is, I will represent the alliance and impose severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng smiled, deliberately glancing at Lin Jianhao, and said, if that's the case, then I can rest assured.
Inside, he smirked, "Great, this is exactly what I needed to hear."
Soon, the subordinates had finished their investigation and returned. "Sir, the inspection is complete." Wei Tun immediately asked, "What's the situation?"
One subordinate reported, "Sir, all the rooms around the villa have been checked, and no signs of a struggle were found."
The people nearby also said they didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao immediately shouted in panic, "What? That's impossible, it can't be. Last night, my uncle and uncle definitely came here."
With an angry expression, Qin Feng pointed at Lin Jianhao and shouted, "Lin Jianhao, if there's nothing, then there's nothing.
The truth is right in front of you, you're the one framing me."
Meanwhile, he sneered inside, thinking to himself, "Of course there's nothing. I killed those two pests last night, and moreover, I used the system's cleanup function to thoroughly erase all traces." At this moment, Superior Official Yun Yang asked Lin Jianhao,
"Do you have anything else to say?"
Lin Jianhao replied, "My lord, governor, I truly am not lying. My uncle Bai and uncle C have really disappeared."
Superior Official Wen Yang loudly said,
"Save your excuses for later, after you're done with your trial."
"I don't want to hear them."
Suddenly, Lin Jianhao remembered something and quickly ran to Wei Tun, saying, "Right, Ice God's fruit, sir, the Ice God's fruit must be with this kid. Please try taking out the Ice God leaf and see for yourself." Wei Tun spoke in displeasure.
"Do you really need to teach me how to do this?"
Actually, before we even entered, I had already sent people to use the Ice God leaf within a radius of several thousand meters. As I expected, within that radius, including the area inside the storage ring, there was no trace of the Ice God's fruit. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhao seemed struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. But soon after, he quickly blinked and looked toward Qin Feng, grinding his teeth as he said,
"Impossible, how could that be?
This kid is a fire elementalist, there's no way he could have refined the Ice God's fruit.
He must have hidden it elsewhere."
Wei Chung couldn't hold back and shouted,
"Enough, Lin Jianhao, will you stop?
You're slandering someone without any evidence." Superior Official Wen Yang also spoke up, declaring, "Lin Jianhao, starting now, I revoke your position as counselor. You'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." Lin Jianhao, worried, turned to look at Wei Tun and spoke. Wait a moment, the governor still has one final aspect to investigate. You should quickly check his fire system aptitude. He is under 20 years old but has already reached the peak of the first stage.
If his talent isn't at least low-grade genius level, then it's highly suspicious."
Wei Tun gave a soft grunt, raised his hand to signal for his subordinates to bring the equipment, and then turned to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, brother, the second reason I came to Yunyang City is to assess your potential.
You are the young genius personally reported by the Superior Official Lord of the city." Superior Official Yun Yang smiled and said, "All thanks to the exceptional vision of Wei Vice Lord of the city."
Qin Feng cupped his hands in gratitude toward Superior Official Yun Yang and Wei Qing. Lord City and Vice Lord of the city have been far too generous. It didn't take long before someone arrived with a piece of machinery.
Wei Tun then said,
"To sum up, our Southern Union values talent highly. For those who reach a certain level of potential, the Alliance will grant a reward equivalent to encourage them. Therefore, I need to check your fire system aptitude. Coincidentally, Lin Jianhao had doubts about your aptitude, and this could serve as an opportunity to clear up those suspicions.
If there's nothing wrong with your aptitude, surely there's no reason to be concerned, right? Of course, this is no problem."
Agreeing with a smile, Qin Feng thought to himself, "Very well, Lin Jianhao, you really do have it out for me.
Luckily, I've prepared in advance. Let's see how I perform later." "Sir, I understand now.
Please proceed with the check," he said.
Qin Feng's cooperative attitude greatly pleased Wei Tun. He immediately gave the order, "All right, let's begin."
"Understood." The subordinates shouted in unison and began their work. Report, Team Leader, the SH value of the fire element in the air is 1.7. Adjust the regulator and reduce the fluctuation of the nibium-actinium probe to 0.1.
Yes, Team Leader, it will take a moment to complete the preparations.
Next, one person brought a measuring device in front of Qin Feng and said, "The testing device is ready, it's functioning normally, and we can begin the test now." Count, please place your hand on the sensor area, then use your mind to sense the fire origin power, they instructed.
Qin Feng smiled and said, "All right."
Following the instructions, Qin Feng placed his hand on the sensor and closed his eyes, starting to sense the fire origin power. Everyone else focused on the device's screen, anxiously waiting. Soon, a flame rose around Qin Feng's body, enveloping him.
On the device screen, the numbers began to steadily increase, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the number reached 9, someone shouted, 9. The talent value has reached 9.
This indicated that the talent had reached an elite level. If it reached 10, it would mean Qin Feng's talent had reached the level of a low-grade genius.
Lin Jianhao gritted his teeth, staring intently at the screen, thinking to himself, 9 is just 9, could it possibly go higher?
A second later, the very thing he feared happened. The number on the screen jumped to 10.
Someone exclaimed loudly, "A talent level of a genius, how powerful!" A low-grade genius, there are hardly any in the entire alliance.
Wei Qing happily spoke, "This is great, Qin Feng didn't disappoint us, his talent truly is at the genius level." Superior official Wen Yang smiled and added, "With his combat talent at the divine level, he is absolutely a super genius." This time, Yunyang City's promotion is full of hope. At that moment, the number on the screen jumped again, revealing the number 11, which left everyone in awe once more.
Heavens, it's not just level 10, Wei Qing laughed joyfully, "This is great, really great."
Superior official Yunyang gasped and spoke, "This kid, his talent surpasses mine, even Wei Tun can't sit still now." He stood up and shouted, "Level 11.
This is a mid-grade genius. Lord City Yunyang, you've struck gold this time." Although level 11 was already very high, Qin Feng wasn't ready to stop yet.
He widened his eyes, his expression serious, and exerted all his strength to channel the fire origin power. The final result was the number on the screen changing again, this time to 12. Superior official Yun Yang exclaimed in disbelief, "Heavens, Holy Lord, it's the same."
Wei Chang also shouted, "No way, a top-grade genius again?" Wei Tun loudly asked, "What? A top-grade genius?"
The examiner confirmed and reported, completing the test, with the final result being level 12.
A top-grade genius. Upon receiving the confirmed answer, everyone immediately erupted into cheers.
"This is incredible, Southern Union has finally produced a new top-grade genius. The Northern Alliance has always mocked us for lacking resources, claiming our younger generation has no talent.
This time, we can finally show them."
Contrary to the joy of everyone, Lin Jianhao's face was marked by a deep fear and despair. He trembled and muttered, "Top-tier genius, it's over, I'm definitely dead, and the Lin family will be finished." A moment later, after the excitement had subsided, everyone fell silent, their gazes lingering subtly on Lin Jianhao. Sure enough, they soon heard the authoritative voice of Wei Tun echoing,
"Level 12, top-tier genius, at this point, there's nothing more to say.
Men, quickly arrest Lin Jianhao and take him back to headquarters immediately." The subordinates answered loudly,
"Yes, my lord."
However, before the subordinates could act, Lin Jianhao was the first to charge towards Qin Feng, shouting,
"Do you think I'll just stand here and be tied up?" Qin Feng, the superior official Yun Yang, was enraged and quickly warned,
"Lin Jianhao, stop immediately.
Qin Feng is the most important talent of Yunyang City right now. If you harm him, you will have no way out."
Lin Jianhao ignored him and continued charging toward Qin Feng, extending his hand toward him, shouting, "He destroyed my Lin family, even if I have to die, I will drag him down with me." Facing Lin Jianhao charging at him, Qin Feng remained completely unfazed. His face only showed calm as he looked at the man.
"Drag me down?" he softly asked.
Xin Feng summoned the fire origin power, enveloping his fist, then took the initiative to charge forward, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Jianhao's face, shouting, "Do you have the ability to do that?" After Qin Feng's punch, Lin Jianhao felt dizzy, but stubbornly grabbed the collar of his shirt, struggling to speak. Xin Feng, I will kill you." Xin Feng snorted coldly, raised his foot, and kicked Lin Jianhao in the chin, shouting, "Get lost." Then, he lunged forward, wildly throwing punches at Lin Jianhao. "Do you think that just because you're from the Lin family, you can bully me and my sister without a care for the law? Do you think I'm the weak Qin Feng I used to be? Is it not enough that Sua Sua has suffered at your hands? I had already guessed you wouldn't let us go. This time, I will make sure you don't get the chance to hurt Sua Sua." Not far away, the group was shocked by Qin Feng's combat power. What? Lin Jianhao is a 4-star expert, and yet Qin Feng has single-handedly crushed him. Qin Feng is too strong. At this moment, the one-sided battle was nearing its end. If you dare to harm Sua Sua out of your grudge with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With those words, Qin Feng delivered a powerful punch that sent Lin Jianhao flying backward, skidding across the ground. Afterward, Qin Feng added, "Don't worry, I've held back. He won't die from this." Letting him die so easily would be too much of a bargain for him. Wei Tun breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "That's good, we still need to hand him over to the Alliance, so this will serve as an explanation for what happened." Then, Wei Tun loudly commanded, "Where are the men? Capture him, and take him to the Alliance immediately." A moment later, everyone walked out of the villa. Wei Qing looked at Lin Jianhao, who was being escorted in front, and then spoke. Lin Jianhao and Zhu Changtong secretly traded with each other. Although it is a serious crime, there is still a chance for survival. However, the fact that they didn't hesitate to use every means to frame Qin Feng only worsens their situation. It seems that this time, he's more likely to suffer than to escape unscathed. Superior official Yun Yang said, "People like him are not worthy of sympathy. Moreover, everything he did was so foolish, and he only has himself to blame." After that, Wei Qing turned to Wei Tun and asked, "Let's not talk about him anymore. Governor, it's time to give Brother Qin Feng his evaluation, right?" Wei Tun smiled and gave the order. All right, you all go ahead and calculate Brother Qin Feng's score." Upon hearing this, superior official Yun Yang rubbed his hands in anticipation, silently thinking. The evaluation would determine Qin Feng's final rank. The higher the rank, the higher the reward Qin Feng would receive, and the more points Yunyang City would earn. Soon, someone came forward holding the evaluation results to report. "Sir, the score for Count Qin Feng has been calculated. We have reviewed the battle footage of Count Qin Feng. His combat level is ranked S with 20 points. The comprehensive combat power of Count Qin Feng is early stage 3rd star, age 17. Based on the published strength and age conversion, he received 10 points. His cultivation talent is top-tier genius, earning him 70 points. Therefore, the total score for Count Qin Feng is a perfect 100 points, meeting the standard for a top-tier genius." Immediately, voices of astonishment rang out. "Wow, a perfect 100. Oh my God, is that true? This boy really keeps surprising us one after another." Wei Tun exclaimed, "Indeed, the old bamboo shoots new bamboo, what's so strange about that?" He then turned to congratulate Superior Official Yun Yang. "Superior Official Lord City, congratulations. With a talent like this, just wait for Yun Yang City to be upgraded this time." Superior Official Yun Yang laughed joyfully and said, "Wei Lord, you flatter me too much." Then, with many matters still to be dealt with, Wei Tun did not stay any longer and said, "All right, the matter here has been resolved, I should head back to report now. Brother, I'll report your test results once I return. As for the rewards, the Alliance will send them within 3 days. Farewell." Seeing this, Superior Official Yun Yang also spoke to take his leave.
Brother Qin Feng, wait until Lord City finishes handling everything, we'll have a chat. We'll be leaving now.
Yes, thank you for your hard work, Governor, Lord City. After sending them off, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief and spoke.
That's it, the threat from the Lin family has finally been eliminated.
Sua Sua, standing beside him, happily cheered. That's great, we're finally safe. Qin Feng raised 2 fingers and smiled. Not just safe, my brother is now the top talent in Yunyang City, one of the best in the entire Southern Union. Then, you gently rubbed Sua Sua's head and said, "Don't worry, Sua Sua, this time I will not only protect you well, but I will also ensure that you live the happiest life ever."
Sua Sua looked at Qin Feng attentively and asked, "The happiest life? Big brother, will you protect me for my whole life?"
"Of course, I will protect you for your entire life."
"Why is that, little girl?"
As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Sua Sua suddenly pulled him closer and, standing on tiptoe, kissed his cheek. Then, she happily smiled and said, "Big brother is the best, Sua Sua will stay with Big brother for the rest of her life."